The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the jagged cliffs of the Peruvian coast, where the air was thick with the stench of decay, and the cries of seabirds echoed like a mournful dirge. Below, the turbulent waves crashed against the rocks with relentless fury, their frothy fingers reaching for the precarious ledges where the guano collectors toiled. Each step taken along the treacherous path was a gamble, as loose stones skittered beneath heavy boots, threatening to send a man tumbling into the abyss below. On this day, a group of men hardened by the harshness of their occupation clung to the craggy outcrops, their calloused hands gripping ropes frayed by years of use. The pungent odor of bat excrement hung like a shroud, clinging to their clothes and skin, a constant reminder of the labor they endured for the promise of wealth. Each man's face was etched with lines of fatigue and determination, the sunburnt skin bearing witness to countless hours spent under the unrelenting glare of the tropical sun. As they maneuvered closer to the cave entrance, the air thickened with noxious fumes, a toxic cocktail of ammonia and other gases released by the decomposing excrement. Coughs erupted among the men, their lungs struggling against the acrid air that threatened to choke them. Some staggered back, their eyes watering, while others pressed on, driven by the urgent need to fill their sacks with the precious guano, a commodity that had become the lifeblood of the burgeoning fertilizer industry. "Careful now," barked one man, his voice hoarse but commanding, as he noticed a younger collector, teetering dangerously close to the edge. The youth, barely more than a boy, nodded but did not retreat, his eyes gleaming with a reckless determination that belied his inexperience. The men understood all too well the cost of folly. A slip here could mean not just injury, but a swift descent into the rocky embrace of the ocean below, where death lurked just out of sight. With each bag filled, the weight of their labor pressed heavily upon them, muscles strained, and backs ached as they hoisted the sacks over their shoulders, the guano's weight a cruel reminder of the toil that awaited them. The clattering of tools and the grunts of exertion echoed within the cave, mingling with the distant roar of the surf. Yet beneath the camaraderie lay an undercurrent of dread, the uncertainty of the ground beneath their feet, the possibility of a rockslide, and the ever-present specter of disease loomed like a dark cloud over their heads. Suddenly, a sharp crack reverberated through the air, and the earth seemed to shudder beneath them. Panic ignited as a cascade of stones tumbled from above, cascading down the cliffside with a thunderous clamor. The men scrambled, hearts pounding in their chests, instinct driving them to flee from the impending doom. The boy stumbled, his foot slipping on a loose stone, and for a moment, time stretched as he grasped desperately at the air, teetering on the brink of disaster. "Hold fast," shouted the foreman, lunging forward as the boy lost his grip and plummeted, arms flailing before he vanished from sight, swallowed by the churning waters below. A collective breath caught in the throats of the men as they stared into the abyss, the consequences of their labor weighing heavily upon them. In this unforgiving land, where the promise of riches came hand in hand with peril, the price of guano was far more than mere currency. It was a constant gamble with life itself. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the jagged cliffs of the Peruvian coast, where the relentless waves crashed against the rocks below. In the distance, the cries of seabirds echoed, a cacophony that heralded the morning's labor. The guano collectors, clad in tattered trousers and wide-brimmed hats, moved with an air of weariness as they approached the precipice, their hearts heavy with the burden of the day's toil. Scattered about the rocky outcrop, the men began their grim task of scaling the steep cliffs, seeking the prized deposits of bird droppings, fertilizer of unmatched potency but laden with peril. The smell was overpowering, a pungent mixture of salt and decay that assailed their senses as they drew closer to the crumbling ledges. They had long since grown accustomed to the scent, though it gnawed at the back of their throats, foretelling the hidden dangers that lay ahead. As they reached the ledge, a thick cloud of ammonia wafted up from the guano pits below, curling like a serpent through the air. The collectors donned makeshift masks of cloth, but it did little to shield them from the suffocating fumes that seeped into their lungs. Each breath came with a struggle, a sharp sting that ignited a relentless cough. The sound of hacking and wheezing mingled with the squawking of the gulls, a mournful symphony of survival. One man, Diego, leaned over the edge, his hands trembling as he scraped at the hardened guano with a rusted spade. His lungs burned with each labored inhale, and he could feel the weight of the noxious gas pressing against his chest. The others worked nearby, their faces pale and drawn, eyes watering from the acrid stench that curled around them like a malevolent fog. He could hear the rasping breaths of his companions, each wheeze a reminder of the toll this work exacted upon their bodies. As Diego filled his sack, a sudden wave of dizziness swept over him, the world tilting precariously. He staggered back, clutching the rocky wall for support, his vision blurring. The toxic fumes had claimed yet another victim, and he knew that countless others had succumbed before him, their lives extinguished by the very substance that promised wealth. With a painful cough that felt like it would tear him apart, he choked out a warning to the others, but the words fell flat against the din of the waves. "Stay close, the fumes." But his voice was lost, as another collector, a younger man named Miguel, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The others rushed to him, panic igniting in their eyes. Diego's heart raced as he stumbled toward his fallen comrade, but each step felt like wading through molasses. The air was thick with desperation, thick with the knowledge that this could be their fate too, a life cut short by the very earth they sought to tame. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the cliffs, the collectors worked in a frenzy, driven by the urgency of their task. Each sack filled felt like a small victory, but the cost was steep. The noxious fumes continued to swirl around them, an invisible predator lurking in the miasma of bird droppings and decay. The laughter of the gulls above was a cruel reminder of freedom, while the men remained bound to their labor, shackled by the very air they breathed, their lives fading like the sun's last light on the horizon. Amidst the sun-drenched cliffs of Peru's desolate coast, the air hung heavy with the stench of decay. Swarms of iridescent flies buzzed incessantly, their presence a foreboding reminder of the hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. Men, clad in tattered garments and wide-brimmed hats, toiled relentlessly, their backs bent beneath the weight of woven sacks, each filled to the brim with the pungent, valuable guano. The promise of wealth lay in the fecal treasure, but the price of labor was steep, and the threats were manifold. The rocky outcrops jutted viciously from the ocean, their surfaces slick with the remnants of avian life. Armed with crude tools, the collectors ventured into the treacherous caves, their hands scraped raw by jagged stone. Within the dark recesses, the guano exuded a noxious vapor, a toxic miasma that coiled around them like a serpent, stinging the nostrils and seizing the lungs. Each breath was a gamble, a wager against unseen pathogens lurking within the rich deposits. In this perilous environment, the collectors faced more than just the repugnant fumes. Their flesh became a canvas for the voracious insects that thrived in the thick, humid air. Mosquitoes, like tiny demons, found their way through the fabric of clothing, their bites igniting the skin with a fiery itch. The air echoed with curses as men swatted at the incessant pestilence, yet their efforts proved futile. Each puncture from the probing proboscis of these vile creatures bore the potential for disease. Histoplasmosis, a lurking specter among these men, waited patiently for the weary. The spores, invisible and insidious, floated in the air, inhaled with each labored breath. While many scoffed at the tales of illness, dismissing the warnings as mere superstition, the few who succumbed soon became a cautionary tale. Coughing, once a mere annoyance, would escalate into violent paroxysms, as if a demon were clinging to their throats. The collectors would watch helplessly as their comrades, once robust and hardy, faded into shadows, their bodies ravaged by the relentless grip of fever and fatigue. As the sun sank below the horizon, casting long shadows over the rocky expanse, the men gathered for the evening's respite. They shared tales of misfortune and loss, voices low and solemn. Those who had witnessed the ravages of disease could do little but shake their heads, their eyes haunted by memories of friends lost to the dark curse of the Guano Islands. The sounds of waves crashing against the cliffs mingled with the distant cries of seabirds, a mournful symphony that echoed the plight of the collectors. Yet the toil would resume at dawn. The promise of coin glimmered like a mirage, and the men knew that to forsake their duty meant to forsake their families. Each day brought the haunting specter of illness closer, the peril of disease lingering at the edge of their consciousness. They pressed on, driven by desperation and dreams of fortune, as the specter of death danced just beyond their reach. waiting patiently for the moment to claim another soul in the relentless pursuit of guano. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an oppressive heat over the jagged cliffs of the Peruvian coast. Below, the relentless waves crashed against the rocky shore, their salty spray mingling with the acrid scent of guano that permeated the air. Here, amidst the craggy precipices and the cacophony of squawking seabirds, men toiled in back-breaking labor, their bodies bent in servitude to the earth's most unlikely bounty. With grim determination, the guano collectors, mud-streaked men clad in tattered trousers and wide-brimmed hats, scraped their crude implements against the hardened deposits of bird excrement that had accumulated over years on the ledges of the cliffs. The stench was overpowering, a nauseating miasma that clung to their clothes and seeped into their skin. Each breath was a battle, the toxic fumes rising from the decomposing matter mixing with the salty air, threatening to choke them even as they labored. Hunched over in the unforgiving position, each man felt the strain of his muscles, the ache surging through his back as he scraped and shoveled. Hours passed in a relentless rhythm, the scrape of metal against guano echoing off the cliffs like a mournful dirge. The weight of the load, heavy and pungent, was more than mere physical burden. It was a shackle, binding them to this life of toil, rendering hope nearly impossible. With every lift of the shovel, the collectors could feel the dull throb in their lower backs intensifying, each movement a reminder of the suffering their bodies endured. The first signs were subtle, a twinge here, a cramp there, easily dismissed amidst the chaos of labor. But as days morphed into weeks, the pain grew, gnawing at them like a hungry beast. Many men would eventually find themselves unable to rise from their beds, their bodies betraying them, the promise of work replaced by the torment of musculoskeletal disorders that came to define their existence. One unfortunate soul, Miguel, felt the sharp bite of a spasm seize him as he reached for another shovelful. He gritted his teeth, suppressing a cry, but the agony was relentless. His peers, oblivious to his plight, continued their tireless work, the desperation of their circumstances overshadowing the suffering of the individual. To pause would be to invite scorn, for in this unforgiving world, weakness was a luxury none could afford. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the rocky terrain, the men began to gather their meager haul. Each sack filled with guano represented not merely a day's labor, but a life's worth of toil. They staggered under the weight of their burden, the sacks heavy with the promise of profit, yet each step was a reminder of the cost. The dimming light revealed the toll of their labor, skin chapped and cracked by the sun, backs bent at unnatural angles, and faces lined with the dust of despair. As they trudged back to their makeshift camp, the specter of disease loomed ominously. The air, thick with the guano's toxic residues, harbored the potential for afflictions that could fell even the strongest man. The collectors knew well the whispers of illness that circulated among them, the stories of comrades who had succumbed to fever or worse. Yet with each passing day, they returned to the cliffs, driven by the relentless need to survive, shackled to the very rocks that threatened to break them. The sun hung low over the jagged cliffs of the Peruvian coast, casting long shadows that stretched across the desolate landscape. The stench of ammonia and decay wafted upward from the guano deposits, an acrid reminder of the labor that lay ahead. Below, the relentless waves crashed against the rocks, a constant symphony of nature that bore witness to the toil of the men who dared to climb these treacherous heights. Among them was Manuel, a gaunt figure whose shirt clung damply to his back, soaked through with sweat and the salt of the sea. Each day, he ascended the narrow ledges, his calloused hands gripping the rough stone, while the echoing cries of seabirds punctuated the stillness that enveloped the cliffs. The guano, a rich fertilizer coveted by the world beyond these shores, lay in thick, pungent layers, but it came at a cost. The work was backbreaking, each shovelful a Herculean effort, a battle against gravity and fatigue that left his muscles screaming in protest. Yet it was not merely the toil that weighed heavily on Manuel's spirit. It was the oppressive solitude that swirled around him like the toxic fumes rising from the guano itself. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, with little more than the company of his fellow laborers, who, like him, were shadowy figures against the backdrop of the unforgiving cliffs. Their conversations, strained and sparse, often echoed with the weariness of men worn thin by isolation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the camaraderie of their shared suffering faded, leaving only the oppressive silence of the encroaching night. The remote outpost where they camped offered no comforts of civilization. A rickety shack served as their shelter, its walls weathered and cracked, allowing the salt-laden winds to seep through. The only respite from the harsh environment was a meager fire around which the men gathered, faces gaunt and eyes hollowed by fatigue. The flickering light cast shadows that danced eerily on the walls, and in those moments the weight of loneliness became palpable. Stories of home, of families left behind, hung in the air like ghosts, haunting the hearts of the men who recalled laughter and warmth from a life long forsaken. Disease lurked in the shadows too, a relentless specter that preyed on the weary. The guano, while a treasure for the fields, harbored its own perils, disease carried by the very birds that nested above. A cough would echo ominously among the men, a prelude to despair, as they exchanged wary glances. The isolation became a breeding ground for illness, each man a solitary island, cut off from the solace of human contact. When one fell ill, the others instinctively drew back, as if the contagion could leap from flesh to flesh, shattering the fragile bonds of their shared existence. As dusk settled, Manuel surveyed the vast expanse of the ocean, its surface shimmering with the last light of day. The horizon, vast and unending, stretched beyond his reach, a cruel reminder of the world that lay just beyond the cliffs. The isolation pressed down upon him, a weight that stifled hope and kindled despair. Alone in the dark, with only the sigh of the wind and the distant laughter of the gulls, he wondered if he would ever escape this prison of solitude, or if the very cliffs would one day claim him as their own. The sun hung low over the jagged cliffs of the Peruvian coast, casting long shadows that danced upon the ground where the guano collectors toiled. The air was heavy with the stench of decay, a pungent mix of ammonia and the remnants of countless seabirds. Each breath was a struggle against the toxic fumes that wafted from the mounds of excrement, clinging to the lungs like a vice. Yet the men pressed on, their backs bent under the weight of burlap sacks filled with the prized fertilizer, each sack a lifeline to their families waiting in the distant villages. As the tide rolled back, revealing the treacherous rocks below, the collectors scrambled up the cliffs like desperate ants. Their hands, calloused and raw, clawed at the crumbling earth, seeking the rich deposits that promised a meager wage. The sun beat down relentlessly, turning the labor into a feverish ordeal. Each man was acutely aware that the guano they harvested was not merely a source of income, it was a gamble with their very livelihoods. The demand for guano fluctuated like the tide, sometimes rising to heights that brought fleeting prosperity, but more often crashing down, leaving the men stranded in an ocean of uncertainty. Joaquin, a seasoned collector with deep lines etched into his sunburned face, paused to wipe the sweat from his brow with a grimy sleeve. He had seen the cycles of fortune and despair too many times to count. Only last season, the guano trade had surged, and with it the promise of a better life. He had dared to dream of new shoes for his children, and perhaps a little chicken to grace their table. But that was before the news of the market's decline had swept through the coastal towns like a cold wind in winter. Now, whispers of reduced demand haunted the air, leaving men like Joaquin with the gnawing fear of empty pockets. With each sack filled, anxiety knotted tighter in his stomach. He could not shake the feeling that this day might be their last chance to earn, the last day before the collectors found themselves cast aside like refuse. The cave he worked in felt colder than usual, its dampness seeping into his bones, a reminder of the diseases that lurked in the shadows. The specter of illness was a constant companion. Men had fallen sick from the noxious fumes, their bodies succumbing to the fevers that followed. Joaquin had watched friends wilt away, their laughter silenced, their families left to mourn. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the men gathered their meager haul, their faces drawn with exhaustion. They exchanged glances laden with unspoken fears, the fear of returning home with empty hands, the fear of the unknown that awaited them. A few voices rose in a futile attempt at camaraderie, but the laughter felt hollow, a brittle shell hiding the weight of their despair. Hoping for comfort in each other's company, yet knowing the silence of their shared plight loomed larger than any words could convey. Once the guano lay safely in a pile, Joaquin turned toward the distant village where his children awaited. The flickering lights of the homes twinkled like stars, filling him with both longing and dread. There was a promise of warmth and laughter, but also the bitter taste of uncertainty. As the chill of night descended, he thought of the market's fickle nature and the unrelenting burden of unstable employment, a reality that weighed heavier than any sack of guano could ever do. The sun crested over the jagged cliffs of the Peruvian coast, casting a harsh, unforgiving light upon the rocky outcrops where the guano collectors toiled. It was an early morning, yet the stench of the accumulated bird droppings, pungent and acrid, hung heavy in the air, a grim reminder of the labor ahead. Juan, a wiry man of barely 20, steadied himself at the precipice, peering into the yawning abyss of a cave that stretched deep into the cliffside. The dark mouth of the cave beckoned, promising both profit and peril. Juan tightened his grip on the crude pickaxe, its handle worn smooth by the hands of countless laborers before him. He inhaled deeply, the air thick with the noxious fumes of decaying organic matter. Each breath felt like a betrayal, the fumes curling into his lungs, sowing the seeds of sickness that would bloom in the days to come. Yet he pressed forward, for the meager earnings from today's toil were necessary to stave off the gnawing hunger that plagued his family. As he descended into the cave, the light dwindled, replaced by shadows that danced menacingly on the damp walls. The constant drip of moisture echoed like a mournful call, a reminder of the very diseases that claimed the lives of so many of his fellow collectors. Tuberculosis, dysentery, these were the unseen specters haunting every dark crevice, waiting to ensnare the unwary with their grasping fingers. But for Juan, there was no choice. He must earn his keep, for the pittance paid to guano collectors was all that sustained his ailing mother and younger siblings. The hours crawled by as Juan heaved the heavy guano into burlap sacks, his back screaming in protest with each laborious motion. The pay was scarcely enough to keep the family fed, let alone to escape the grinding poverty that shackled them. He thought of the debts they owed to the local shopkeeper, the ever-mounting ledger of goods purchased on credit, flour, rice, and the occasional treat for the children. The weight of their debt hung over him like a guillotine, a fate sealed in ink, threatening to drop at any moment. Each sack filled was a desperate bid to keep his siblings from starving, yet the cruel reality of their existence loomed large, casting long shadows over their meager prospects. At last, the sun dipped towards the horizon, and Juan emerged from the cave, his skin caked with the remnants of his toil, a grotesque mask of the day's labor. The other collectors were gathered, their faces etched with fatigue, yet they exchanged tales of the meager coins earned, each story tinged with the bitterness of their shared plight. Laughter rang hollow in the air, punctuated by the occasional cough, a reminder of the toll that their work exacted. They were bound together by their struggle, yet each man was ensnared by his own desperate circumstances. The cycle of poverty tightening its grip with every passing season. As they trudged back towards the makeshift encampment, the evening air felt both a relief and a curse, for while the day's labor was over, the burden of their existence lingered like the lingering stench of guano, suffocating hope beneath its weight. The promise of a better life seemed a distant mirage, forever receding as they toiled in the shadows of the cliffs, prisoners of the very earth they sought to profit from. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an orange hue upon the jagged cliffs of the Peruvian coast. Where the air was thick with the acrid stench of bird droppings, men toiled amidst the jagged rocks, their backs bent under the weight of burlap sacks filled with guano, the prized fertilizer that promised riches but exacted a heavy toll. The sound of scraping tools clattered against stone, mingling with the distant cries of seagulls, creating a haunting symphony of labor. Among these workers, a young man named Rafael struggled to maintain his footing on the uneven terrain. His hands, calloused and raw, scraped against the coarse surface, while his lungs labored against the fetid fumes that seeped from the guano deposits. The effluvia of decay hung heavily in the air, a potent cocktail of ammonia and organic matter that clung to the throat and stung the eyes. Each inhalation felt like a gamble with fate. Many of his fellow workers had succumbed to the ravages of respiratory ailments, their coughs echoing like specters of mortality among the cliffs. Raphael's own body had begun to betray him. A fever had taken root days prior, creeping through his bones like a thief in the night. He felt both the warmth and chill of sweat on his brow, a constant reminder of the illness lurking within. Yet there was no reprieve to be found. The nearest settlement lay miles away, a crumbling cluster of mud brick homes, where the local healer was rumored to possess only rudimentary knowledge of medicine, more witchcraft than science. To abandon his comrades in their labor was unthinkable. The risks of isolation far outweighed the fleeting hope of relief. As he bent to lift another heavy sack, a sharp pain shot through his lower back, radiating like fire. He gritted his teeth, stifling a cry. Others looked on, their faces etched with concern, but no one dared to speak. What could they offer? The notion of support felt like a cruel joke, for they all shared the same fate, a cycle of toil and suffering, with naught but the promise of paltry wages and the specter of disease haunting their every step. The environment offered little solace. In the caves where guano was harvested, the air was often stagnant, stale with the remnants of avian life. As the men delved deeper, the risk of cave-ins loomed, each rumble of stone a reminder of their precarious existence. The guano itself was laden with pathogens, a breeding ground for maladies that could lay low even the strongest among them. A single misstep could lead to a fall, a twisted limb, or worse still, an injury that would render one useless in an unforgiving world. Raphael watched as one of his companions, a wiry man named Esteban, collapsed amidst a pile of blackened droppings. Panic ensued, the men scrambling to lift him, their hands slick with guano and sweat. Yet as they hoisted him up, it became painfully clear that no healer could mend the toll of their labor. Esteban's fevered eyes rolled back, his breath quickening in ragged gasps. In the depths of their harrowing toil, the reality crystallized. There were no remedies for the ailments born of this wretched life, and the cliffs would claim their due, one life at a time. With the sun dipping below the horizon, the men resumed their work, driven by the relentless demands of survival, but shadows lingered over their hearts. The promise of wealth lay in the guano, but the price of their pursuit was etched in the grim faces of the fallen, a constant reminder that in the world of the guano collector, the line between life and death was as fragile as the cliffs upon which they toiled. The morning sun cast a harsh glare upon the jagged cliffs of South America, illuminating the treacherous ledges that jutted out over the churning sea below. The air, thick with the acrid scent of guano, hung heavy with the promise of toil and peril. Amongst the craggy rocks and shadowy caves, the guano collectors began their grim labor, their silhouettes stark against the brightness of the day. With each step taken along the narrow paths, the collectors moved cautiously, their eyes ever vigilant for the vengeful inhabitants of these cliffs. The cliffs, draped in a foul-smelling white blanket of bird droppings, were not merely a source of sustenance, they were a battleground. The cliffs were home to colonies of seabirds, furious guardians of their nests, and their shrill cries echoed ominously through the air. One misstep, one careless gesture, and the wrath of 1,000 beaks could unleash upon the unwary collector. A sudden flurry of wings shattered the morning's fragile stillness. A collector, his leather gloves stained with guano, had approached too closely to a nest concealed within the crag. In an instant, a torrent of screeching birds descended upon him, talons poised to strike. Panic surged through him as he raised his arms to shield his face, but the onslaught was relentless. A sharp pain lanced through his forearm as a particularly aggressive bird found its mark, drawing blood. The collector stumbled back, his footing precarious along the edge, and for a terrifying moment he teetered on the brink. The cacophony of the bird's cries mingled with the crashing waves below, a reminder of the very real danger of falling. Heart-pounding, he managed to regain his balance, but the injury throbbed painfully, and the bitter taste of fear clung to his throat. The cliffs were not merely unforgiving in their height, they were alive, teeming with wildlife that demanded respect, lest one find himself on the wrong end of nature's fury. As he pressed on, the air thickened with the noxious fumes rising from the guano deposits. Each breath became a laborious effort, the toxic vapors clawing at his lungs, leaving him lightheaded and disoriented. The promise of riches lay in the thick, mineral-rich deposits that shrouded the crevices, but the cost of such bounty was steep. Illness hung over the collectors like a specter, a constant reminder of the hidden dangers lurking within the refuse of the seabirds. Dysentery, cholera, and the ever-looming threat of respiratory ailments stalked them, waiting to claim the weary and the unwary. Yet the lure of profit drove them onward. With each scoop of guano, they filled their sacks, the weight of the harvest a grim reminder of the toil endured. But the risk was compounded. Injuries, especially those inflicted by wild creatures, could lead to infection, rendering a collector useless in a harsh world that offered no mercy. Amidst the stench and the threat of attack, the collectors forged ahead, climbing higher into the cliffs, where the nests were plentiful, but so too were the dangers. Each step was a gamble, a dance with fate, as they navigated the perilous terrain, ever aware that one wrong move could send them plummeting into the churning sea below, or leave them at the mercy of the furious avian sentinels. In the heart of their struggle, the realization settled heavily upon them. To be a guano collector was to embrace danger in its most unrelenting form, a life carved from the cliffs and shadowed by wildlife, where survival was the only true treasure. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a relentless heat upon the jagged cliffs of the Peruvian coast, where the cries of gulls echoed against the rocky outcrops. Below, the tide surged and receded, revealing patches of glistening white. Guano, the prized excrement of seabirds, glimmered like precious minerals amidst the gray stones. Workers clad in tattered trousers and worn shirts, their backs stooped and arms strained, clambered over the craggy terrain, each step a testament to the back-breaking toil that defined their existence. As the collectors descended into the shadowy recesses of caves, the air thickened with the acrid scent of ammonia, a noxious reminder of the abundant fertilizer that lay within. Each breath drew in toxic fumes that clawed at the throats of the men, forcing them to cough violently, the sounds echoing in the confined space like the cries of a dying animal. Some staggered back, gasping for fresh air, their faces pale and eyes wide with fear of the unseen dangers lurking in the darkness. They were all too aware of tales that whispered through the canyons, of fever and disease, of men who had succumbed to the very earth they sought to exploit. With sweat trickling down their brows, the collectors wielded crude picks and shovels, their hands blistered and raw. They dug into the guano with a fervor born not of love for the land, but of desperation, for each sack filled was a meal secured for their families. Yet, as they unearthed the white gold, they could not ignore the stark transformation of the landscape around them. The once lush vegetation that had clothed the cliffs in vibrant greens now lay withered, choked under layers of bird droppings turned to dust. The cries of seabirds that had once filled the air with life grew fainter, the population dwindling as their nesting grounds became barren wastelands, stripped of their natural beauty. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the desolation, the collectors paused to survey their surroundings. The cliffs, once echoing with the sounds of nature, now stood eerily silent, a graveyard of what had been. The loss was palpable. The vibrant ecosystem that had thrived for centuries was slowly succumbing to the relentless extraction. Once the men had marveled at the dance of seabirds soaring overhead, but now their hearts grew heavy with the knowledge that each sack of guano came at a price that weighed upon their souls. In the distance, a sickly haze hung over the horizon, a sinister testament to the pollution wrought by their labor. The collectors exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. They were not merely harvesters of guano. They were unwitting agents of destruction, witnessing the slow death of a land that had sustained them. A realization that with every handful of guano, they were burying their future beneath a mountain of refuse. As darkness enveloped the cliffs, the men ascended back to the surface, their hearts heavy with unspoken sorrow. They trudged homeward, their burdens not solely of physical weight, but of a deepening sense of grief for the land they had once revered and now ravaged. In the flickering light of their modest fires, they would recount tales of the vibrant world that was, even as they prepared for another day of relentless toil, caught in the grip of an insatiable demand that seemed poised to swallow the very essence of life itself. The sun hung low over the jagged cliffs of the Peruvian coast, casting a golden hue upon the shifting shadows of men laboring beneath its gaze. A cacophony of screeches erupted from the flocks of seabirds that circled above. their cries echoing through the vast expanse of the ocean. The air, thick with the stench of ammonia and decay, clung to the workers like a shroud, a constant reminder of their toil. Guano collectors scrambled up the steep, craggy precipices, their faces etched with fatigue and desperation. Among the laborers, a young man from a nearby village gripped a rusty pickaxe, his fingers raw and blistered. The whispers of his ancestors who once roamed the land freely now seemed a distant memory, drowned out by the relentless clamor of industry. The encroachment of the guano trade had shattered the delicate fabric of his community, casting aside centuries of tradition in favor of profit. As he swung the pickaxe against the hardened deposits of bird excrement, he felt the weight of his ancestors' sorrow pressing upon him, a burden he could scarcely bear. The guano industry, heralded as a miracle of commerce in the eyes of foreign investors, had turned the cliffs into a battleground. Each day, the young man and his fellow laborers clawed at the earth, risking their lives on the perilous ledges, while the toxic fumes from the guano seeped into their lungs, claiming their health and vitality. Coughs echoed among them, a harsh, rasping chorus that punctuated the oppressive silence of the cliffs. One man, weakened by the noxious air, collapsed, his body crumpling like a discarded rag. The others glanced at him, faces lined with worry, but no one dared to pause. The overseer's whip cracked in the distance, a reminder that their suffering was deemed a necessary sacrifice for profit. As the day wore on, the young man's mind drifted to the rituals of his people, ceremonies honoring the earth and the sea, where laughter mingled with music in the twilight glow. But now, those sacred moments had been replaced by the relentless grind of labor, the rhythm of pickaxes striking rock, and the ever-present specter of loss. The land that had once nourished their spirits now lay barren beneath the weight of greed, a desolate landscape stripped of its former beauty. His thoughts turned to the elders in the village, their faces marked by the lines of sorrow and disillusionment. They spoke of the past with reverence, of a time when the cliffs were not mere resources to be exploited, but sacred places of gathering and celebration. The encroachment of the guano industry had severed the ties that bound them to their heritage, leaving only shadows of what once was. The young man felt a deep sense of cultural dislocation, a chasm widening between his identity and the life forced upon him by the demands of the market. With each swing of the pickaxe, he fought not just against the unforgiving rock, but against the very forces that sought to erase his existence. The cliffs, once a sanctuary, had become a prison, their beauty marred by the scars of exploitation. As twilight descended and the horizon swallowed the sun, the young man looked out toward the vast ocean, his heart heavy with the knowledge that the tides of change were relentless, and that the identity of his people hung precariously in the balance. The sun barely pierced the thick fog that hung over the jagged cliffs of the Peruvian coast, casting an eerie pallor on the day's work. A cacophony of cawing seabirds filled the air, their cries mingling with the distant roar of crashing waves below. Atop the cliffs, a group of guano collectors toiled in silence, their backs bent under the weight of burlap sacks bulging with the rich, dark fertilizer that fueled the insatiable hunger of foreign markets. Each laden sack was a bitter reminder of their struggle, a labor that garnered them little more than meager rations and the specter of despair. The air was thick with the pungent odor of bird droppings, a noxious miasma tinged with the acrid scent of ammonia. The collectors, men and boys alike, bore the brunt of this toxic assault, their lungs strained as they clawed through the refuse. The guano, once a source of natural wealth, had become a prison of their own making, a stinking reminder of exploitation at the hands of foreign companies that had seized control of their land and its resources. Each breath was a gamble, a chance of inhaling the toxic fumes that sickened many and left some bedridden with disease. With calloused hands and weary bodies, they descended into the dark caves that honeycomb the cliffs, the damp chill a stark contrast to the sun's cruel glare above. The sound of dripping water echoed ominously, mingling with the rustle of feathered inhabitants, disturbed by the intruders. Here the men worked in cramped quarters, scraping and shoveling the guano into sacks, while trying to avoid the flurry of wings overhead. The sharp pecks of agitated birds were a constant threat, a reminder that the land they toiled upon was not theirs, that they were merely trespassers in a world corrupted by greed. As the day waned, the collectors' spirits sank deeper. They toiled not for themselves, nor for their families, but to fill the coffers of distant merchants whose names they would never know. The profits that flowed from the guano trade enriched the foreign companies, while the laborers remained shackled to their grim existence, bound by the very soil they harvested. The promise of a better life was a cruel jest, a mirage shimmering just beyond reach, forever obscured by the relentless grind of the day's labor. In the distance, the silhouette of a ship loomed on the horizon, its sails billowing like the wings of a predator. The collectors paused, their eyes drawn to the vessel that would soon carry away their hard-won bounty to lands unknown. In that moment, resentment simmered just beneath the surface, a deep-rooted anger at the injustice of their plight. They were the lifeblood of an industry that turned their labor into wealth, yet they remained shackled in poverty, their lives dictated by the whims of foreign interests. The collectors gathered their tools, their bodies aching from the day's exertions. They shared glances filled with unspoken camaraderie, a bond forged by shared suffering. The cliffs, with their treacherous edges and foul refuse, were both their prison and their livelihood. Yet beneath the weight of despair, a flicker of resistance ignited. A collective yearning for dignity, for recognition, for the chance to reclaim their legacy from the hands of those who exploited them. As darkness enveloped the land, the guano collectors climbed back up the cliffs, shadows against the fading light, their resolve stealing with every step they took away from the caves of their confinement. The sun had barely risen beyond the horizon, yet the air in the dye workshop was already thick with the pungent odors of simmering concoctions. A boy, scarcely more than 12 summers, knelt before a vast cauldron, the edges blackened from years of use. His hands, stained with vibrant hues of blue and green, trembled as he stirred the viscous liquid, a blend of indigo and lye that danced with malevolent beauty. The weight of the wooden paddle pressed against his slight frame, a constant reminder of his toil. As he dipped the paddle into the cauldron, a plume of steam rose sharply, curling around his face like a serpent seeking warmth. He winced as it brushed against his skin, the acrid vapor stinging his eyes, a harsh reminder that the dyes were not merely colors, but harbingers of suffering. His master, a burly man with a thick beard, barked commands from the shadowy corner of the workshop, too preoccupied with his own tasks to notice the boy's discomfort. "Faster, the cloth won't dye itself," he roared, his voice echoing off the stone walls, drowning out the muffled sounds of the bustling market beyond. The boy resumed his work, bending over the cauldron, his back protesting with each movement. The dyes made from lead oxide and arsenic were known to poison the unwary, but such knowledge was a luxury he could ill afford. His fingers ached from the constant stirring, yet he pressed on, for the fear of punishment was greater than the fear of illness. A rash had begun to bloom across his forearms, red and angry, as if the very dyes he handled sought to consume him. He could feel the heat rising in his chest, a tightness that warned of something more sinister lurking within. Each day bled into the next, a relentless cycle of labor that robbed him of his youth. The workshop was a cacophony of color and sound, but beneath its vibrancy lay a grim reality. The boy's fellow workers, older and weary, exhibited the telltale signs of exposure: pale skin mottled with dark patches, ragged coughs that echoed like ghosts, and eyes that glistened with a dull sheen. None spoke of their ailments, for to voice the truth was to invite despair. Instead, they exchanged knowing glances, the silent acknowledgement of their shared plight, binding them closer than any spoken word. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the heat intensified, and the boy found himself gasping for breath. The air, thick with chemicals, felt like a noose tightening around his throat. He glanced towards the door, where a glimmer of daylight beckoned, longing to escape the suffocating gloom of the workshop. But outside lay the world of men, where weakness was scorned, and vulnerability was a sin. He shoved the thought away, and immersed himself once more in the dyes, the colors swirling chaotically, reflecting the turmoil in his heart. Harsh and rasping, startling him back to reality. His hand instinctively flew to his mouth, and he tasted the bitter tang of iron on his tongue, a warning of the damage being wrought upon his fragile body. The master's voice rose again, snapping him from his reverie. "Enough dawdling, we have orders to fill." With a heavy sigh, the boy resumed his labor, the weight of the cauldron's burden settling deeper into his bones. Each stroke of the paddle felt like a surrender to fate, a resignation to a life dictated by toxic dyes and the shadow of mortality. In that moment, amidst the swirling colors and the oppressive heat, the boy understood that while the world outside may have been vibrant and alive, his own existence was but a ghostly hue, fading with every passing day. In the dimly lit confines of the dye house, the air was heavy with the acrid scent of crushed woad and madder root. Sunlight, filtering weakly through the grimy windows, illuminated a scene of toil and tribulation. Young boys no older than 12 bent over cauldrons, their hands submerged in the swirling, viscous liquid that promised vibrant hues yet concealed a bitter truth. The boy known as Alaric gritted his teeth as he plunged his fingers into the scalding brew, a vivid azure swirling around his hands. The heat was relentless, a searing reminder that the work was not for the faint-hearted. As he stirred, the rough wooden handle of the paddle dug into his palm, a small discomfort overshadowed by the impending sting of the dye. With each pass of the paddle, the dye splashed against his forearms, leaving behind a trail of deepening blue. A moment's negligence was all it took. The caustic concoction seeped into the cracks of his skin, igniting a familiar burn. Alaric bit back a cry, his eyes stinging from the fumes that hung heavy in the air, a noxious miasma that clung to the walls like a specter. Nearby, another boy, Joran, yelped as he withdrew his hand from the cauldron, revealing angry red welts that blossomed across his wrist. "Curse this cursed dye!" he exclaimed, shaking his hand frantically as if to dislodge the pain. The boys around him glanced up, their faces a tapestry of exhaustion and despair. They all bore the marks of their trade, blistered fingers, peeling skin, and the telltale signs of infection that often cloaked their limbs in misery. The master dyer, a burly man named Garrick, loomed over them, his voice a gruff rasp. "Less whining, more stirring. We have quotas to meet." His impatience crackled in the air like the sparks from the forge, a harsh reminder that the boy's suffering was but a cog in the relentless machinery of the dye trade. Alaric's thoughts drifted as he continued to stir, each motion a grim exercise in endurance. He recalled the tales of gallant knights and noble lords, their fine garments, shimmering in the sun, woven with threads dyed in colors that spoke of wealth and power. Yet here he was, a mere boy, toiling in obscurity, his skin a canvas of irritation and pain. The vibrant colors he helped create would never adorn his own back. They were meant for those who would never know the cost of such beauty. As the hours dragged on, the pain became a dull throb, a constant reminder of his plight. Alaric's fingers were raw, and the skin around his wrists was mottled with angry red patches, oozing and festering. He watched helplessly as Joran, driven by despair, pressed a cloth to his own wounds, only to wince further as the fabric pulled at the tender flesh. "Keep your focus on your work," Garrick barked, his shadow looming like a storm cloud, casting a pall over the already bleak atmosphere. The threat of punishment for idle hands hung heavily in the air, stifling any murmurs of camaraderie amongst the boys. In that moment, the reality of their existence settled like a weight upon Alaric's chest. Each day was a battle against not only the dyes that stained their hands, but also against the very nature of their labor. The vibrant colors held promise, yet they came with a price that left the boys battered, bruised, and trapped in a cycle of suffering that seemed to have no end. In the dim light of early morn, the dye house lay shrouded in a haze of steam and color. The air was thick with the acrid scent of crushed woad and madder root, a pungent reminder of the day's toil yet to unfold. Young boys, barely out of their childhood, shuffled through the door, weary-eyed and already burdened by the weight of their labor. Among them was Ewan, his back hunched, hands calloused and stained a deep indigo, a testament to countless hours spent bending over bubbling cauldrons. With a gruff command from the master dyer, the boys set to work. Ewan found himself at the forefront, stirring a pot of boiling dye, the heavy iron ladle slipping through his grasp as he strained against the heat that radiated from the cauldron. Each motion required a deliberate effort, the repetitive action of stirring tugging at the muscles in his arms and back. The rhythm was relentless, a cruel metronome that drove him deeper into fatigue. As the sun climbed, its rays filtering through the grime-coated windows, the pain began its slow creep. Ewan felt it first in his lower back, a dull ache that throbbed in time with the pounding of his heart. He grimaced, but there was no time for weakness in a trade that demanded both strength and endurance. The master's eye was ever watchful, and a boy caught slacking would face the whip, a cruel reminder of the stakes involved in their craft. With each pot lifted, laden with the rich viscous liquid, Ewan's body protested, the strain in his joints becoming a bitter companion. The heavy pots were unwieldy, a testament to the toxic dyes they contained, and as he hoisted one onto the table, a jolt of pain shot through his shoulder, causing him to drop it clumsily. The dye splattered onto the flagstone floor, its vibrant hue a mockery of his clumsiness. A sharp reprimand from the master sliced through the haze of fatigue, and Ewan quickly set to mopping up the mess, the repetitive motion of scrubbing igniting fresh waves of agony through his wrists. As the day wore on, the weight of the dye and the strain of the work began to take their toll. The boys took turns stirring and lifting, but for Ewan, each movement felt like a betrayal of his own flesh, aching and unwilling to obey. The skin of his arms bore the marks of contact with the caustic dyes, raw and blistered, a grim reminder of the cost of their trade. Even the water used to rinse the pots was tainted, causing irritation that turned the simple act of washing into a trial of endurance. Evening approached, the fading light casting long shadows across the dye house. Ewan felt the familiar pull in his muscles as he bent once more to fetch a new pot, the burden heavier than it had been in the morning. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as his knee buckled under the weight, sending him sprawling to the ground, his body rebelling against the work that had consumed his youth. The others paused, their own labors momentarily halted, and Ewan could feel their eyes on him, some in pity, others in fear that they too might one day be forced to face the same fate. In the quiet that followed, the master's voice broke through the silence, a harsh reminder that there was no place for weakness in the dye house. Ewan gritted his teeth, forcing himself to rise, knowing that the days ahead promised little respite. The pain was a constant companion, and he could only hope that it would not steal away the very ability to perform the work that bound him to this life. The air within the dye workshop lay heavy with the stench of boiled woad and matter, swirling together in a miasma of color and decay. The room, dimly lit by flickering tallow candles, felt more like a tomb than a place of labor. Young boys, no older than 10 or 12, bent over steaming cauldrons, their faces slick with sweat as they stirred the viscous mixtures with long wooden paddles. The heat of the boiling dyes mingled with the oppressive humidity, creating an atmosphere that stifled breath and spirit alike. Beneath a low ceiling, the boys toiled on, their sinewy arms straining under the weight of their tasks. The constant bending and stirring dulled their senses, turning each motion into a repetitive blur. With every stir, the noxious fumes clung to their skin, seeping into the pores and tightening around their throats. Coughs echoed through the workshop, a chorus of suffering that rose above the hiss of the fire and the bubbling dyes. Little Thomas, who had recently turned 11, coughed more often than not, his face pale and drawn. "Keep stirring, lad," barked Master Eldred, his voice a harsh whip cracking through the haze. His eyes, sunken and weary, were filled with a dispassionate cruelty, as though the boy's suffering was merely an inconvenience in his relentless pursuit of profit. Thomas grimaced, feeling the rough wood of the paddle dig into his palms, but he dared not slacken his pace. The threat of the master's wrath loomed larger than the cauldron's heat, and the fear of punishment drove him on with a grim determination. The dyes they worked with were as toxic as they were vibrant. Each hue, deep indigo, fiery red, and rich violet, held the promise of beauty, yet came at a heavy price. Skin contact often resulted in rashes that burned like fire, and the boys bore the marks of their labor like badges of shame. Thomas's hands were stained blue, the dye seeping into the cracks of his skin, a constant reminder of his toil. He watched as his friend Edwin scratched at his forearm, the skin raw and inflamed from exposure, but there was little time for sympathy or relief. The workshop's pace was relentless, and each boy knew that to falter was to invite disaster. "Faster, faster," the master shouted, and the air grew thicker with urgency. Fatigue clawed at their bones, but the fear of reprisal pushed them onward. They were little more than cogs in a grim machine, expected to produce vibrant fabrics for the town's wealthier citizens, their own suffering unseen and unacknowledged. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the cramped space, the boys felt the weight of despair settle upon them. Outside, the world thrived with the promise of life, yet within these walls, hope was a distant memory. The stench of boiling dyes and the oppressive heat smothered laughter and dreams alike. Each day blended into the next, a monotony of toil that drained their spirits and filled their lungs with poison. The workshop, their prison, loomed large in their minds, a place where boyhood was swallowed whole by the relentless demands of survival. With each cauldron stirred, Thomas realized that the vibrant colors they created would never be matched by the hues of joy or freedom. And as the last flicker of daylight surrendered to night, the boys settled into the familiar rhythm of despair, knowing that tomorrow would bring more of the same. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a weary light over the village of Eldridge, where the scent of damp wool mingled unpleasantly with the acrid tang of dye. In the small workshop, nestled between the blacksmith's forge and the baker's stall, young Thomas labored, his hands stained in shades of indigo and crimson, the remnants of a day's toil. The air was heavy, thick with the fumes of toxic dyes, and the sound of the bubbling cauldron echoed through the narrow space, a constant reminder of the precariousness of his trade. As the seasons turned, so too did the fortunes of the dye workers. With spring's arrival came fresh demand for vibrant hues, the noble class eager to adorn themselves in the latest fashions. But now, as summer approached, the colors of autumn lingered in the minds of the wealthy, and the requests for dyed textiles dwindled. It was a cruel irony that the very labor meant to brighten the lives of others often dimmed the prospects of those who toiled for such vibrancy. Thomas's back ached from endless bending, the muscles taut and strained as he stirred the cauldron, each rotation a reminder of the labor that might yield nothing but disappointment. The repetitive motion, day in and day out, wore on him, the skin of his hands blistered and cracked from the harsh chemicals, his fingers trembling as he worked. He recalled the tales of master dyers who had built grand houses, but such dreams felt like distant stars, unreachable and cold. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the workshop floor, a familiar anxiety gripped his heart. He glanced at the small wooden chest in the corner, its contents dwindling. The coins earned from the last batch of dyed cloth had barely covered the cost of bread and ale, let alone the needs of his younger siblings. His father had fallen ill, unable to work the fields, and the burden of their survival lay heavy on Thomas's shoulders. The thought of returning home empty-handed gnawed at him, a bitter reminder of his inadequacies. The door creaked open, and a figure emerged, cloaked in a rich fabric that shimmered with hues of emerald and gold. It was Lord Halford's steward, an imposing man whose presence sent a shiver through the very marrow of Thomas's bones. The steward's gaze swept the workshop, disdainful as he appraised the quality of the dyed cloth hanging from the rafters. "I require 100 yards of deep blue, lad," he commanded, his voice a low rumble. "But I will not pay for a color less than perfect." Thomas nodded, the weight of the world pressing down anew. The Lord's whims dictated his worth, and each order was a gamble, a chance to stave off hunger for another week. Yet the dyes were fickle, and the cauldron could turn from vibrant azure to dull gray in an instant. A single misstep could lead to ruin, the steward's scorn a swift dagger. Leaving the door to swing closed behind him, Thomas inhaled deeply, choking on the fumes that filled the air. The uncertainty of the days to come loomed before him like a dark cloud, and in that moment he felt the crushing weight of expectation and fear. The sun might rise again tomorrow, but for him, the future felt as unpredictable as the colors he sought to master. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a muted light over the narrow streets of the village, where the scent of earth mingled with the acrid fumes of the dye workshop. In the dimly lit interior, the boy, scarcely more than a lad of 14, hunched over a cauldron, the heat from the fire licking his face as he stirred the viscous liquid within. His fingers, stained with deep shades of indigo and crimson, bore witness to his toil, yet the colors were not merely a mark of his craft, they were a badge of his social exile. Outside, the villagers moved about their evening tasks, their laughter a distant echo that only served to heighten the boy's sense of isolation. Whispers flitted through the air, like errant shadows, dark and foreboding. "Beware the dye worker," they muttered, eyes narrowing as they caught sight of him. "His hands are tainted with poison, and his craft brings ill fortune. The boy's heart sank with each furtive glance cast his way, each word like a dagger, thrusting deeper into the wound of his solitude. He had been born into this life, apprenticed to a master whose hands were as calloused as his own. Every day was a relentless cycle of bending and stirring, the labor demanding and unyielding. The dyes concocted from the roots and leaves of plants were known for their beauty, yet they held a secret that twisted the tongues of those who spoke of them. The boy's skin had begun to take on a sickly pallor, the toxins seeping into his very being, and with each passing day, the whispers grew louder. "Look at him, a walking grave," one woman had exclaimed, clutching her child close as they passed the workshop. "His presence taints the air." The boy's shoulders sagged at the memory, the weight of their disdain, a burden he wore like a cloak. He often dreamed of joining the village boys in their games, of running freely through the meadows instead of laboring beneath the oppressive weight of the cauldron's steam. But the rumors held him captive, a prisoner of his own craft. As the sun dipped lower, the shadows lengthened, and the boy's task began to blur with the encroaching twilight. He dipped his hands into the cauldron once more, the heat biting at his fingertips as he pulled up a bundle of cloth, now transformed into a vibrant hue. Yet even this triumph felt hollow. No one would adorn themselves in garments dyed by his hand. No one would celebrate his skill. Instead, they would look upon him with fear, as if he were a spectral figure emerging from the mist. A sudden crash from outside interrupted his thoughts. A basket overturned, spilling its contents onto the cobblestones. The boy's heart raced as he glanced out the window. A group of village children had gathered, their laughter ringing out as they taunted a straggler who had stumbled into their midst. "Look at the dye worker's boy. He will poison you all." Their voices, a chorus of derision. The boy's cheeks burned with shame, his hands trembling as he clenched them into fists. He yearned to defend himself, to shout that it was not the dyes that made him wretched, but the isolation they wrought. Yet the fear in their eyes held him back, a reminder that he was forever marked by the very craft that sustained him. The cauldron bubbled ominously, and with it, the boy felt the weight of his fate, caught between the vibrant colors of his work and the dull shades of his desolation. In the dim light of dawn, the air hung thick with the acrid scent of burnt indigo and the sharp tang of anise. Young boys, barely out of their childhood, shuffled to the dye pots, their faces smudged with the remnants of the previous day's labor. The wooden beams of the dye house loomed overhead like the heavy weight of their futures, casting long shadows that mirrored the gloom that settled in their hearts. As the day began, Aldrich, a boy of 13 summers, bent low over a cauldron of bubbling liquid. His hands, stained a permanent shade of blue, ached from the ceaseless task of stirring. Each rotation of the wooden paddle demanded a strength that belied his age, the muscles in his arms burning under the strain. The repetitive motion was a cruel mockery of life, a cycle that seemed destined to repeat itself without end. With every bend of his back, he felt the weight of futility settle upon him like a heavy cloak. The dyeing trade, a grimy profession relegated to the fringes of society, had no glamour, no grand prospects. Aldrich had often watched the merchants and artisans with their fine clothes and booming laughter, their lives filled with purpose and ambition. To be a dye worker meant being seen as lowly, a mere cog in the wheel of commerce, one whose craft was deemed unworthy of respect. There was little hope for advancement. The elders of the dye house spoke of their years spent in the same weary roles, their dreams as faded as the colors they labored to create. "Stir that pot, boy," grunted Gunter, the master dyer, his voice like gravel scraping against stone. The man's hands, thick and calloused, moved with practiced ease as he prepared a batch of crimson dye. Aldrich inhaled the noxious fumes, a cloud of toxic smoke curling around him, a constant reminder of the perils that lurked in every dye pot. The risks were unspoken yet well understood. Skin infections and respiratory ailments were the price of their trade, the cruel toll exacted by the vibrant hues they sought to produce. Yet for Aldrich, the worst was not the physical labor or the threat of illness, but the unyielding stagnation of his existence. Each day bled into the next, a monotonous rhythm of toil that offered no promise of a better tomorrow. He knew that at the end of his apprenticeship he would still be bound to the dye house, a mere worker among many, forever stirring the pots, forever bending to the master's will. The thought of spending his whole life in this dank, color-sodded chamber, with the cries of the street children echoing just beyond the door, gnawed at his spirit. The shadows deepened as the sun rose higher, but the brightness outside was only a cruel reminder of what lay beyond the confines of the dye house. The laughter of noblemen and the sweet melodies of minstrels drifted in through the open windows, mocking the plight of those trapped within. Aldrich clenched his jaw, determined to endure, yet the fire of ambition within him flickered like a candle in a storm, threatened to be extinguished by the relentless grind of his daily existence. As the cauldron hissed and bubbled, Aldrich's heart sank further into despair. The colors they created were beautiful, yet they were nothing more than illusions, mere distractions from the drab reality of their lives. In the world of dying, dreams were but faded hues, washed away by the currents of despair, leaving only a stain upon the soul. The air hung heavy in the cramped chamber, a mingling of dampness and the acrid tang of boiling liquid. Beneath the dim light filtering through a grimy window, the boy bent low over a cauldron, his hands submerged in the thick, swirling concoction of crushed woad leaves, their vibrant blue fading into a murky hue. The task was laborious, requiring both strength and dexterity, yet the boy's weary body strained against the unyielding demands of the dyeing process. The heat from the cauldron seeped through the ragged fabric of his tunic, mingling with the sweat that dripped from his brow, blurring the line between labor and torment. Only weeks prior, the market had brimmed with color, the stalls alive with the vibrant hues of natural dyes sourced from distant lands. Now, however, the boy and his master, a grizzled man with more gray than black in his beard, stood at the mercy of fickle trade routes and poor harvests. The master had returned from the last market trip empty-handed, the colorful bounty of the season reduced to mere whispers of what once was. "The supplier has failed us," he had grumbled, his fists slamming against the wooden table. "No matter, no logwood, only tales of storms and ill fortune." The boy's heart sank. With the absence of quality materials, the dye works were forced to make do with inferior substitutes, leaves gathered from the forest floor, or roots that had long since lost their color. Each batch brewed in the cauldron bore the weight of uncertainty, a reflection of their desperate dependency on the whims of nature and trade. As he stirred the mixture, the boy's fingers tingled from the toxic fumes, rising in thick, acrid clouds, seeping into his skin and lungs, a slow poison that promised more than just discolored garments. "More heat," the master barked, his voice slicing through the air like a knife. The boy obeyed, shoveling additional wood into the fire, flames licking hungrily at the cauldron. The heat intensified, and beads of sweat trickled down his temples, blurring his vision. He could sense the tension in the air, a palpable dread that coiled in his stomach. If the dye failed to hold, if the colors faded under the sun, they would be left with nothing but angry customers and empty pockets. With each passing hour, the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the workshop. The boy's limbs ached from the repetition of bending and stirring. His skin prickled from the harsh chemicals that stained his hands. He could feel the weight of expectation, the burden of his master's restless gaze upon him. "Quality is everything," the master had once said, his voice laced with the urgency of survival. "Without it, we are but beggars in this trade." As the mixture began to cool, the boys felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps, just perhaps, this batch would yield a color worthy of the noble's tunic, rich hue that would bring them favor. But as the boy dipped a scrap of cloth into the cauldron, a bitter realization washed over him. The color was dull, lifeless, a reflection of their struggle against the tides of fortune. The boy's heart sank anew, knowing they would be forced to face yet another round of disappointment, caught in the relentless cycle of dependency on suppliers who owed them nothing. In the heart of the medieval village, the sun set, casting a darkening veil over the boy's toil, leaving him to grapple with the harsh reality of his world, a world where the artistry of dyeing, once a craft of vibrant celebration, had become a bleak testament to their fragile existence. In the dim light of dawn, the small workshop nestled in the heart of the bustling village stirred to life, as the sound of splashing water and the sharp clatter of wooden tools echoed through the narrow streets. A heavy scent of earth and decay wafted through the air, mingling with the acrid tang of crushed woad and the bitter tang of madder roots simmering in large cauldrons. The dye worker, a stocky man named Edric, bent low over a vat, his back creaking with the strain of repeated labor. Each hunch and twist brought with it the faintest tingle of dread, for he knew all too well the price his craft exacted from his family. As he stirred the bubbling concoction, a flicker of movement caught his eye. His eldest son, Oswin, no more than 9 years, stood at the threshold, peering in with wide, curious eyes. The boy's innocence stood in stark contrast to the perils that lurked within the workshop. Edric's heart sank at the sight. The boy's skin glistened with the remnants of soot from their hearth, but it was the pallor of his complexion that drew a gasp from Edric's lips. The boy, like his siblings, had not escaped the lurking dangers of the dyes. "Stay away from here, Oswin," Edric called, his voice gruff with weariness. "The colors are not for children." "But father," Oswin protested, his voice a thin whisper, "I want to be strong like you. I want to help." A bitter smile crossed Edric's lips, for strength had little to do with the work of a dye-maker. The chemicals he worked with were no mere colors. They were poisons that seeped into the air, settling like a fine dust on every surface. The repeated bending and stirring, the prolonged skin contact with the caustic substances, these were the burdens he bore alone, yet they threatened to ensnare his family within their deadly grasp. Edric's wife Alice had begun to cough more frequently, each spasm echoing through the cramped space they called home. The children, too, had grown weaker in health, their cheeks sunken, eyes dull, as though the vibrant hues of the dyes had drained the life from them. The once merry laughter that filled their hearth had dulled to murmurs, and in the quiet moments, the weight of impending illness lay heavy on their shoulders. With a sigh, Edric turned back to his work, the wooden stir creaking as he resumed its rhythmic motion. The toxins and the dyes clung to him like a shroud, suffocating and unrelenting. Each time he returned home, he brought with him more than the vivid colors that adorned the fine garments of nobles. He brought illness, despair, and the threat of a lingering shadow that loomed over their modest lives. As the hours passed, the sun rose higher, casting a harsh light upon the workshop. Edric wiped his brow, feeling the sweat mix with the grime and chemicals that stained his skin, who had taken a hesitant step closer, as if drawn to the allure of the colors swirling within the vat. Edric's heart tightened with an aching foreboding. What future awaited his son? The craft was a curse as much as it was a livelihood, a line drawn between survival and the well-being of those he loved most. The afternoon wore on, and the weight of his choices pressed heavily upon him, as Edric realized that the very art that breathed life into the fabric of their community threatened to unravel the threads of his family's existence. Thus, in the heart of the vibrant workshop, amidst the colors of life, lay the grim specter of death, a reminder that to wield beauty came at a price far steeper than he dared to fathom. The air in the dye house hung thick with the acrid scent of crushed madder root and the sharp tang of woad, swirling together in a noxious miasma that clung to the back of the throat. Young Tom, no more than 14 summers, bent low over the bubbling cauldron, the heat from the flames licking at his legs through the frayed hem of his tunic. His hands, stained a mottled blue from weeks of toil, trembled as he stirred the mixture with a long wooden paddle, the muscles in his arms straining against the effort. Each repetitive motion forced him to lean closer to the swirling brew, as steam rising in hazy tendrils that fogged his vision and filled his lungs with a heady mix of chemicals and smoke. The master dyer, a grizzled man named Galdric, hovered nearby, his beady eyes scrutinizing every flick of Tom's wrist. "Careful, lad, don't spill it now," he barked, as if Tom's clumsiness could somehow ruin the precious pigments they were crafting. Tom nodded vigorously, though fear gnawed at his insides. He had heard the stories of other boys who had succumbed to the fumes, men who had lost their sight or their wits from the very colors they produced. As Tom continued his work, he caught sight of the old barrels lining the walls, their surfaces slick with vibrant hues. Each barrel contained a different potion of danger, waiting to seep into the skin. The dyes were made from materials both beautiful and treacherous, the deep reds of cochineal insects, the bright yellows of saffron, and the vivid greens of copper. Yet there was little knowledge of the perils they posed. Galdric had often tossed a dismissive hand when anyone mentioned the risks, pushing aside the boy's fleeting concerns with a wave of his grimy palm. "A man must work for his bread, lad. You'll not find fortune without a bit of folly." With every stir of the cauldron, Tom felt the tension build, the way the heat wrapped around him, pressing against his skin, the sweat trickling down his back. He could not help but wonder what unseen threats their craft concealed. His fingers itched, and the tremors in his hands hinted at something more than mere fatigue. Was it the exposure to the dyes, the way the colors seeped into his skin, staining him from the outside in? "Finish up, boy," Galdrick's voice cut through the haze of Tom's thoughts. The old man's shadow loomed over him, casting a pall over the boy's growing unease. "We've got a shipment to prepare, and I'll not have you dragging your feet like a sloth." Tom forced himself to focus, but the weight of the cauldron and the oppressive air bore down on him. He could feel the heat rising inside him, a deeper danger than the fiery flames beneath the pot. It was the fear of a life spent in ignorance, surrounded by the bright colors of his trade, yet forever shrouded in the dark shadows of potential ruin. He longed to escape the confines of the dye house, to breathe fresh air untainted by the residue of their labor. But as he stirred, the cauldron bubbled with an ominous ferocity, and the steam coiled around him like a serpent, tightening its grip. Each moment spent there carved away at his spirit, a slow erosion of youthful wonder, leaving behind a boy engulfed in vulnerability, trapped within the very colors that painted his world. The air inside the dye workshop hung thick with the acrid tang of crushed matter and the fetid scent of urine, both essential ingredients in the alchemy of color. Sunlight, filtered through grimy windows, barely penetrated the heavy haze that clung to the rafters like a shroud. Young boys, no older than 14 and often younger, toiled under the oppressive weight of the atmosphere. Their faces smudged with hues of indigo and saffron, remnants of their labor, clinging to their skin like the burdens of their lives. They stood in a half-circle around the great wooden vat, a vessel filled with steaming water and the toxic concoction that would transform dull cloth into vibrant shades. Each boy bent low, the repetitive motion of stirring the viscous brew leading to aching backs and strained muscles. One lad, Thomas, gritted his teeth as he plunged the wooden paddle into the mixture for the umpteenth time, his arms trembling under the strain. Yet the task was never done. The dye demanded unyielding attention, for neglect, even for the briefest moment, could result in a ruined batch, a loss not just of color, but of coin. The workshop was an echo of despair. The only sounds punctuating the otherwise stifling silence were the splashes of dye and the labored breaths of the boys. Each inhalation was laced with the harsh chemicals that seeped into their pores, dulling their minds and sapping their spirits. The weight of exhaustion settled over them like a thick blanket, a sense of futility creeping in as the hours dragged on. They were nothing more than cogs in a relentless machine, the rhythm of their labor marked by the ringing of the bell that signaled the end of the day. Yet the end was an illusion. More work awaited them at home, for their families depended on the meager wages they earned. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Thomas felt a familiar heaviness settle in his chest, a suffocating sense of hopelessness. The dye was more than just a livelihood. It seeped into the very essence of their beings, turning vibrant dreams into faded memories. He watched as his fellow workers, once spirited lads full of laughter, had grown quiet, their eyes dulled by the relentless grind of their existence. The boy beside him, a slight lad named Peter, had begun to cough, a harsh rattle that echoed through the workshop, a sign of the toxicity they breathed, day in and day out. "Just a bit longer," Thomas murmured, though the words felt hollow. The promise of a brighter future with each thread dyed seemed a cruel jest. A sense of camaraderie had once bound them, but now it frayed like the edges of the cloth they worked with. Each boy was trapped within an invisible cage, their dreams strangled by the demands of survival. As twilight deepened, the shadows in the workshop lengthened, mirroring the mounting weight on their young shoulders. The flickering candles struggled to illuminate the dim corners of despair, casting erratic shadows that danced mockingly on the walls. Each lad knew the toll of their toil would not only mark their bodies, but etch lines of sorrow upon their souls. With hearts heavy as the leaden skies above, they returned to their labor, knowing that tomorrow would bring the same wearisome cycle, again and again, until the colors of life faded into a monochrome existence. In a dimly lit workshop, the air hung heavy with the acrid scent of crushed madder root and the sickly sweetness of woad. The flickering light of tallow candles did little to pierce the gloom, casting long shadows that danced along the rough-hewn walls. Young boys, barely past their childhood, bent over vats brimming with noxious liquids, their hands submerged in the swirling depths of dye. Each stroke of the ladle drew forth a mixture of vibrant color and hidden peril, a blend of hues that would soon adorn the garments of the wealthy. Yet for these boys, the labor was a prelude to suffering, the colors a deceptive veil that masked their cruel fate. With every day, the repetitive motions took their toll, bending the boys low until their spines ached and their muscles screamed for respite. The dye worker's life was a relentless cycle of toil: plunge, stir, lift, rinse. The boys' fingers grew raw, the skin chafed and blistered from the harsh chemicals that leached into their very being. The laughter of youth vanished beneath the weight of labor, replaced by the dull rhythm of survival. In the very act of creating beauty for others, they were entangled in a web of despair, their lives measured not in years, but in the fading colors of their health. The workshop was filled with the ghosts of those who had come before, men whose lives had flickered and dimmed like the dying flames in the hearth. A lad of 10, known as Tomas, recalled the stories of his father, a once vibrant figure who had succumbed to the malaise that crept upon him after years of mixing and stirring. The whispers of the past echoed in the boy's mind as he worked, his heart heavy with the knowledge that the same fate awaited him and his kin. Each cough that escaped his lips was a reminder of the legacy he bore, a dark inheritance of suffering that clung to him like the stains on his tunic. Outside, the world teemed with life and laughter, but within the confines of the dye house, the air was thick with hopelessness. The boys would often steal glances at the sun-dappled streets, where children played with carefree abandon, their futures untainted by the burdens of labor. But for them, such joys were fleeting dreams, replaced by the stark reality of their existence. The clang of metal against wood marked the passing hours, a cruel metronome of despair that dictated their lives. The toxins seeped into their skin, leaving behind a legacy of suffering that extended beyond their own frail bodies. Families were left grieving, mourning the loss of brothers, fathers, and sons who had been claimed by the very craft that sustained them. The cycle of poverty twisted tighter with each passing year, as widows struggled to feed their remaining children, forcing them into the same grim trade. In this relentless cycle, hope withered like the flowers in a forgotten garden, choked by the weeds of despair. As night fell, the boys would gather in a corner, their voices hushed, sharing tales of a brighter tomorrow, one where the colors they mixed were not just a precursor to their demise. Yet even as they spoke of dreams, the reality loomed like a specter, casting a long shadow over their lives, reminding them that in the world of dye and toil, few managed to escape the legacy of suffering that had bound their families for generations. The chill of dawn crept over the rolling hills, a gray mist clinging to the earth like a shroud, as young Ealdred trudged through the dewy grass, his small hands clutching a crooked staff. The sheep, scattered across the meadow, bleated softly, their plaintive cries mingling with the rustle of the wind through the gnarled branches of nearby oaks. Ealdred's heart sank as he looked upon the distant horizon, where the smoky outlines of his village lay hidden beneath the weight of the morning fog. Far removed from the warmth of hearth and kin, each day unfolded much like the last, an endless cycle of solitude and silence, broken only by the occasional call of a distant bird or the soft bleating of the flock. The sun rose higher in the sky, bathing the landscape in a harsh light that illuminated the tattered remnants of his tunic and the dirt-smeared face of a boy grown too accustomed to loneliness. As he herded the sheep from one patch of grass to another, the weight of isolation pressed upon his small shoulders, a burden heavier than the rough sack of bread and cheese that hung at his side. The field, though vast and beautiful, was a prison of sorts. Ealdred had seen the other village children playing by the riverbank, their laughter ringing like silver bells, while he remained tethered to this barren expanse, the only company of woolly creatures who lacked the warmth of companionship. When the sun dipped low and the shadows stretched long, his heart ached with a longing to return home, to join in the evening meal that would be filled with the chatter of family and friends. Yet the hour never came soon enough. He was bound to watch over the flock until twilight sank into the world like a dark cloak. The weather was a cruel mistress, shifting from bright days to tempestuous storms with little warning. On those days, dark clouds rolled in like a battalion of shadows, and Ealdred would huddle beneath a knotted tree, feeling the sting of rain against his cheeks and the biting cold seep through his ragged clothes. The sheep, skittish and restless, would scatter in search of shelter, forcing Ealdred to scramble after them, heart racing with fear of losing even one of his charges. Each lost sheep meant a cruel reprimand from the shepherd master. Each reprimand carved deeper into his spirit, reminding him of his isolation from family, who would never understand the burdens he bore. But the land held dangers beyond the unrelenting weather. The predatory eyes of wolves lurked at the edges of the woods, their haunting howls echoing through the night, a terrifying reminder of his vulnerability. Ealdred had heard tales of shepherds who had lost their flocks to the ravenous beasts, and the thought sent shivers down his spine. Every rustle in the underbrush became an ominous portent, igniting a primal fear that twisted his stomach. Alone in the field, he was but a child, armed only with a staff and a heart filled with trepidation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the land, Ealdred's gaze lingered on the distant village, now a mere silhouette against the twilight sky. The laughter of children echoed faintly in his mind, a haunting reminder of the joy that lay just beyond his reach. The day had crept past him like a shadow, each moment stretching into eternity, leaving him bound to the solitude of a shepherd child, forever apart from the warmth of family and the bonds of community. In the pale glow of dawn, the first tendrils of light crept timidly over the horizon, casting a soft sheen upon the dew-kissed grass. The chill of the early morning nipped at the air, biting through the rags that clung to the thin frame of the shepherd child, a mere wisp of a boy no older than 10. With a heavy heart, he trudged down the winding path that led away from the warmth of his family's thatched cottage, the faint echoes of laughter and warmth fading into the distance behind him. Each step away from home felt like a weighty stone added to his small shoulders, a burden he bore quietly, for he had no voice to express his sorrow. The boy's heart ached with loneliness as he ventured into the vastness of the meadows, where the grass swayed like a sea of emerald under the gentle breath of the wind. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the distant call of a lark or the rustle of unseen critters in the underbrush. While other children of the village gathered to play games of tag or engage in the simple joys of childhood, he was condemned to the solitude of the fields, tasked with the relentless duty of tending to the flock. The sheep, though familiar and docile, offered no warmth of companionship, their bleating a mere reminder of his isolation. As the sun climbed high, the chill of the morning gave way to the sweltering embrace of midday. The boy wiped the sweat from his brow and cast a glance toward the sky, where dark clouds were beginning to gather ominously. He knew well the fickleness of the weather. A bright day could turn stormy in mere moments. The threat of rain hung heavily in the air, a portent of the discomfort that would soon follow. Should the downpour come, he would have to seek shelter among the gnarled oaks that dotted the landscape, shivering beneath the canopy while his sheep huddled close, oblivious to his plight. But it was not only the elements that posed danger. In the shadows of the trees lurked wild beasts, drawn by the scent of the vulnerable flock. The boy's heart quickened at the thought of a wolf, its eyes glinting with hunger, prowling just beyond the edges of his field. He had heard tales of shepherds lost to such creatures, their lives snuffed out in a flash, their cries swallowed by the wind. The child tightened his grip on the rough wooden staff he carried, a flimsy weapon against the ferocity of nature. Loneliness had become his only companion, and fear clung to him like a second skin. As the hours dragged on, the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. The boy felt the weight of the day settle heavily upon him, each tick of time marked by the bleat of a sheep or the rustle of leaves. He longed for the embrace of his mother, the laughter of his siblings, the comfort of shared stories by the hearth. A solitary figure in the sprawling expanse of the meadow, the cries of the sheep his only company. In this world of endless fields and encroaching shadows, the child was a mere ghost, a fleeting echo of the warmth and joy that danced just beyond his reach. The sun began its slow descent, casting long shadows across the rolling hills as the chill of evening crept into the air. A lone figure, a shepherd child no older than 10, sat upon a weathered stone that jutted from the earth like a sentinel, surveying the expanse of the verdant pasture. The sheep, a motley assortment of woolly bodies, grazed contentedly, their bleats mingling with the soft whispers of the breeze. Yet, beneath this pastoral facade, a heavy burden rested upon the child's small shoulders, the unending vigilance required to guard the flock. With a bleary gaze, the child squinted against the fading light, a tattered cloak wrapped tightly around fragile shoulders. The chill of the late afternoon seeped through the wool, a reminder of the biting cold that would soon envelop the landscape. The child shivered, pulling the cloak closer, but there was little comfort to be found. The skin was raw from the relentless wind that whipped across the field, and the ache of hunger gnawed at the belly, a companion as persistent as the flock he tended. A sudden rustle in the underbrush snapped the child's attention. Heart pounding, he stiffened, eyes darting toward the sound, instinctively clutching the rough-hewn staff that served both as a tool of herding and a meager weapon against whatever lurking danger might approach. The tales of wild wolves prowling the fringes of the pasture echoed in his mind, stories told by elder shepherds around the fire at dusk, their voices grave. He had seen the remnants of a sheep torn asunder, the carcass left as a grim warning. The rustling ceased, replaced by an eerie silence that hung heavily in the air. The child's breath quickened, and he dared not move, straining to hear even the faintest sound. The sheep, sensing the tension, began to huddle together, their bleating rising in pitch as anxiety rippled through the flock. It was a moment stretched thin, a taut string ready to snap. Just as the shadows deepened, a shape darted from the thicket, a lean, sinewy fox, its eyes glinting with cunning. The child's pulse raced as he bellowed, voice cracking in the chill. "Away! Away!" The fox paused, then with a flick of its bushy tail, it bolted, leaving behind only the echoes of the child's warning. For now the flock was safe, but the danger would return. It always did. As the twilight deepened, a heavy fog began to creep across the field, wrapping the world in a shroud of uncertainty. The child squinted into the murk, the familiar landmarks of home swallowed whole by the mist. The fear of losing the sheep loomed large, for without them he would face not only the wrath of his father, but the specter of hunger that loomed over every family in the village. Each hour spent alone felt like a test of endurance, the solitude pressing down like the weight of the stone he perched upon, the ache in his limbs a dull throb. He moved among the sheep, herding them closer together, his small feet sinking into the damp earth. The watch would continue hour by hour as the darkness deepened and the night creatures stirred. The child's resolve hardened. The wilderness was a fickle guardian, and he, a mere child, was left to stand against it, forever vigilant in a world that cared little for innocence. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an amber hue over the rolling hills of the countryside. A chill wind whispered through the grassy knolls, sending ripples across the flock of sheep grazing in the field. At the edge of the pasture, a shepherd child named Ewan, no older than 10, stood sentinel, a crooked staff clutched tightly in his small hands. His heart raced with the weight of responsibility, for the flock was not merely a collection of woolly creatures, it was the very lifeblood of his family, their sustenance tied to every bleat and every woolen fleece. Ewan squinted against the low sun, scanning the horizon for the telltale signs of danger. The shadows lengthened, and with them came the lurking threats of the wild, the keen-eyed hawk that circled overhead, seeking an unwary lamb, or the stealthy fox that prowled the edges of the woods, its nose twitching in anticipation. The child's body ached with fatigue, for he had not known the luxury of rest. Each moment spent with the flock felt stretched to eternity, the weight of vigilance pressing down upon him like the heavy clouds that threatened rain. The sheep grazed, oblivious to the dangers that lurked beyond the gentle hills. Ewan shifted his stance, muscles taut as he fought against the creeping lethargy that threatened to steal away his focus. He had learned through bitter experience that a single moment of distraction could spell disaster. Last spring, a careless blink had cost him 2 precious lambs, taken by a pair of hungry wolves that had slipped through the fenceless fields as he daydreamed of the warm hearth and the laughter of his siblings. The memory gnawed at him, a constant reminder of his duty. A sudden rustle in the nearby thicket sent a jolt through Ewan's spine, and he gripped his staff tighter, his heart pounding like a drum. The sheep raised their heads, ears twitching in apprehension, sensing the tension that crackled in the air. He held his breath, eyes darting to the source of the sound, every muscle coiled and ready. A moment stretched into eternity as he waited, the wind biting at his exposed skin. Then, with a flash of russet fur, a fox emerged, its eyes gleaming with cunning. Ewan's heart sank, for he knew he was outnumbered. The flock was too large, and he too small to fend off such a predator alone. "Get back!" he shouted, his voice cracking, the urgency of the moment igniting a fire in his chest. He brandished his staff, waving it wildly to scare the creature away. The fox paused, assessing the child, its sleek body tense as it contemplated the risk of a meal versus the danger of a desperate boy. The sheep huddled closer together, bleating nervously, and Ewan's breath came in quick bursts as he advanced, feet pounding the earth, a guardian against the encroaching dusk. With a final defiant snarl, the fox retreated into the underbrush. Tail flicking in irritation, Ewan exhaled sharply, the tension slowly dissipating as he turned his gaze back to the sheep. But the moment of relief was fleeting. The chill in the air deepened, and the gathering clouds threatened rain. He would remain steadfast, vigilant against the elements, the weight of his duty pressing down harder still. As he stood alone in the field, isolated by the vastness of the land, Ewan understood that true shepherding was more than merely tending to the flock. It was a ceaseless battle against exhaustion, fear, and the relentless march of night. The chill of dawn crept over the hills, wrapping the valley in a shroud of mist as the sun fought its way through the thick gray clouds. A lone figure trudged up the muddy path, small and hunched, clutching a wooden crook that seemed more a burden than a tool. The shepherd child, no more than 10 summers, moved with a weary gait, his feet numb from the cold that seeped through his threadbare shoes. Soon he reached the grassy knoll where the flock awaited, a disheveled assembly of bleating sheep, their wool matted with dew, glistening like jewels in the scant morning light. Yet the joy of tending to the flock was far overshadowed by the relentless grip of winter, which had yet to release its hold on the land. The air was sharp, biting at his exposed skin, and the boy wrapped his tattered cloak tighter around his thin frame, a futile attempt at warding off the penetrating cold. As the day wore on, the sun remained hidden, and the boy's breath formed clouds of mist that danced in the still air. Hours passed, each minute stretching like the shadows of the trees that loomed over him. He stood, vigilant and alone, the silence broken only by the occasional bleat of his charges or the distant call of a raven, circling ominously overhead. With each gust of wind, the boy's heart quickened. He had heard tales from the elders of wolves that prowled the woods, their eyes glinting like fire in the dark, waiting for an unwary lamb to stray too far from the safety of the flock. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he squinted into the trees, scanning for movement. He had been warned, never let the sheep wander too close to the thicket where danger lurked. Suddenly a low growl echoed through the trees, sending a jolt of fear through the boy. He gripped his crook tighter, knuckles white against the worn wood, as he searched frantically for the source of the sound. The sheep, sensing his unease, huddled closer together, their innocent eyes wide with panic. The boy's heart raced, a primal fear clawing at him. Would he be able to protect them? The wind howled, whipping through the valley and sending a flurry of snowflakes spiraling down from the sky. The boy shivered, the chill wrapping around him like a second skin, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. He could feel the frostbite nipping at his fingers, each moment an eternity, as he tried to hold the flock steady against the onslaught of the storm. The snow began to fall heavier, covering the ground like a thick white blanket, obscuring the path home. As the flurry intensified, visibility diminished, and the boy felt the heavy weight of despair. He was alone, stranded in a desolate expanse of white, with only the bleating of the sheep to keep him company. The cold seeped deeper, gnawing at his resolve, and he wondered if he would ever return home, or if the storm would swallow him whole. With the wind shrieking around him and the shadows deepening, the boy clutched his crook, feeling its rough surface against his palm. He had heard the stories of others who had faced worse, those who had not returned at all. The thought of his family, waiting and watching, filled him with a flicker of determination. He would not let the storm, nor the lurking beasts, claim him or his flock. A biting wind swept across the rolling hills, cutting through the thin linen tunic of young Aemon as he huddled beneath the skeletal branches of an ancient oak. The storm clouds, heavy and brooding, loomed ominously overhead, threatening to unleash their fury upon the world below. Aemon's breath emerged in visible puffs of vapor, a fleeting reminder of warmth in the bitter chill that gnawed at his bones. He pulled his tattered cloak tighter around his shoulders, the fabric frayed and patched from years of wear, but still insufficient to ward off the impending storm. The sheep grazed listlessly in the field, their woolly coats providing little comfort against the merciless elements. Aemon, often the only companion to the flock, felt the weight of solitude settle heavily upon him. The quiet moments stretched into hours, the monotony broken only by the occasional bleat or the rustle of the wind through the grass, a haunting melody that seemed to mock his plight. The isolation was suffocating, yet the ever-present threat of the weather held a more immediate danger. As the first raindrops began to fall, cold and sharp as arrows, Aemon's heart sank. He needed to find shelter, yet the closest cottage lay miles away, its warm hearth a distant dream. The ground, already sodden from the spring thaw, quickly turned to mud beneath his feet, each step a struggle against the sucking earth that threatened to swallow him whole. He clutched his wooden staff, a meager weapon against the elements and the lurking dangers that prowled the edges of the meadow, the wolves and wild boars that sought easy prey in the midst of such turmoil. The rain poured in earnest now, a relentless torrent that drenched Aemon in moments. He shivered, teeth chattering, as he sought refuge beneath the oak, its gnarled branches offering scant protection. The frigid droplets mingled with the cold air, creating a damp chill that seeped through his very marrow, and he could feel the onset of illness creeping upon him like a shadow. The specter of fever and weakness haunted the minds of shepherds, and Aemon was all too aware of the tales of children who had succumbed to the elements, their lives extinguished before they had truly begun. The storm intensified, whipping the branches into a frenzy, and with a crack of thunder that echoed like a giant's roar, Aemon's heart raced. Panic surged within him as he glanced towards the field. The sheep, frightened by the tempest, huddled together, their eyes wide with terror. He knew he must act, must protect them even as the storm raged. With a resolute breath, he stepped from the scant shelter of the oak, the rain pelting his skin like tiny stones. His bare feet squelched in the mud as he called out to the flock, his voice strained against the howling wind. The weight of responsibility pressed upon him like the dark clouds overhead. He was but a child, yet the burden of the pastoral life rested heavily upon his slender shoulders. Each bleat of the sheep felt like a reminder of his duty, a tether binding him to this life of hardship and toil. As the storm raged on, Aemon fought against the elements, determined to guide his flock to safety, though within, a flicker of despair clung tightly to his heart. The rain continued to pour, washing away the warmth of hope, leaving only the bitter reality of a shepherd's life, one filled with loneliness, relentless struggle, and the ever-looming specter of the unforgiving wild. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting elongated shadows over the rolling hills of the English countryside. A chill wind whispered through the grass, sending ripples across the verdant expanse, while the sheep, restless under the fading light, huddled together, their woolly forms a patchwork of cream and gray. In the distance, the faint outline of a forest loomed, dark and foreboding, its gnarled branches clawing at the sky like the hands of the damned. A shepherd child, scarcely more than 10 summers, stood watch over the flock, his thin frame shrouded in a tattered cloak that offered little protection against the encroaching cold. His fingers, raw and red from the biting wind, clutched a rough-hewn staff, a meager weapon against the dangers that lurked beyond the meadow. The hours stretched interminably, filled with the bleating of sheep and the occasional rustle of unseen creatures in the underbrush. A sudden rustle startled the boy, and his heart quickened. He turned, scanning the tree line with wide, fearful eyes. The old stories told by the village folk echoed in his mind. Tales of wolves that prowled under the cloak of twilight, their hunger insatiable, their cunning unmatched. The villagers spoke of shepherds who had lost whole flocks to the pack's merciless jaws, their cries swallowed by the dark. Each tale served as a chilling reminder that danger was never far away. As dusk deepened into twilight, the shadows lengthened and the chill intensified. The boy tightened his cloak around him, drawing closer to the flock, where he felt a semblance of safety. Yet the deepening shadows held an unsettling promise of peril. A chilling howl pierced the air, echoing from the depths of the woods, a sound that sent icy fingers creeping down his spine. The sheep bleated nervously, shifting uneasily as they sensed the danger that lay just beyond the fading light. With trembling hands, the boy raised his staff, the crude wood a fragile barrier against the terror that prowled just out of sight. The howl came again, closer this time, followed by the unmistakable crack of twigs breaking underfoot. The boy's breath quickened, each inhalation a struggle against the rising tide of panic. He could feel the weight of the evening pressing down upon him, and the shadows seemed to thicken, coiling like serpents around his heart. Suddenly, from the underbrush, a dark shape emerged, its eyes glinting with predatory intent. A wolf, lean and hungry, padded forth, its snout low to the ground, sniffing the air. The shepherd child's heart raced as he instinctively stepped forward, raising his staff higher, though the trembling of his hands betrayed his fear. The wolf paused, its gaze fixed upon the flock, calculating its next move. In that moment, the boy understood the fragile nature of his existence, the weight of responsibility resting heavily upon his slender shoulders. He was but a child, alone in a harsh world, faced with the grim reality of survival. The stories told by the fireside seemed a distant memory, replaced by the tangible threat of wild teeth and claw. The wolf, sensing the child's uncertainty, took a cautious step forward, and the boy's resolve faltered. A sudden desperate bleat from one of the sheep broke the stillness, and instinct took over. With a cry that echoed across the field, the boy lunged forward, brandishing his staff like a knight of yore, heart pounding with the fierce determination of a protector. The wolf hesitated, its hungry gaze flickering between the boy and the flock, before retreating into the shadows from whence it came. As silence enveloped the meadow once more, the boy stood trembling, the weight of his victory mingling with the lingering fear of what lurked in the darkness. In that lonely field, as the sun slipped beneath the horizon, he realized that being a shepherd child was not merely a task, but a constant battle against the wild, a fight for survival amidst the unseen perils of the night. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the rolling hills of the countryside, yet the beauty of the landscape did little to ease the heart of the shepherd child. With a shaggy cloak pulled tight against the chill of the evening air, the boy stood vigilant at the edge of the flock, fingers nervously tightening around the rough wood of his staff. The bleating of sheep filled the air, but beneath their plaintive calls lurked a silence that felt heavy and foreboding, as if the very earth held its breath. In the distance, the pines loomed dark and ominous, their jagged silhouettes betraying the presence of predators that prowled the edges of the fields. A wolf's mournful howl drifted through the air, sending a shiver down the boy's spine. He had learned the sound well, each note a reminder of the lurking danger that could descend upon the flock in an instant. The child's heart raced as he surveyed the vast expanse, eyes darting between the sheep and the tree line, ever watchful for the flash of a hungry eye. The days stretched long and solitary, marked only by the relentless ticking of time and the whisper of the wind. Clouds often rolled in from the west, dark and heavy, heralding storms that would drench the fields in icy rain. The boy had grown accustomed to the biting cold, the mud that caked his bare feet, and the stinging wind that cut through his thin garments. Yet the worst of it was the loneliness that wrapped around him like a second skin. He was the sole guardian of the flock, a sentinel against the encroaching dark, and with each passing moment, the weight of his duty pressed heavily upon his small shoulders. As dusk descended, the shadows lengthened and merged into a tapestry of darkness, and the flickering light of the fading sun dipped below the hills. The child's breath quickened, a primal instinct urging him to remain alert. He clutched the staff tightly, feeling the familiar grooves beneath his fingers, a meager weapon against the wild beasts that roamed these lands. A sudden rustle from the thicket sent him crouching low, heart pounding like a drum in his chest. The sheep huddled closer together, sensing the change in the air, their bleating growing frantic. And then, a flash of movement, a pair of gleaming eyes peering from the underbrush. A wolf, sleek and hungry, emerged from its cover, muscles coiling beneath its fur as it stalked closer to the unsuspecting sheep. The child's grip tightened on the staff, knuckles whitening as he summoned all his courage. With a shout that echoed through the stillness, he raised the staff, heart racing at the thought of the creature's teeth sinking into the soft flesh of his charges. The wolf paused, ears perked, assessing the threat of the scrawny boy standing in its path. The tension crackled in the air, a battle of wills between child and beast. Oblivious to the danger, continued to graze, blissfully unaware of the peril that loomed. In that moment, the child understood the cruel irony of his existence. He was but a child, entrusted with the lives of creatures that were as helpless as he felt. With a quick flick of his wrist, he launched a stone from his slingshot, striking the ground near the wolf's feet. Startled, it retreated into the shadows, leaving behind only echoes of dread and the lingering weight of fear. As the darkness deepened, the child stood alone once more, breathless and trembling. The world was vast and unyielding, a realm of wild heartbeats and hidden terrors, and he was but a flicker of light against the encroaching night. The fields, though home to his beloved sheep, were also a battleground, where innocence clashed with nature's cruelty. And as the chill seeped into his bones, the boy knew that tomorrow would bring the same harrowing dance of vigilance, a ceaseless struggle against the shadows that threatened to consume him whole. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the rolling hills of the English countryside, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and wild thyme. A chill wind swept across the field, rustling the thick grass and sending shivers through the spine of a small shepherd child, scarcely more than 10 years old. Clad in a tattered tunic, patched at the elbows and knees, the boy's bare feet sank into the muddy ground as he trudged forward, herding a motley collection of sheep that grazed indifferently, oblivious to their keeper's fatigue. From dawn's first light to the dimming glow of dusk, the boy's days were spent in relentless toil. The weight of responsibility pressed upon his narrow shoulders, burdening him with the care of the flock. He grasped a rough-hewn staff, its surface worn smooth by years of use, and prodded the sheep to move along the hillside, urging them to seek the greener pastures that lay beyond the rocky outcrops. The shepherd child's calloused hands and aching limbs spoke of long hours under the relentless sun. The skin of his palms chafed from gripping the staff and the harsh wool of the sheep. As the day wore on, the sky darkened, thick clouds gathering ominously, promising rain and further trials. Thunder rumbled in the distance, an ominous warning that sent a shiver of dread through the boy. He could not return home until the flock was safely gathered, and the thought of enduring the storm alone filled him with trepidation. The sudden crack of lightning illuminated the land, a stark reminder of nature's fury, and he urged the sheep with a shout, his voice cracking against the wind. With each passing moment, the temperature dropped, and the first droplets of rain began to fall, cold and stinging against his skin. The sheep, sensing the change in the air, bleated nervously, shifting restlessly. The boy struggled to keep them together, his heart racing as the wind howled around him, a fierce companion in the gathering storm. The world felt vast and isolating, as if he were the only soul amidst the wilderness, the loneliness settling deep within his chest like a stone. Suddenly, a rustle in the underbrush sent a jolt of fear through him. The boy's eyes widened as he turned, peering into the thickening shadows. It was not uncommon for wild animals to prowl the hills, foxes, and worse yet, wolves, who saw easy prey in a scattered flock. He gripped his staff tighter, knuckles white, and called out, attempting to sound braver than he felt. The sheep huddled closer together, their woolly forms vibrating with anxiety, and the boy took a step towards the sound, heart pounding in his ears. As the rain began to pour, soaking him to the bone, he felt the weight of his fatigue grow heavier, limbs protesting against the chill. Each drop felt like a cold dagger, driving deeper into his skin. Turning back was not an option. The danger of losing a single sheep could mean the end of his family's meager livelihood. The burden of the flock, of their safety and well-being, was his to bear alone, a heavy mantle for such small shoulders. In the tempest of wind and rain, The boy stood resolute, his spirit battered but unyielding, caught in a grim dance of survival. The world around was wild and unkind, yet he persisted, the life of a shepherd child woven into the very fabric of the harsh landscape, a testament to resilience amidst the unrelenting trials of existence. The chill of dawn crept across the rolling hills, a heavy blanket of mist cloaking the world in silence. The air was sharp, biting at the exposed skin of young Eleonora as she trudged through the dew-soaked grass, her woolen tunic doing little to shield her from the morning chill. Her small frame was already weary from the long hours spent tending to the flock, the weight of responsibility pressing down on her shoulders like the heavy yoke of an ox. Today, like every day, she would guide her bleating charges to the lush pastures that lay beyond the craggy outcrops, a task that had become both her calling and her curse. As she stepped into the clearing, the sun broke through the clouds, casting golden rays that danced on the landscape, but the beauty of the scene was lost on her. The bleating of the sheep filled the air, a cacophony that was as familiar to her as the sound of her own heartbeat. With each step, her legs ached, the result of countless days spent walking, running, and climbing in pursuit of wayward lambs. The chronic fatigue clung to her like the morning mist, dulling her senses and making it difficult to summon the energy needed to keep the flock in line. Eleonora's fingers were calloused and rough from the constant grip of the crook she wielded, a tool fashioned from gnarled wood, now a part of her as much as her own skin. It was the only weapon she possessed against the wild beasts that lurked in the shadows of the trees, foxes, wolves, and even the occasional bear, all drawn by the scent of sheep. Once she had watched in horror as a ravenous wolf had snatched a lamb, its sharp teeth glinting in the fading light as it disappeared into the underbrush. The memory haunted her still, a reminder of the dangers that thrummed just beyond the edge of her watch. With a weary sigh, she rounded up the flock. The sheep, oblivious to her fatigue, scattered as they caught the scent of fresh grass. Eleonora's heart raced. She sprinted after them, the crook raised high, calling out in a voice that strained against the fatigue. "Come back! Stay close!" The echoes of her cries bounced against the hills, swallowed by the vastness of the open fields. The sun climbed higher, and with it the heat beat down mercilessly, sapping the remaining strength from her small frame. She paused for a moment, leaning against a gnarled oak, its rough bark biting into her palm. Her body protested, aching from the relentless toil that had become her life. She glanced at her hands, dirt-streaked and tired, and wondered if she would ever grow tall and strong like her brothers, who spent their days in the forge, muscles rippling under the weight of their work. The thought twisted in her gut, a bitter reminder that her own growth was stunted by the endless hours spent in solitude, her body bending under the burden of care. And Eleonora felt the first drops of rain begin to fall, cold and sharp against her skin. The sky, once a bright blue, darkened ominously. She knew the storm would roll in swiftly, and with it would come the fear of losing her flock to the swirling winds and torrential downpour. As thunder rumbled in the distance, she straightened her back, gritting her teeth against the weariness. There was no rest for a shepherd child. The flock depended on her, and she would not falter, even as the weight of her world threatened to crush her beneath its relentless demands. Under the pale glow of dawn, the chill of morning crept through the meadows, wrapping the land in a cloak of mist. The damp earth squelched beneath the small, calloused feet of Aelfric, a boy of scarcely 10 summers, as he trudged through the dew-laden grass. His breath mingled with the cool air, forming clouds that vanished just as quickly as his fleeting hopes for a life beyond the endless pastures. With a wooden crook grasped tightly in his hand, Aelfric surveyed the flock of sheep grazing lazily on the hillside, their woolly forms dotting the landscape like pale clouds against the verdant expanse. He had long learned to keep a watchful eye on them. These creatures were his sole companions through the long, lonely hours that stretched before him, a ceaseless cycle of grazing and guarding. The bleating of the sheep filled the air, yet it did little to alleviate the profound solitude that enveloped him in the vastness of the field. The sun began its ascent, casting an amber hue over the land, yet Aelfric felt the weight of the day's burden settle upon his shoulders. His father, a grizzled man hardened by the toils of the earth, had often reminded him that the life of a shepherd was a noble one, steeped in tradition. But as Aelfric stood there, watching the horizon blur into a palette of colors, he could not help but feel the sting of unfulfilled dreams. He had heard whispers of the world beyond the hills, tales of grand castles, learned scholars, and bustling markets, but such aspirations were as distant as the sun itself, forever out of reach. With a shiver, he pulled his tattered cloak tighter around him, the fabric thin against the biting wind that swept across the meadow. The weather could turn at a moment's notice, and Aelfric had learned the hard way that the fields offered little reprieve from the elements. The previous winter had been particularly harsh, with snowdrifts burying the sheep and ice biting through even the stoutest of cloaks. He remembered the numbing cold that had seeped into his bones, forcing him to huddle beneath a ragged blanket while the sheep huddled together for warmth. But the weather was not the only danger that lurked in the shadows. The boy's heart quickened as he recalled the night he had encountered a wolf, its eyes glinting with hunger as it prowled the edge of the flock. He had raised his crook, trembling but determined, and shouted until his voice cracked, the sound echoing through the stillness of the night. The creature had retreated, but the memory of that feral gaze haunted him still, a reminder that the fields held threats both seen and unseen. Yet as the sun climbed higher, casting long shadows across the grass, Aelfric's thoughts turned once more to the life he could never claim. Education was a privilege reserved for the rich and noble, a distant dream for a boy whose days were consumed by the bleating of sheep and the rustling of grass. He longed to learn the ways of letters and numbers, to read the tales of heroes and scholars. But the harsh reality was that he would remain tethered to this life, a silent guardian of the flock, forever gazing at the horizon that promised more than his world could offer. As the day wore on, Aelfric felt the familiar ache of longing settle in his chest, a bittersweet reminder of the limited existence carved out for him in the unforgiving realm of sheep and solitude. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the rolling fields of green and brown. A brisk wind stirred the tall grasses, whispering secrets of the distant hills, but for young Cedric there was little in the way of solace. The sheep grazed lazily, their woolly backs glistening in the waning light, oblivious to the boy who guarded them with a heavy heart. Days stretched into an endless routine of bleating and wandering, the same monotonous tasks echoing in the caverns of his mind. With the dawn breaking, Cedric had already risen before the roosters, his mother's weary face fading from memory as he trudged away from the warmth of their thatched-roof cottage. The fields were his home, the sheep his company, yet the solitude pressed down upon him like a leaden cloak. The other children of the village, their laughter ringing like silver bells, gathered at the edges of the forest, their voices mingling with the songs of the lark. They were learning, sharing tales of knights and fair maidens, their aspirations soaring high into the heavens. But Cedric remained tethered to the earth, his horizon marked by the bleats of his flock and the distant call of the village bells. The hours melted away beneath the relentless sun as Cedric clutched his staff, the splintered wood worn smooth by the grip of his small hands. He watched, helpless as the flock wandered farther, the green grass enticing them away from the safety of the meadow. Each bleat was a reminder of the responsibility he bore, yet he felt the weight of his own unfulfilled dreams pressing down upon him. He had once yearned to learn the art of weaving from old Mistress Elda, or to hear the tales of the bard who came through the village. But those possibilities faded as the sheep scattered under his watch. Harsh weather often turned the fields into a treacherous landscape. Rain would sweep in without warning, turning the ground to muck, soaking through his tunic and chilling him to the bone. Each gust of wind brought with it the threat of a storm, and the young shepherd would huddle beneath a gnarled oak, shivering as the skies rumbled ominously. The sheep, too, felt the weight of the storm, their bleats rising in panic, and he would scramble to gather them, his heart racing as the shadows danced around him. Danger lurked not only in the tempest, but also in the wild creatures that roamed the hills. A fleeting glance of a wolf or a fox would send a chill racing down Cedric's spine. He had heard the tales whispered around the hearth by the firelight, of men who had lost their flocks to the sharp fangs of hungry beasts. With no sword at his side, only a crooked stick, He stood vigilant against the encroaching dangers, his mind racing with thoughts of what lay beyond the fields, a world of learning, of trades and skills, of a life not confined to the whims of nature. As dusk fell, painting the skies with hues of crimson and indigo, the boy knew that his fate was already woven into the fabric of the village. The cycle of poverty spun tighter with each passing season, the dreams of a better life slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. With no chance for formal education, the boy felt the bitter truth settling within him. The skills of a craftsman, the knowledge of a scholar, remained forever out of reach, lost amid the endless bleats of his flock. The horizon would never change, and with it so too would the fate of the shepherd child, bound to the fields and the cycle of unfulfilled potential. The sun hung high over Erfurt on that fateful day in July of the year 1184, casting a warm golden hue over the bustling marketplace and the grand stone structures that dominated the town square. The air was thick with the scent of baked bread, roasting meats, and the heady aroma of spiced wine, as merchants and townsfolk alike prepared for what would be a momentous gathering of nobility. Tapestries adorned the walls of the town hall, their vibrant colors fluttering in the gentle breeze, and banners emblazoned with the sigils of influential lords and ladies swayed overhead, announcing the importance of the occasion. As the hour approached, the cobblestones echoed with the sound of hooves and wheels, heralding the arrival of noble carriages and their retinues. The lords of the Holy Roman Empire, clad in lavish garments, emerged from their gilded vehicles, their presence commanding respect and awe. Rich furs draped over shoulders, and jeweled brooches glinted in the sunlight, each piece a testimony to their wealth and power. The gathering was a calculated display, a symposium of alliances and treachery, for behind the veneer of camaraderie lay the simmering tensions of ambition and rivalry. At the center of the assembly stood Count Heinrich von Stolberg, a man of imposing stature and a reputation for cunning. He surveyed the gathered nobles with a hawk-like gaze, keenly aware of the shifting loyalties that defined his world. As he stepped forward, the crowd fell silent, all eyes upon him. "Noble lords and ladies," his voice boomed, resonating through the courtyard. "We convene here not merely to celebrate our kinship, but to forge the bonds that will steer the course of our future." A murmur rippled through the assembly, a mixture of agreement and skepticism. The political landscape of the Holy Roman Empire was fraught with peril, and the specter of conflict loomed ominously. The recent disputes over land and titles had ignited in the sweltering heat of July 1184. The sun hung high over the bustling town of Erfurt, casting golden rays upon the cobblestone streets. The sound of hooves clattering against stone echoed as nobles from across the realm arrived in grand procession, their splendid banners fluttering like the wings of vibrant birds. Each lord, adorned in richly embroidered tunics and cloaks of deep hues, was escorted by a retinue of knights and men-at-arms, the clinking of chainmail harmonizing with the distant murmur of the river Gera. At the heart of the town stood the imposing St. Mary's Cathedral, its towering spires reaching toward the heavens, a silent witness to the coming tumult of politics and power. Merchants and townsfolk, eager to catch a glimpse of the lords, crowded the marketplace, their faces painted with curiosity and awe. The scent of roasting meats and spiced wines wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of the summer soil beneath their feet. As twilight descended, casting a warm glow over the assembly, the nobles gathered within the cathedral's stone walls, their voices rising in fervent discussions. The air buzzed with the gravity of their purpose, a grand council to deliberate on alliances and governance, a crucial step in the fragile equilibrium of power that hung over the region like a storm cloud. Tension hung palpably as old grievances and rivalries simmered just below the surface. At the head of the assembly stood Duke Heinrich of Thuringia, his silver hair framing a weathered face marked by years of conflict and diplomacy. His sharp eyes surveyed the assembly, gauging the shifting loyalties among those present. To his right, Countess Adelheid of Hesse, known for her fierce intellect and unyielding spirit, sat poised, her fingers tapping rhythmically against the polished oak table. She had come to secure her own interests, determined to enhance her influence. "Let us not forget the plight of our people," Duke Heinrich began, his voice steady yet commanding, "for the strength of our alliances must serve not only our ambitions, but also the welfare of the realm. We face threats from without, and divisions within can only lead to ruin." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the assembly, yet not all were swayed. Lord Gerhard of Saxony, a man known for his ambition and cunning, leaned forward, his dark eyes glinting with ulterior motives. "And what of the lands to the north? The Swedes grow restless, and we cannot afford to expose our flanks while we bicker amongst ourselves." His words ignited a spark of discord, as noble lords began to raise their voices, each vying to assert their own visions for the future. Alliances forged in blood and battle threatened to unravel, and the delicate balance of power teetered precariously, with accusations slung like arrows, each word sharp enough to draw blood. In the ensuing chaos, a young squire, tasked with delivering messages, darted through the throng, pausing to catch his breath. He bore news from the borders, rumors of a gathering army, a coalition of discontented vassals who sought to exploit the divisions within the assembly. This news, if confirmed, could tilt the scales of power irreversibly. As the night deepened, the flickering candlelight cast long shadows across the faces of the assembled lords, revealing the growing unease. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the bustling market square of Erfurt, where the scent of fresh bread mingled with the sharp tang of spiced meats. Merchants loudly hawked their wares, their voices rising above the symphony of clattering hooves and the low murmur of townsfolk. Amidst this vibrant tableau, a more solemn gathering convened within the sturdy walls of the Augustinian monastery, its stone facade weathered, yet resolute, against the passage of time. Inside the cool stone chamber, candlelight flickered against the walls, illuminating the faces of the prominent townsfolk and clergy assembled for a purpose weighty with consequence. The air was thick with anticipation, as the Bishop of Erfurt, a man of considerable girth and even greater ambition, adjusted his heavy mitre, the gold embroidery glimmering in the dim light. He cleared his throat, a sound that echoed in the charged silence, drawing the gaze of all present. "My esteemed brethren," he began, his voice a deep rumble resonating with authority, "we stand at the precipice of a vital decision, the selection of the venue for the forthcoming council. This gathering shall shape the future of our faith and the governance of our land. We must choose wisely, lest our efforts be rendered moot by the folly of our choice." A murmur of agreement rippled through the assembly. The stakes were high. The council was to address grievances that had festered like a wound within the church, touch upon the conflicts with the burgeoning powers of the nobility, and confront the rising tides of heresy that threatened to undermine the very foundation of Christendom. As the bishop spoke, the aging abbot of the nearby monastery interjected, his voice trembling yet firm. "We must not overlook the influence of the location itself. The council's venue must be a place of reverence and authority, imbued with the weight of our shared history." He gestured to the map unfurled upon the table, its edges frayed, the ink smudged in places, but still clear enough to mark the towns of Thuringia. "Magdeburg," suggested a young cleric, his voice confident yet brimming with trepidation. "It is a growing city, well situated along the waterways, and its cathedral stands as a testament to our faith." A ripple of dissent coursed through the room. The bishop's brow furrowed, his fingers drumming against the wooden table. "But it lacks the gravitas of our own Erfurt. Here we have the ancient walls of the St. Mary's Cathedral, a site steeped in history, where countless souls have sought solace and guidance. It is a place that can command respect, where our deliberations shall be heard." Voices rose and fell like the tide, each man vying to sway his peers. The tension thickened, and the candle flames flickered as if disturbed by the mounting discord. The abbot rose once more, his staff thumping against the stone floor, demanding silence. "We must remember our unity, for it is our strength. Let us not fracture over the choice of a site, but rather seek to find a consensus that reflects our collective spirit." His words hung in the air, stilling the tumult for a moment. The flickering light cast shadows that danced across the faces of the assembled, revealing the depths of their resolve and their fears. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the bishop raised his hand, the room falling silent once more. Let us call for a vote then, and may God guide our decision. The weight of our choice shall echo through the annals of history, shaping the sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the bustling streets of Erfurt as townsfolk gathered for the momentous assembly at the newly constructed town hall. Eager faces, adorned with expressions of curiosity and determination, filled the square, their voices a jubilant crescendo that echoed against the sturdy stone walls of the building. This hall, a proud testament to the city's burgeoning power, had risen rapidly from the earth, its crumbling foundations scarcely concealed beneath the ornate facade that sparkled in the afternoon light. Within the hall, the air was thick with anticipation. Wood-paneled walls, hastily erected, bore the marks of hurried craftsmanship, yet they exuded an air of grandeur, decorated with vibrant tapestries that depicted the storied past of Erfurt. A dais at the far end of the chamber awaited the mayor, a rotund figure named Heinrich, whose bejeweled robes hinted at his status, yet belied the sweat glistening upon his brow. His advisers flanked him, their faces painted with equal parts pride and anxiety, for they knew the structure's integrity was as fragile as the alliances they hoped to forge that day. As the townspeople filled the chamber, the murmurs of excitement transformed into a symphony of voices, each one rising over the other in a spirited chorus. The scent of fresh timber, mingled with the aroma of baked bread and spiced meats wafting from stalls outside, a feast for the senses that belied the unease that lurked below the surface. Each creak of the floorboards drew wary glances, but the promise of unity and prosperity dulled their apprehensions. At that moment, a sudden shift in the atmosphere stirred the air. A tremor rumbled beneath the hall, scarcely perceptible at first, but growing in intensity. The mayor, having just taken his place to address the assembly, raised his hands to command silence. People of Erfurt, today we gather not just to celebrate our new home, but to forge our future. Let us unite under the banner of progress. His voice boomed, momentarily drowning out the unease. But as he spoke, the tremor transformed into a violent shudder, as if the very earth beneath the town hall had come alive in protest. The crowd gasped collectively, their faces shifting from rapture to alarm. The heavy timbers creaked ominously, and a series of sharp cracks echoed through the hall, like thunder rolling through the skies. Heinrich's voice faltered, and the onlookers drew back, fear etched across their faces. Then, with a cacophony that shattered the reverent silence, the upper floors groaned in agony, the hastily constructed beams yielding to the weight of the gathered assembly. A series of muffled thuds followed, as if the building itself were crying out. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the bustling streets of Erfurt on that warm August day in 1184. The air was thick with the mingling scents of roasting meats, freshly baked bread, and the sweet perfume of summer flowers. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the city prepared for a grand event that would echo through the annals of history. The lavish feast, hosted by the illustrious Margrave Hermann of Thuringia. In the heart of the city, the great hall of the Margrave's castle stood resplendent, its stone walls draped with rich tapestries depicting the triumphs of the Thuringian lords. Torches flickered as servants scurried about, bearing platters piled high with delicacies. The clang of dishes and the murmur of excited voices filled the air, creating a symphony of anticipation. Nobles from distant lands, adorned in vibrant silks and gleaming armor, gathered in small clusters, their laughter echoing against the vaulted ceilings. As the evening approached, the hall transformed into a spectacle of opulence. Long tables, covered with embroidered cloths, groaned under the weight of roasted swan, spiced venison, and pies bursting with fruits harvested from the nearby orchards. Goblets of fine wine, glistening like rubies in the torchlight, awaited the hands of guests eager to indulge. The atmosphere was electric, a blend of camaraderie and rivalry, as the lords and ladies exchanged pleasantries while glancing sidelong at their rivals. At the head of the table, Margrave Hermann presided, a man of formidable presence. His beard, flecked with gray, framed a face that bore the marks of both wisdom and the burdens of power. He raised his goblet, a gesture that stilled the room, drawing the attention of every noble and knight present. To our honored guests may this feast nourish the bonds of friendship, and fortify our resolve against the foes that threaten our lands." Cheers erupted, echoing through the hall, yet beneath the surface of merriment lay a current of tension. The Margrave's ambitions for greater power had drawn the ire of rival lords, and whispers of betrayal flitted through the hall like shadows. Old alliances were tested, and new ones formed, as glances passed between those who sought to curry favor with the Margrave. The first course was served, a procession of dishes that delighted the senses. A minstrel struck up a lively tune, the sound of lute and flute filling the air, urging feet to dance. Ladies twirled in their flowing gowns, while knights, emboldened by wine, boasted of their feats in battle. Yet amidst the revelry, a young knight named Ulrich observed with a hawk's gaze. He had come not merely to partake in the feast, but to secure his future. Rumors of a plot against the Margrave had reached his ears, and he sensed that the evening's merriment masked a deeper peril. As the main course was laid before them, an extravagant roast boar, its skin crackling and glistening, Ulrich's mind raced. He had seen the glances exchanged between Count Otto and Duke Heinrich, their eyes alight with conspiratorial fire. The weight of loyalty tugged at his heart, a bond forged in battle against common foes, yet the allure of power beckoned like a siren's song. With the feast reaching its zenith, laughter erupted once more, but Ulrich's brow furrowed. He knew the night was far from finished. As goblets clinked and voices rose in jubilation, the specter of treachery loomed large, casting a shadow over the lavish spread. The Margrave's fate hung in the balance, and Ulrich, torn between loyalty and ambition, braced for the storm that threatened to shatter the fragile peace of the evening. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden hue over the bustling city of Erfurt, the grand hall of the noble house of von Hohenberg came alive with the clamor of voices and the clinking of goblets. Tapestries depicting the rich history of the region, woven with threads of gold and silver, adorned the stone walls, their colors glowing in the flickering light of the hundreds of beeswax candles that lined the long wooden tables. The air was thick with the enticing aromas of roasted meats and spiced wines, a feast fit for the most prestigious of gatherings. Nobles, clad in rich silks and velvets, their garments a riot of deep reds, greens, and blues, mingled and laughed heartily, the echoes of their gaiety rising high into the vaulted ceilings. Lord Wilhelm von Hohenberg, the host for the evening, proudly surveyed the scene, a smile etched across his face as he raised his goblet in a toast to unity among the houses of Thuringia. His voice boomed across the hall, calling for more wine, more merriment, for the night was meant to celebrate the recent alliance forged through marriage and diplomacy. Yet beneath the revelry, an unseen tension loomed. The ancient stone structure, though grand, bore the weight of centuries, its foundations settling unevenly over time. The laughter and the heavy footfalls of the dancing nobles sent ripples through the very bones of the hall, and the echoes of joy were met with subtle, ominous creaks from the timber beams overhead. A heavy chandelier, adorned with glimmering crystals, swayed slightly, catching the light and casting fleeting rainbows across the merrymakers. As the guests indulged in their feast, filling their plates with succulent roasted fowl and rich stews, the atmosphere shifted ever so faintly. The laughter grew louder, the music more boisterous, drowning out the quiet whispers of unease that began to circulate amongst the more perceptive attendees. Lady Gertrude, a matron of considerable age and wisdom, glanced upwards, her brow furrowing as a larger-than-usual thud reverberated through the hall. She nudged her neighbor, Count Albrecht, a man of stout disposition and a glutton for food, who waved her off with a dismissive hand, too engrossed in the juicy leg of lamb before him. But the hall's instability could not be ignored. With every stomp of feet upon the stone floor, the beams overhead groaned in protest. A sudden hush fell over the table as a loud crack echoed through the hall, the sound sharp and jarring against the joviality that had reigned just moments before. The chandelier swung violently, its crystals clattering against one another, and the sense of foreboding washed over the assembly. Lord Wilhelm, sensing the shift in mood, rose to address his guests once more. "Fear not, dear friends, let us not be dismayed by the sounds of this ancient hall. It is but a testament to our rich heritage." His words, intended to comfort, fell flat as the hall shuddered anew, a deep rumble resonating from the very foundations. The laughter faded, replaced by anxious murmurs. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded from the far corner of the hall, where a heavy stone pillar had given way, sending a cascade of dust and debris across the floor. The revelry turned to chaos as nobles scrambled to their feet, the air thick with panic. In that moment of dread, the unity once celebrated was overshadowed by the very real danger that threatened to collapse upon them. The night, which had begun with such promise, now teetered on the brink of disaster, as the ancient stones of Erfurt bore witness to the folly of unbridled joy amidst the whispers of structural demise. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over Erfurt as the townsfolk gathered for the grand festival, their laughter mingling with the scent of roasted meats and sweet pastries that wafted through the narrow cobbled streets. Brightly colored banners fluttered in the gentle breeze, each one a vibrant testament to the town's prosperity. In the heart of the square, a sturdy wooden platform had been erected, adorned with garlands of flowers and surrounded by a throng of eager spectators, all anticipating the day's festivities. As the appointed hour approached, a sense of excitement rippled through the crowd. Children darted between legs, their joyful shrieks punctuating the air, while merchants hawked their wares, their voices rising above the din. A local troubadour strummed a lute, filling the atmosphere with a lively tune. But beneath the revelry, a whisper of unease threaded through the gathering, unnoticed by most. The platform, a centerpiece of merriment, had been hastily constructed by the town's craftsmen. With scant regard for the quality of materials and the integrity of design, they had thrown together the structure in a fervor to impress. The wood, unseasoned and still green, bore the weight of its own inadequacy, its joints vulnerable to the pressure of the gathering crowd. As the first performers took to the stage, a jester clad in motley leapt into view, his cap bells jingling with each exaggerated movement. Laughter erupted, and the crowd pressed forward, eager for a better view. The platform creaked ominously under the sudden influx of bodies, but the merriment drowned out the warning sounds. With each jest, the jester twisted and turned, executing a series of acrobatic feats that elicited roars of delight. Yet, the structure shuddered with each leap, the wood protesting against the weight. A small crack appeared near one of the central beams, unnoticed amidst the laughter and applause. Then, in a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, the jester launched himself into a particularly daring flip. Time slowed as the crowd gasped, eyes wide with anticipation. The sound of splintering wood shattered the mirth like a glass striking stone. With a deafening crack, the platform gave way, a central beam splintering into jagged shards as the entire structure buckled under the weight of the throng. Screams erupted as the crowd surged forward, a wave of bodies tumbling down into the chaos below. The wooden platform collapsed, sending performers and spectators alike crashing into a heap of splintered wood and panicked limbs. Dust and debris filled the air, choking the laughter and turning joy into horror. The cries of the injured pierced the air, a cacophony of despair that echoed through the town square. As the dust settled, the scene was one of utter devastation. Men and women scrambled to help the fallen, their faces pale with shock, hands trembling as they reached for those trapped beneath the wreckage. Among the throng of panicked townsfolk, a few strong arms began to lift the heavy beams, their faces set with grim determination. A festival that had promised laughter and joy had transformed into a scene of tragedy, the floor's fatal weakness revealing not just the fragility of wood, but the vulnerability of dreams woven into the fabric of community. As twilight descended upon Erfurt, the remnants of celebration lay scattered amidst the debris. A stark reminder of the day when pride and haste wove together the threads of misfortune, forever altering the town's history. The hall of the great stone manor, resplendent with banners of crimson and gold, echoed with the laughter and merriment of the nobility gathered beneath its lofty vaulted ceilings. Here, in the heart of Erfurt, the air was thick with the scent of spiced meats roasting over an open fire, and the dulcet tones of lutes and flutes that wove a tapestry of sound amidst the clinking of goblets. Lords and ladies adorned in silks and velvets swirled about like leaves caught in a fevered autumn dust, their revelry a testament to the bounteous harvests and the fortuitous alliance forged that very day. Yet beneath the glimmering surface of joy and celebration, a hidden peril lurked in the shadows of the manor's foundations. The floorboards above the cesspit, an unassuming yet vital part of the building's infrastructure, creaked and groaned under the strain of festivity. With each jubilant stomp and raucous cheer, the weight of the assembled nobles pressed down, creating a symphony of tension that reverberated through the very stones of the edifice. As the merriment continued, a subtle tremor began to weave its way through the hall. The laughter of a young lady, her gown trailing like a river of silk, was punctuated by a sharp crack, a sound that momentarily pierced the joyous din. She paused, her laughter waning as she looked about, her eyes wide with a flicker of unease. Others soon noticed, their heads turning towards the ceiling, where the wooden beams trembled as if caught in the grip of a winter storm. Unbeknownst to the revelers, the cesspit, a necessary yet unglamorous feature of the manor, had not been maintained with the diligence it required. Years of neglect had left its structure compromised, the very walls of the pit eroded by time and the heavy rains of an unforgiving season. Now, beneath the weight of celebration, it strained against the wooden floorboards above, a ticking clock of impending disaster. As the evening wore on, a low rumble, akin to distant thunder, began to echo through the hall. The musicians faltered, their instruments falling silent as the sound grew louder, reverberating through the very marrow of the manor. Panic ignited in the hearts of a few, their eyes darting as they grasped the arms of those nearby, uncertainty creeping into the minds of the revelers. Then, with an ear-splitting crack, the floor above gave way, a horrifying splintering that transformed the jubilant hall into a cacophony of chaos. Nobles stumbled and fell, the weight of their own bodies and the collapsing wood sending them tumbling into the abyss of the cesspit below. Screams pierced the air, a blend of shock and terror that drowned out the remnants of festivities. In an instant, the grandeur of the evening devolved into a scene of horror. The once proud gathering transformed into a frantic scramble, as those who remained upright rushed to aid their fallen compatriots, their fine garments now soiled and torn. The air, once filled with laughter, was now heavy with the acrid stench of fear and despair, mingling grotesquely with the remnants of feasting and revelry. As the dust settled and the last echoes of the calamity subsided, the hall stood in stark silence, a reminder of the fragility of joy, forever altered by the unseen burdens that lay beneath. The dawn light broke feebly over the village of Eldon Hollow, casting a pale glow upon the mud-strewn path leading to the pigsty. A bitter wind swept through the air, carrying the acrid stench of swine and excrement, mingling with the damp loam that clung to the herder's boots. The herder, a wiry figure clad in tattered wool, bent low to retrieve a wooden trough, its sides caked with the remnants of slop from the previous day. Each step was a battle, the muck sucking at his feet, pulling him deeper into its suffocating embrace. With weary hands, he filled the trough with a mixture of spoiled grain and moldy bread, a meager offering to the grunting beasts that awaited him. They jostled and squealed, their bristly backs glistening with mud, as they eagerly consumed the slop with a ravenous fervor. The herder grimaced, his nose wrinkling at the odor that clawed at his throat. The filth was relentless. It clung to his skin, seeped into his very being, a constant reminder of the squalid existence he led. Days stretched into weeks, and weeks into months, each one indistinguishable from the last, marked only by the relentless cycle of feeding and cleaning. When the rains poured down, the pigsty became a quagmire, the muddy waters mixing with the waste to create a foul soup that threatened to drown the low-lying pen. The herder's hands grew calloused and cracked, the skin splitting under the strain of constant toil. He bore the marks of his labor like a badge of dishonor, each scar a testament to the harshness of his life. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the sty, and the chill of the night settled in, gnawing at his bones. He stoked a small fire, the flickering flames casting eerie shadows on the walls of the pen. It offered little warmth against the encroaching cold, and the herder wrapped his thin cloak tighter around himself, wishing for the comforting embrace of sleep that eluded him. Instead, he remained vigilant, ever watchful for the lurking dangers that prowled the night, wolves, thieves, or even errant villagers seeking a quick meal at his expense. The herder's health began to wane under the oppressive weight of his surroundings. Fever dreams plagued him, visions of the swine transforming into monstrous, ravenous beasts, their eyes glowing with a hunger that was not merely for feed, but for flesh. The parasites that thrived in the muck found their way into his weary body, sapping his strength and vitality. Each day became a struggle against fatigue and illness, as his mind grew foggy and his limbs heavy. In the village, his fellow folk regarded him with a mix of disdain and pity, for pig herding was a lowly profession, one that brought no respect and little reward. The silver coins he earned were barely enough to keep bread on his own table, a meager existence that left no room for comfort or joy. The herder's dreams of betterment were as distant as the stars above, twinkling mockingly in the velvet sky. He trudged on, a lone figure against the vastness of his burdens, the weight of his life pressing down like the muck that surrounded him, suffocating and relentless. The wind howled across the barren landscape, a cruel specter that swept through the vale where the herder tended his charges. Each gust carried with it the chill of the approaching winter, biting through the rough woolen cloak draped over his shoulders, leaving him shivering and numb. The pigs, snuffling in the muck, seemed to sense the change in the air, their restless movements stirring clouds of damp earth and straw that mingled with the frost-laden breath escaping the herder's chapped lips. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the cobalt sky darkened ominously, threatening snow. The herder, weary from another long day, cast a wary glance to the heavens, feeling the weight of the world settle upon his shoulders. Beneath the heavy clouds, the fields lay sodden, a treacherous quagmire that would soon transform into a slippery trap. Just yesterday, he had lost 2 piglets to a sudden cold snap, their small bodies too frail to withstand the biting chill. The memory gnawed at him, a relentless ache that compounded the harsh reality of his existence. With no time to mourn, he turned to the herd, calling out in a hoarse voice as he waved a makeshift staff. The pigs, stubborn and willful, ambled slowly toward him, their bellies low to the ground, snouts buried in the muck. The herder pressed on, urging them toward the makeshift shelter, a ramshackle structure of wood and straw, barely fit to protect them from the elements. The thought of losing more to the cold filled him with dread. The village could ill afford such a loss, and his meager compensation depended on the health of the herd. Just as he ushered the last of the swine into the shelter, the first flakes of snow began to fall, delicate yet unforgiving. They landed softly at first, but within moments the sky erupted, a flurry of white obscuring the landscape. The herder tightened his cloak around him, feeling the weight of isolation that came with the job. While others gathered around roaring hearths, sharing tales and laughter, he stood alone, facing the tempest. By nightfall, the world was muted under a blanket of snow, and the herder knew the struggle was far from over. The pigs would need tending throughout the night, their grunts of discomfort echoed through the wooden walls, a reminder that their well-being rested solely upon him. As he pulled a sack of feed from the barn, he felt the chill seep into his bones, the cold so pervasive it threatened to rob him of his very spirit. Each scoop of feed felt heavier than the last, and every step through the freezing muck became an exercise in endurance. In the mornings, the herder would awaken to the sight of frost-clad fields, the ground hard as iron, and the streams reduced to thin ribbons of ice. On days like these, he would toil under the weak sun, his breath visible in the air, as he coaxed the pigs back to the warmth of the barn. The relentless cycle of weather continued, each season an adversary that stripped away comfort and joy, replacing them with toil and strife. But what other choice did he have? The herder pressed on, for he was bound to these creatures by duty and necessity, a solitary figure against the capricious whims of nature. In the heart of winter, with every frozen breath, he fought not only for the pigs, but for his own survival, a testament to the unyielding spirit of those who toiled beneath the vast, indifferent sky. The sun broke over the horizon, its pale light barely cutting through the persistent fog that hung over the damp fields. The air was thick with the stench of muck and sweat, a pungent reminder of the day's toil that awaited. As the first rays illuminated the lowly pigsty, a figure emerged from the shadows, clad in tattered wool and leather, a rough-hewn staff in hand. The pig herder was already weary. The ache in his bones spoke of nights spent tossing in the cold, his dreams haunted by the grunts and snorts of the swine he tended. From dawn until dusk, his life was ruled by the whims of the creatures that wallowed in the mire. With a weary sigh, he stepped into the pen, the squelch of mud sucking at his worn boots. The pigs, bloated and filthy, snuffled about in the muck, oblivious to the toil they demanded. He could feel the weight of their hunger pressing upon his shoulders. There would be no reprieve until their bellies were full. With a deft hand, he scattered a handful of grain, watching as the beasts scrambled for the morsels, grunting in delight. Yet the herder's heart sank. Such was the cycle of his existence, an endless round of feeding, herding, and cleaning, the hours blurring into one another like the shifting clouds overhead. As the sun rose higher, the heat bore down upon him, stifling and oppressive. The herder wiped the sweat from his brow with a grimy sleeve, the salt stinging his eyes. He cast a glance towards the distant woods where the scent of wildflowers teased his senses, but he could not linger on thoughts of solace. The pigs needed herding to the far pasture, a task that lay ahead like a long shadow. He mustered his strength, the weight of fatigue pressing heavily against his chest, and moved to corral the beasts. With a sharp crack of his staff, he urged them forward, the sound echoing across the fields, a futile battle against their sluggishness. The pigs ambled, their great bodies swaying as they lumbered through the muck, leaving a trail of filth in their wake. Each step was a reminder of the long hours that lay before him, hours spent in the unforgiving elements, rain or shine, heat or cold. The herder's body screamed for rest, yet there was none to be had. The pigs would not feed themselves, nor would the Lord's purse grow lighter with his lamentations. As the day dragged on, the herder's spirit waned. The relentless sun beat down upon him, and the harsh wind cut through his thin garments, chilling his bones. He caught brief glimpses of villagers returning home from their work, laughter drifting on the breeze like a ghostly specter. They moved with a grace he can scarcely remember, unfettered by the chains of responsibility that bound him to the muck and mire. The pigs, now scattered across the pasture, began to roam, their low grunts filling the air. He moved among them, herding them back, but each step felt like a betrayal to his weary limbs. As dusk approached, he felt the weight of exhaustion settle deeper into his bones. The day's task remained unfinished. The thought of returning to the sty to clean the filth that had accumulated made his stomach churn. With a heavy heart, the herder trudged onward, knowing that the cycle would begin anew at dawn, a relentless loop of toil and weariness, stretching endlessly before him like the horizon itself. The sun hung low in the sky, a dim orb casting its last feeble rays over the muddy enclosure where the pigs wallowed. The aroma of muck and sweat mingled in the cool evening air, clinging to the skin of Edric, the pig herder. His coarse tunic, now stained and tattered, bore witness to countless hours spent in the filth, a labor of necessity rather than choice. With a weary sigh, Edric knelt on the ground, his fingers sifting through the damp earth in search of the last remnants of acorns. The pigs, a motley crew of grunting beasts, snuffled around him, their beady eyes glinting with hunger. Each day he toiled from dawn until dusk, guiding the swine to the meager patches of grass that sprouted stubbornly between the stones of the village's edge. Yet the fruits of his labor yielded little reward. As he scattered the acorns, Edric's thoughts drifted to the meager coin he received at the end of each month. The lord of the land deemed the herder's toil unworthy of more than a few coppers, barely enough to purchase a loaf of coarse bread or a scrap of cheese for his children. His wife, Isolde, often fretted over their dwindling stores, her brow furrowed with worry as she glanced at their two small children who tugged at her skirts, their bellies swollen not with food, but with the persistent pangs of hunger. "Father!" called a voice, sharp with urgency. It was young Aelfric, his son, whose cherubic face was smudged with dirt. "The boar is loose." Edric's heart sank as he rose, wrestling with the weariness in his bones. The pigs were trouble enough without a wild boar wreaking havoc among the village's gardens. He moved quickly, crossing the muddy pen, his feet sinking into the filth. The townsfolk glanced his way, their expressions a mix of disdain and pity. They were quick to blame him for any misfortune that befell their crops or livestock, as if the herder's touch could summon disaster. Yet it was they who scarcely recognized the value of his labor, the silent guardian of swine, who kept the village fed, albeit poorly. The sound of a snort pierced the air, and Edric's heart raced. The boar, a hulking beast with bristly fur and tusks like daggers, charged through the thicket, scattering the pigs in a frenzy of squeals. Edric sprang into action, shouting commands, but the din of chaos drowned his voice. The villagers only watched, arms crossed, as if the spectacle were a form of entertainment rather than a desperate struggle for survival. With a great heave, Edric lunged forward, grappling with the wild creature, his hands slick with mud and sweat. The boar twisted, trying to escape, but Edric's grip held firm. He felt the weight of his family's future in that moment, the burden of their hunger pressing down on him like a yoke. If he failed to subdue the beast, it could ravage the village's food supply, the meager existence they clung to. Finally, with a grunt of effort, Edric wrested control of the boar, guiding it back to the confines of the pen. Gasping for breath, he turned to see the villagers still standing idle, their faces unmoved, their thoughts elsewhere. The struggle of a pig herder was one they could scarcely understand, a life marred by toil and neglect. As twilight descended, cloaking the village in a shroud of darkness, Edric returned to his family. The ache in his bones was relentless, but it was the emptiness in their bellies that gnawed at him most. The world outside would spin on, oblivious to the herder's plight, while within the walls of their humble home, the cycle of poverty tightened its grip, a relentless chain that bound them to the mud and mire of existence. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a sullen orange glow over the muddy fields as Ewald trudged through the muck, his worn leather boots squelching with every step. The air was thick with the acrid stench of swine, a pungent reminder of the life that confined him to the margins of society. His fingers, calloused and stained, gripped the rough-hewn staff that guided his herd of grunting pigs, their bristled backs glistening with filth. It was a miserable existence, yet one he had been born into, bound by the chains of social stigma that clung to him like the mud to his clothes. As he led the swine to the trough, the townsfolk ambled past, their noses wrinkled in disdain, chatter hushed to murmurs. "Look at the pig herder," a woman with a fine silk shawl remarked, her voice dripping with contempt. The stench alone could drive a man to madness. Laughter erupted from her companions, their heads thrown back in merriment at his expense. Ewald felt the heat of humiliation flood his cheeks, a familiar burn that reminded him of his place in the world, a step lower than the muck he walked upon. The clanging of metal signaled the arrival of Lord Alaric, a local landowner, his finely tailored garments stark against the dreary landscape. Ewald's heart sank further as the lord's entourage approached, eyes glinting with derision. "Ah, the pig herder," Lord Alaric called, his voice booming and mocking. "Tell me, do you still wallow in filth, or have you found a way to clean your wretched soul?" The laughter that followed was cruel, echoing in the hollow of Ewald's chest. Words like these were far more painful than the harsh bite of winter's chill that seeped through his bones. As the pig snorted and jostled, Ewald's shoulders slumped under the weight of disdain. He toiled long hours under a sun that never seemed to shine brightly for him, and through storms that lashed at his skin with icy fingers. The pay was meager, a few coins barely enough to scrape together a meager supper of stale bread and sour milk. He had no friends, for even the most desperate townsfolk turned from him, believing his trade to be one of the lowest, a mark of shame that could taint even the finest reputation. With every setting sun, Ewald felt the bitterness of isolation wrap tighter around him, a cloak woven from the scorn of those who considered themselves above him. The laughter of children playing in the streets felt like a distant echo, a reminder of joy that he could no longer grasp. He caught snippets of their games, their carefree laughter mingling with the cries of the pigs, and a pang shot through him, a longing for companionship that remained forever out of reach. As evening descended, the air grew heavy with the chill of impending night. Ewald cast one last glance toward the flickering lights of the town, where warmth and laughter thrived. Oblivious to his plight, he turned away, the weight of his existence pressing down upon him like the very mud that swallowed his boots. The pigs shuffled behind him, their snouts searching for scraps, and with a resigned sigh, Ewald pressed on, resigned to the life of a pig herder, forever marked by a stigma that would never fade. The sun hung low in the sky, casting elongated shadows across the rolling hills of the countryside, where the scent of damp earth mingled with the musky odor of swine. A thin mist curled around the oaks, obscuring the underbrush, where danger lay in wait. Edric, the pig herder, crouched low among the brambles, his heart pounding in his chest, his breath steadying as he listened intently. The echoes of the forest were punctuated by the soft grunts of his herd, a motley collection of snouts and bristled backs, blissfully unaware of the threat that loomed just beyond the thicket. For Edric, each day unfurled into a relentless cycle of toil and vigilance. The chill of the morning air bit at his fingers, which were stained with mud and the residue of his charges. He had spent countless hours driving the pigs through the mire, searching for sparse patches of grass, while keeping one eye trained on the tree line. The tales of wolves, ravenous packs that roamed the woods, and bears, those hulking beasts with a taste for flesh, weighed heavily on his mind. A single night of negligence could mean ruin, the loss of not only his pigs, but also the meager livelihood that sustained his family. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, an unsettling silence fell upon the woods. Edric's instincts prickled. The birds had ceased their chorus, and even the pigs seemed to sense the tremor in the air. He tightened his grip on the stout staff he carried, the wood smooth from years of use, and crept closer to the edge of the thicket. The sound of rustling leaves sent a jolt through him. With a low growl, a wolf emerged, its fur a mottled gray, eyes glinting with hunger. Edric's breath caught in his throat. The pack followed, shadows weaving through the underbrush, their growls rising to a chorus of hunger. Panic surged through Edric as he turned to the herd, knowing that if he did not act swiftly, he would lose not just the pigs, but his very means of survival. He shouted, a desperate bark that shattered the stillness, and brandished his staff, brandishing it like a shield against the advancing predators. The pigs squealed in alarm, their instinctive panic sending them scattering in different directions, a chaotic ballet of bristles and mud. With a surge of adrenaline, Edric charged toward the nearest pig, a stout sow named Gilda, her stout body already turning to flee. He caught her just before she bolted into the waiting jaws of the wolf, wrestling her back to safety. But in that moment, the pack descended, a blur of teeth and claws. The sound of tearing flesh filled the air, a heart-wrenching symphony of loss, echoing through the forest as Edric fought to rally his herd. In the end, one could measure the cost of the attack not just in the blood spilled, but in the empty bellies that we follow. Each pig that fell beneath the wolf's assault was a child fed less, a hearth that burned dimmer. The herder's heart sank, knowing that the specter of hunger would now loom over his family, darker than the forest shadows. As the last wolf retreated, satisfied with its prize, Edric stood amidst the chaos, the chill of the evening settling in, a reminder of nature's indifference and the harsh reality of his existence. The herder's life was not merely one of toil, it was a constant battle against the wild, a test of endurance against forces that cared little for human struggle. Beneath the dreary skies of a late autumn afternoon, the pig herder trudged through the muck of the village outskirts, the stench of feces and damp earth mingling in the chill. The pigs snorted and grunted, their beady eyes glistening with mischief as they rooted through the mud, seeking out scraps of food that the herder had failed to provide earlier in the day. He could feel the cold seeping through his tattered tunic, and with each step, the squelching sound of muck clung to his worn leather boots like a heavy curse. The herder, a gaunt man named Ewald, had spent nearly a decade tending to the village's swine. To others, pigs symbolized prosperity, a source of meat and wealth. To Ewald, however, they represented a daily struggle against filth and disease, a life fraught with constant peril. As he moved among the animals, he recalled tales spun by the village elders of the maladies that lurked within the swine's very being. Trichinosis, they whispered, a creeping dread that could ensnare the unsuspecting. The mere thought of its invisible bite sent a shudder through him. He knelt to inspect a particularly ill-tempered sow, her belly swollen with the promise of piglets. Yet, the herder noticed how her skin glistened with an unnatural sheen, a telltale sign of fever. The villagers had warned of a recent outbreak, the air thick with apprehension. The last thing Ewald wanted was to bring home illness to his family. His wife Anya was already frail, and the two children, barely old enough to understand the world, were susceptible to every ill that whispered through the village. A fever caught from a careless touch upon the swine could turn their humble home into a house of mourning. As he prodded the sow gently, she squealed and kicked up mud, splattering it across his face. Ewald wiped the muck away with a trembling hand, the filth mingling with the sting of anxiety that gnawed at his insides. The hours dragged on, stretching into an eternity as the herder tried to coax the pigs back into their pen. Each grunt and snort echoed in his mind like a tolling bell, an omen of the disease that could wipe them all from existence. Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out from the village. A neighbor, clutching her ailing child, rushed past him, her face pale and drawn. The child's fever had spiked, the illness spreading like wildfire, and the herder's heart raced with dread. What if it had come from the pigs? What if he had been the unwitting carrier of despair? The thought gnawed at him, an unrelenting shadow that darkened the corners of his mind. Night fell, and with it came the biting cold. The herder's hands ached as he secured the rickety gate of the pen. He cast one last glance at the snuffling pigs, their beady eyes glimmering with indifference to the turmoil they wrought. He would return to the warmth of his meager hearth. But the anxiety would follow him, a specter lurking at the edges of every moment. In his heart, he bore the burden of a man who walked a thin line between sustenance and sickness, forever on guard against the invisible foe lurking within the creatures he tended. The sun barely breached the horizon, its feeble light filtering through the heavy fog that clung to the earth like an unwelcome shroud. A chill bit at the air, sharp enough to make the herder shiver beneath his threadbare cloak. He trudged through the muck of the pigsty, the foul stench of excrement mingling with the pungent aroma of damp earth and rotting straw. Each step was squelchy and heavy, the mud clinging to his worn boots as if trying to hold him back from the day's grim tasks. The pigs, their bristly backs coated in grime, squealed in protest as he approached, their eyes small and beady, glinting with hunger and mischief. He had risen before dawn, as was his custom, to feed them, but even as he tossed slops into their trough, he could not shake the gnawing anxiety that settled in his gut. The market had been fickle of late. The price of pork had dropped sharply, and whispers of a poor harvest in the neighboring village had reached his ears. With each passing day, the townsfolk grew more wary, their purses tightening as they braced for the lean months ahead. It was a precarious existence, this life of an accursed pig herder, tethered to the capricious tides of demand. One moment, a feast of autumn fairs would swell the coffers, the market bustling with the scent of roasted meats, and the next a shadow would fall over the stalls, the price of pork plummeting like a stone cast into the depths of a dark well. The herder recalled the last market day, where he had stood beneath a drab awning, clutching his wares with knotted fingers. Pigs, once valued for their heft and hardiness, had fetched a paltry sum. The butcher, a rotund man with a greasy beard, had haggled like a crow pecking at scraps, offering barely enough for a meager loaf of bread. With a grimace, the herder had accepted, knowing that the weight of his own family's hunger rested upon his shoulders. Now, with winter looming, the threat of starvation felt more tangible than ever. His wife, gaunt and weary, had taken to foraging in the nearby woods, scouring for roots and wild greens to complement their meager meals. The children, once lively and spirited, now bore the pallor of malnutrition, their laughter a fading echo against the backdrop of their father's mounting despair. As the day wore on, the sky turned a sullen gray, foretelling a bitter cold. With each passing hour, the herder found himself wrestling with a sense of hopelessness. He watched the pigs root in the mud, oblivious to the struggles of their keeper, their bellies swelling on the scant remnants of scraps. Each grunt and snort served as a reminder of his own plight. A man bound to the land, forever at the mercy of a market that danced to a tune he could never hope to control. The wind picked up, howling through the trees, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around himself, seeking warmth against the chill that permeated his bones. The world outside his pigsty felt as bleak as the mud beneath his feet, and as he gazed out toward the distant hills, he wondered if the coming days would bring only more hardship. All the while, the pigs continued their foraging, blissfully ignorant of the burdens that threatened to crush their herder underfoot. The sun barely pierced the gray shroud of morning mist that clung to the village, wrapping its fingers around the mud-strewn path leading to the common pasture. A cold wind swept across the fields, biting at the skin like the sharp edge of a blacksmith's tool. Among the squalor of the pigsty, a thin figure, clad in tattered wool, crouched low, coaxing a snuffling sow from her shallow nest of straw. The stench of excrement and damp earth permeated the air, clinging to the herder's clothes and skin, a pungent reminder of the life he led. Cedric, the pig herder, had begun his day before dawn, waking to the sounds of grunting and squealing, the clamor of his charges rising above the distant toll of the church bell. His hands, calloused and stained, worked tirelessly to feed the swine, the only companions he had known for years. With each scooped handful of slop, he felt the weight of his station in life pressing down upon him, an iron yoke he could neither shake off nor escape. As he scattered the slop, the pigs jostled for position, grunting and snapping at one another, oblivious to the toil that brought their meals. The herder's hands, roughened by years of labor, trembled slightly as he reached out for a stubborn piglet, its small body wriggling in protest. He was no stranger to such struggles, having spent countless nights huddled against the chill with little more than a thin blanket for warmth. The village folk rarely acknowledged his existence, only glancing his way when they needed a pig for a feast or a newborn litter to sell. The harsh reality of his existence lay deep in the marrow of Cedric's bones. Education was a luxury reserved for the wealthy, and knowledge was a distant dream. The village schoolhouse, with its steeply pitched roof and weathered wood, remained a hollow promise, a place where children of merchants and lords learned their letters and numbers while he toiled in muck. Cedric had heard whispers of the wonders beyond the hills, trades and crafts, the art of reading and writing, the ability to negotiate and barter. Yet such ideas felt as unattainable as the stars that flickered far above the murky clouds. Each long hour spent in the cold and filth served only to entrench him deeper in the cycle of poverty. The meager coins he earned from selling the occasional piglet barely sufficed to keep him fed, and the village's disdainful glances made him feel like a specter haunting the edges of their lives. A chance to better his situation slipped like grains of sand through his fingers, remaining forever distant and out of reach. A sudden cry shattered his thoughts. A sow had taken to chasing a piglet, its small body squealing in terror. Cedric surged forward, heart racing, as he scrambled to prevent the chaos from escalating. The pig's frantic movements kicked up clods of mud, splattering his already filthy tunic. He caught the piglet just in time, cradling it against his chest and hushing it with a gentle murmur. But even as he soothed the frightened creature, a bitter taste lingered in his mouth. No matter how hard he worked, no matter how many piglets he saved, the world beyond the muck remained a closed door, locked tight by ignorance and lack of opportunity. The wind howled again, echoing his unvoiced lament, and the chill seeped deeper into his bones, a reminder that the struggle of a pig herder was not merely against the elements, but against a fate that seemed as unyielding as the earth beneath his feet. The chill of dawn crept through the mist-laden fields, wrapping the world in a shroud of gray as the pig herder Aelfric trudged through the muck of the sty, his boots, caked in the remnants of yesterday's slop, squelched with each weary step. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the pungent odor of swine, a smell that clung to him like a second skin. Today was not just another day of herding pigs. It bore the weight of unyielding conflict that festered beneath the surface of pastoral life. The lord of the manor, Sir Cedric, had decreed that the herders must pay a new tithe for the right to graze their swine upon the common lands. This demand, inflated and unjust, sent a ripple of dread through the hearts of men like Aelfric, who toiled from dawn till dusk, their hands perpetually stained with the grime of their labor. The herder's gaze fell upon the distant manor house, its stone walls rising proudly against the bleak sky, a fortress of wealth and power that seemed to mock his plight. As the sun reluctantly pierced the clouds, illuminating the dew-kissed grass, Aelfric gathered his small flock of pigs, their coarse bristles bristling with the chill. Each oink was a reminder of the sustenance they provided, yet with every passing moment, the specter of eviction loomed larger. The landowners wielded their authority like a sword, and Aelfric knew that to contest their whims was to invite ruin upon himself. In the village square, Whispers of rebellion stirred among the herders. "We cannot allow this tyranny to continue," one man had declared, his voice rising in defiance. "Our pigs are our livelihood." But Aelfric, with the weight of his family's survival pressing upon him, remained silent, for he had seen what happened to those who dared to challenge Sir Cedric's decree. Last spring, young Aemon had lost his pigs and his home after a confrontation with the Lord's men. The echoes of that violence haunted the air, heavy and foreboding. The pigs snorted and jostled against each other as Aelfric led them toward the edge of the pasture, but his heart was not in the work. The sky darkened, and the wind picked up, whipping around him like a herald of tempestuous change. If the Lord's men came today, claiming the tithe, Aelfric feared he would have to choose between his livelihood and his life. As if summoned by the very thoughts that tormented him, the sound of hooves approached. Aelfric's stomach lurched as he spotted the figures of Sir Cedric's guards, their armor glinting ominously in the dim light. They rode like shadows, their grim faces betraying no hint of compassion. The herder's grip tightened on the staff he wielded, a feeble weapon against the encroaching menace. "By order of the Lord," one of the guards bellowed, the wind carrying his words like a death knell. "You are to pay the tithe or vacate these lands before sunset." The earth felt unsteady beneath Aelfric's feet as he weighed his options. The pigs grunted anxiously, sensing the tension that crackled in the air. Aelfric's heart raced, his mind racing through the possibilities, each one darker than the last. With every passing moment, his world teetered on the brink, a fragile existence threatened by the unyielding demands of those who cared little for the struggles of a humble pig herder. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a waning light upon the muddy expanse of the pen. Drenched with the remnants of recent rains, the earth squelched beneath the tired feet of Alaric, a humble pig herder. The air was thick with the mingling scents of damp earth, oozing swill, and the pungent odor of the herd. The swine, a motley assortment of pink and black, rooted and snorted, their bristles glistening with the grime of the day. Yet, amid the cacophony of grunts and squeals, a heavier weight pressed upon Alaric's shoulders, one that no amount of muck could wash away. As the sun dipped further, casting long shadows across the pen, Alaric glanced toward the thatched cottage that served as home to his family. Inside, the muffled cries of his youngest child pierced the air, a sound that caused his heart to clench tighter than the coarse rope that bound the pens. Petya, barely 3 summers old, had taken ill yet again, a wretched fever that came and went like the unpredictable winds of autumn. Alaric's wife, Eleanor, weary and worn from the burdens of motherhood and household, would be struggling to soothe the child. But her care was compromised by the demands of the household: firewood to gather, porridge to prepare, and the ever-looming specter of their aging kin, Alaric's mother, who lingered in the corner, her mind often drifting away from this world. With a grunt, Alaric pulled himself from the pen's edge, wiping a hand across his brow, slick with sweat and grime. The sun's descent transformed the sky into a vivid tapestry of purples and reds, a stark contrast to the dreary tasks at hand. He turned his attention back to the pigs, pushing aside the gnawing worry that threatened to overwhelm him. Each day was a relentless cycle of toil, herding the swine, mending fences, and ensuring that his charges were fed and sheltered from the harshness of the elements. Hours stretched like the shadows across the ground, and Alaric felt the gnawing pang of hunger in his belly, an all-too-frequent companion. The scant earnings from the village market, scarcely enough to buy bread for the family, were a bitter reminder of the sacrifices required to keep the herd healthy. With every coin exchanged, there was a choice made, a decision to either feed the family or purchase the medicinal herbs that might ease Petya's suffering. The weight of such choices bore down heavily, a relentless burden that seemed to grow with each passing season. As the last light faded, Alaric's heart twisted at the thought of returning home. The sight of Eleanor's tired eyes, the sound of Petya's whimpers, and the ever-fading hope of a better life lay before him like the muddy path that wound through the village. The chill of the night air crept in, a reminder that tomorrow would bring the same struggles, a relentless cycle of labor, care, and the deep-seated fear that he might not be enough for those who depended on him. With a deep breath, Alaric steeled himself against the encroaching darkness, both in the sky and within. The pigs grunted and pushed against him, demanding his attention, and he felt a familiar pang of frustration mixed with love. This was his life, interwoven with the cries of children and the snorts of swine, a tapestry of duty that offered little reprieve. As he moved to secure the pen for the night, he could only hope that the dawn would bring strength and perhaps a glimmer of fortune. The dawnlight filtered weakly through a shroud of gray clouds, casting a pallid glow over the muck of the pigsty. Grime clung to the soles of Thomas's boots as he trudged through the mire, the scent of excrement rising in thick clouds that mingled with the chill of morning air. Each step squelched underfoot, a reminder of the unyielding drudgery that defined his days. As the pigs grunted and snorted, their bristled backs gleaming with moisture, Thomas's heart sank. The animals, oblivious to the world beyond their pen, rooted for scraps, their bellies round and full. Yet even in their simple existence, there lay a cruel irony. While they wallowed in the filth that sustained them, he was bound to a life of servitude, watched over by their greedy snouts as if they were the true masters of this forlorn estate. The Lord's Manor loomed on the horizon, its imposing stone walls a constant reminder of the chasm between his station and that of the gentry. The pig herder had little more than a tattered cloak and a wooden staff, while the lord feasted on roast boar and fine wines, untroubled by thoughts of hunger or hardship. Thomas recalled the tales of his youth, dreams of adventure and valor that had long since faded into mere whispers of what might have been. Instead, he found himself tethered to this wretched existence, shackled by the weight of poverty and isolation. With a weary sigh, Thomas worked to mend the rickety fence that enclosed the sty, the splintered wood biting into his calloused palms. The sun, hidden behind clouds, offered little warmth, and the chill gnawed at his bones. He was a man of the earth, yet the earth offered him no solace, only the relentless cycle of toil. Each day bled into the next, a monotonous repetition of feeding, cleaning, and mending, with no hope of respite. The pigs grew fat, but Thomas remained lean, the hunger in his belly gnawing as fiercely as the winter winds outside. The villagers, too, kept their distance, their eyes avoiding his in a dance of unspoken contempt. He was the pig herder, the man whose life revolved around the swine, a figure of ridicule and derision. Even the children, who once chased him with laughter, now turned away, their faces scrunched in disgust as they passed. They were taught to fear the filth that clung to him, a mark of his lowly status, a status that offered no path to redemption or upliftment. As the day crept on, a storm brewed in the distance, dark clouds rumbling ominously. Thomas looked up, his heart heavy with the weight of the impending downpour. Rain would turn the earth to sludge, making his labor all the more burdensome. But in this bleak existence, even the weather seemed to conspire against him, a reminder that the world was indifferent to his suffering. He paused, staring at the pigs as they snorted and jostled for position. A mindless throng, unaware of the despair that enveloped him. Their lives, though simple, held purpose, the promise of meat, the cycle of life that continued unbroken. But Thomas felt no such assurance. The herder was but a cog in a machine that churned endlessly, and in his heart, he harbored the gnawing certainty that he would remain forever trapped in this cycle, with dreams of a better life evaporating like morning mist in the unforgiving light of day. The biting wind whistled through the gnarled trees that marked the boundaries of Hinterkaifeck Farm, carrying with it an unsettling chill that seemed to seep into the very bones of the Gruber family. It was late autumn in 1922, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves as the sun began its slow descent behind the distant hills. Shadows stretched long and ominous across the fields, where the last of the crops had been harvested, leaving behind only the remnants of a once thriving harvest. Andreas Gruber, a sturdy man with a weathered face and weary eyes, stood at the edge of the barn, his hands shoved deep into the pockets of his threadbare trousers. The farm had been in his family for generations, but now it felt like a burden, a weight dragging them into despair. Rumors had begun to circulate in the nearby village of Weidhofen about the land being cursed, a notion that gnawed at him as surely as the winter would gnaw at their provisions. The fields that should have flourished lay barren, their soil sapped of life, much like the spirits of those who toiled upon it. Inside the farmhouse, Cecilia moved quietly, her footsteps echoing softly against the wooden floorboards. She paused by the hearth, where the flickering flames cast erratic shadows on the walls, and stared into the embers, lost in thought. Her heart ached for her husband, for the struggle they faced, and for the children who deserved so much more than the life this barren land offered them. Yosef, her grandson, played quietly in a corner, his small hands busy with a wooden horse, while little Maria, barely old enough to speak, clutched a faded doll, her bright blue eyes wide with innocence. Victoria, their daughter and the anchor of the family, entered the room with a basket of potatoes, her brow furrowed in concern. "The village folk are talking again, mother," she said softly, setting the basket down. "They whisper that we are cursed, that the land has turned against us. What will we do when the winter comes?" Cecilia sighed, her heart heavy with dread. "We must keep faith, my dear. We have survived worse. There are still the chickens and the few goats. We will manage." But as the days turned into weeks, the tension in the air thickened, a palpable unease that settled over the farm like a shroud. The nights grew longer, the darkness deeper, and strange occurrences began to disturb their fragile peace. Tools were found misplaced, doors creaked open on their own, and once a chilling wind swept through the barn, rattling the empty stalls. Each incident stoked the flames of fear and superstition, driving wedges between the family members. One evening, as they gathered around the table for a meager supper, a loud bang echoed from the attic, causing all conversation to cease. The sound reverberated through the walls, leaving the air thick with apprehension. Andreas set down his fork, his face pale, and looked to his wife. "I will go check it," he said, his voice low but steady. Cecilia's eyes widened with worry. "Andreas, it could be nothing. Please." But he was already moving towards the stairs, the creaking wood beneath his feet a stark contrast to the silence that enveloped the room. As he ascended, the shadows seemed to deepen, swallowing him whole. The family sat in tense silence, the flickering candle casting an eerie glow on their faces, each heartbeat echoing the unspoken fears that loomed over them, a harbinger of the tragedy that lay ahead. In the harsh winter of 1922, the Gruber family of Hinterkaifeck, a remote farmstead nestled in the dense, whispering woods of Bavaria, found themselves ensnared in an escalating web of unease. The chill that permeated the air was not solely the result of the season, but rather a creeping dread that settled upon the family like an unwelcome specter. It began in January, when the nights grew longer and the winds howled with a ferocity that seemed to mock the solitude of their isolated home. Maria Gruber, the matriarch, first noticed something amiss one evening while tending to the hearth. As she stirred the fire, a low, creaking sound echoed through the silence, causing her to pause. The noise was unfamiliar, a disquieting groan that resonated from the darkened corners of the farmhouse. Straining her ears, she dismissed it as the house settling, yet unease prickled at the back of her mind. The following days brought with them a series of peculiar occurrences. Footprints appeared in the freshly fallen snow, leading up to the front door of their home, but vanishing without a trace. Each morning, Maria would awaken to find the tracks, deep impressions that suggested a heavy boot, yet the snow surrounding the farmhouse remained untouched. The family's livestock, usually calm and predictable, began exhibiting signs of distress. The cows bellowed restlessly, and the goats huddled together, their wide eyes reflecting an instinctual fear. As the days turned to weeks, the Gruber's anxiety mounted. Andreas Gruber, the patriarch, a man of stoic demeanor, found his resolve tested. He surveyed the farm with a watchful eye, convinced that someone was watching them from the shadows of the surrounding forest. The anxiety in his gut twisted into a knot, and he took to keeping a shotgun close at hand, though the weapon felt heavy and burdensome against his side. Maria discovered tools that had mysteriously shifted from their usual spots in the barn. The sickle, a vital implement for the harvest, was found lying in the dirt rather than its customary place on the wall. The family began to suspect that they were not alone in their home, that a phantom presence was toying with them. Late at night, whispers would echo through the halls, indistinct yet undeniably human. The children, especially little Cecilia, would awaken in terror, crying out for their mother convinced that a ghost lurked just beyond the threshold of their rooms. One bitter night, Andreas, unable to quell his rising fear, ventured out into the snow-laden landscape, a lantern clutched tightly in his hand. The wind howled as he made his way to the edge of the woods, his heart pounding in rhythm with each crunch of snow beneath his boots. The moon cast an otherworldly glow, illuminating the trees that loomed like sentinels. He felt a fleeting sense of courage wash over him. But as he scanned the darkness, the oppressive silence enveloped him, and he felt the cold grip of dread seize his heart anew. Returning to the farmhouse, a shiver ran down his spine, more from the feeling of being watched than the chill of the night air. The haunting reality settled in his bones. Something was amiss within their sanctuary. The family had become prisoners of their own home, and though the tangible source of their fear remained elusive, its presence was palpably felt, a dark harbinger of the horrors that lay ahead. In the encroaching shadows, the Gruber family awaited a reckoning that would soon shatter their fragile existence. In the small German village of Hohenberg, the biting chill of February had settled heavily upon the Gruber household. The air was thick with tension, as if the winter frost had seeped into the very walls of their modest home. Victoria Gruber stood by the kitchen window, her breath fogging the glass, obscuring the bleak landscape beyond. The once vibrant chatter of her family had dwindled to a series of sharp exchanges, each word laced with unspoken grievances. Financial strains gnawed at the Gruber family like a relentless hunger. Her father, Wilhelm, a once proud carpenter, now spent his days mired in worry, his hands trembling as he counted the dwindling marks in their leather pouch. The recent economic turmoil had left many in Hohenberg scrambling for work, and the Grubers were no exception. Victoria's mother, Greta, had taken to sewing in the evenings, her needle flashing in the flickering candlelight as she crafted garments for the village's wealthier families. But even her tireless efforts brought little relief. They were merely piecemeal solutions to a deepening crisis. The evening shadows lengthened, pooling around the corners of the dimly lit room. Victoria turned away from the window, her heart heavy with a sense of isolation. The laughter that had once filled their home was now an echo of the past, replaced by the sullen exchanges that characterized their meals. Her parents, once her staunch allies, had become distant figures, their conversations punctuated by sharp words and wary silences. It was as if a chasm had opened between them, one she could not bridge. A sudden noise from the attic broke the stillness, an unsettling thump, followed by a scuffle of feet. It was a sound that had become all too familiar in recent weeks, stirring an unease that gnawed at Victoria's insides. "Did you hear that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper as she turned to her parents, who sat across the table, their brows furrowed in concentration over the meager meal. "Just the wind," her father replied curtly, dismissing her concern with a wave of his hand. But Greta's eyes flickered with unease, betraying her own apprehensions. The nights had grown strange in the Gruber household, filled with inexplicable creaks and rustles that seemed to echo through the very bones of the house. "Wind doesn't thump like that," Victoria pressed, a defiance simmering beneath her surface. "It's not just the wind, father. We need to talk about it. We can't ignore." "Enough." Wilhelm's voice sliced through the air like a knife, and silence fell like a shroud. The tension crackled, palpable and oppressive, as Greta's hands froze mid-stitch, her needle poised in the air. Victoria's heart raced, her breath hitching in her throat. The very atmosphere seemed to pulse with discontent, the chill of the winter night seeping into their bones, magnifying the rift that had formed between them. "Nothing will change if we don't face it," she murmured, her voice steady despite the storm raging within her. "We cannot ignore the strange sounds, the shadows. They are a sign of something wrong." "Don't speak such nonsense," Wilhelm snapped, his voice low and fierce. "You will only invite trouble upon our home." But as the echoes of his words hung in the air, Victoria felt a flicker of resolve ignite within her. The family she had once felt tethered to was unraveling, and with it, the very fabric of their lives. She could not remain silent in the face of the encroaching darkness, both in the world outside and within the walls of their home. With a courage she didn't fully understand, she took a step closer to the table, ready to confront the shadows that threatened to consume them all. The chill of March hung heavy over the small Bavarian village of Hinterkaifeck, where the frost clung stubbornly to the earth, making each footfall crunch like broken glass. The Gruber family's farm, a modest homestead flanked by dense forests, stood on the outskirts of town, its silence broken only by the distant calls of crows circling above. Yet on this bleak afternoon, unease permeated the air, thickening the atmosphere like fog. Lorenz Schlittenbauer had been the Gruber's hired hand for nearly a year, a wiry young man with a shock of dark hair and a bright smile that belied the weight of his labor. He was seen last near the barn, his silhouette framed against the fading sunlight as he secured the horses for the evening. The day passed into twilight, shadows stretching long across the fields, and when he failed to return from a routine trip to the nearby woods, the first hints of worry began to blossom among the family. By nightfall, the concerns had transformed into frantic whispers. Maria Gruber, the matriarch, paced the creaking wooden floors of their farmhouse, her brow furrowed with dread. "He should have been back by now," she insisted, her voice trembling. Her husband, Andreas, a stout man with a grizzled beard, tried to reassure her, but even his bravado faltered in the face of an unease that gripped the household. Soon, the family gathered their courage, slipping into their coats and stepping into the cold night. The wind howled like a restless spirit as they called for Lorenz, their voices swallowed by the darkness. The moon hung high, casting an eerie glow that illuminated the frosted fields, but there was no sign of the young man. The deep woods loomed ominously at the edge of their property, and within its depths lay a silence that felt almost conspiratorial. As the hours ticked on, the Grubers returned to their home, despair etched across their faces. News of Lorenz's disappearance spread quickly through the village, weaving a tapestry of speculation and fear. Whispers of foul play began to swirl, fueled by the shadows of the forest, where the trees seemed to lean in closer, as if eavesdropping on the unfolding drama. The following morning, a group of men from the village gathered, their faces grim and determined. Armed with torches and lanterns, they ventured into the woods, an air of dread thickening with each step. The search party scoured the underbrush, calling out Lorenz's name, their voices echoing in the stillness. Hours passed with no sign, the trees standing sentinel, guarding their secrets. As the sun began to dip below the horizon once more, a palpable tension gripped the group. They returned to the Gruber farm, their faces etched with worry. It was not just Lorenz's absence that unsettled them. It was the growing sense that something dark lurked among them, a malignancy festering within the shadows. In the days that followed, the village became a pauldron of rumors. Some speculated that Lorenz had run away, tired of the hard life on the Gruber farm, while others hinted at a more sinister fate. The Gruber family, once a quiet part of the village tapestry, now found themselves at the center of a storm, eyes watching from every corner, suspicion threading through the air like smoke. Life continued in Hinterkaifeck, but it was forever altered. The very ground felt tainted, as if the soil itself mourned the loss of a life that had slipped away, leaving only questions in its wake. The late afternoon sun hung low in the sky, casting elongated shadows over the cobblestone path that wound its way to the Gruber family farm. March 1st, 1922, had dawned with an unusual chill, the remnants of winter still gripping the landscape, and the air carried a sense of foreboding. As the neighbors approached, they exchanged sidelong glances, their whispers muffled by the sound of crunching gravel beneath their feet. The Gruber home, a sturdy two-story structure with weather-beaten shutters, loomed ahead, its facade unyielding, yet somehow weary. An aura of unease enveloped the place, a palpable tension that clung to the air like fog. The neighbors, Friedrich and Anna Muller, were invited for what was supposed to be a convivial social gathering, a chance to combat the long winter's isolation. But as they stepped onto the porch, a shiver ran down Anna's spine, inexplicable and unwelcome. Old Hans Gruber opened the door, his face a mask of strained hospitality. "Ah, welcome, welcome," he called, his voice crackling like kindling. His eyes, usually bright and warm, now held shadows that seemed to whisper of unspoken worries. He stepped aside, allowing his guests to enter, yet the air inside was thick, as though the very walls were holding their breath. The parlor, dimly lit by a single oil lamp, bore the marks of a family that had once thrived. A patchwork quilt lay rumpled on the sofa, and the scent of something unidentifiable simmered in the kitchen, mingling with the musty aroma of the old wooden beams. Anna noted how the room felt smaller than she remembered, as if the walls were closing in around them. "Where's Maria?" she inquired, glancing around for the Gruber's daughter. The young girl was often the heart of such gatherings, her laughter a bright counterpoint to the solemnity that seemed to have settled over the house like dust. "She is occupied," Hans responded, his voice trailing off, the uncharacteristic hesitation hanging heavy in the air. The silence stretched, thick with unasked questions. Friedrich attempted to lighten the mood. "Perhaps she is tending to the chickens. They must be restless in this weather." His laugh was forced, barely breaking the tension. But Hans only nodded, his gaze drifting toward the window where the last rays of sunlight flickered. An uneasy stillness settled over the group. As they exchanged pleasantries, the sound of a distant bell tolled from the village church, marking the hour. Each chime resonated through the room, amplifying the unspoken dread that loomed like storm clouds on the horizon. Shadows danced against the walls, and the flickering light cast grotesque shapes that seemed to mock their feeble attempts at normalcy. Then there was a sudden noise from the upper floor, an unfamiliar thud, followed by a low, mournful whine. Anna's heart raced, and she caught Friedrich's eye. His brow furrowed, and they both turned toward Hans, who stood rigid, his expression unreadable. "Is everything all right up there?" Anna ventured, her voice barely above a whisper. Hans offered a strained smile, though it did little to disguise the flicker of panic in his eyes. "Just the old house settling, I suppose," he replied, yet there was a tremor in his voice that suggested otherwise. The evening lingered on, filled with stilted conversation and forced laughter. But as the neighbors prepared to leave, a lingering sense of dread followed them down the path. Unbeknownst to them, the shadows that clung to the Gruber home were not mere figments of imagination. They were harbingers of a tragedy that would soon unfold, a dark omen that would forever alter the fabric of their small community. The pale light of dawn crept into the small hamlet of Hinterkaifeck on March 31st, 1922, illuminating the morning dew that clung to the blades of grass. Yet, tranquility was a facade, masking the horrors that had transpired in the secluded farmhouse during the night. A bitter wind swept across the fields, rustling the bare branches of the apple trees that had stood sentinel over the Gruber homestead for generations. The day began like any other for the residents of Hinterkaifeck, but as the sun rose higher, the scent of blood lingered heavily in the air. Neighbors, accustomed to the rhythmic clatter of farm chores, noticed an unsettling silence enveloping the Gruber household. The absence of the family's usual morning activity, a cacophony of roosters crowing, cattle lowing, and the clinking of metal against wood, triggered a sense of foreboding. As the clock struck 8, Andreas Gruber's absence from the local tavern raised eyebrows. The tavern keeper, Herr Moser, noted the unease among patrons gathered around the oak bar. Andreas was known for his hearty laughter and penchant for storytelling, yet today the bar echoed with whispers of worry. Moser decided to investigate, gathering a few villagers to join him on the short trek to the Gruber farm. Upon arrival, the group halted, struck by the eerie stillness that enveloped the property. The heavy wooden door, usually ajar, stood ominously closed. Moser pushed it open, the creak of the hinges sounding like a mournful wail. Inside, the scene that unfolded was a tableau of despair and brutality. In the dim light of the farmhouse, the bodies lay strewn across the floor, lifeless and eerily still. Andreas Gruber, his wife, Cecilia, their daughter Victoria, and her 2 children, little Joseph and the infant, were victims of a ghastly massacre. The mattock, a common tool of their trade, had become an instrument of terror, its blades stained with the iridescent sheen of blood. Fragments of flesh and hair clung to its head, a grotesque testament to the violence that had erupted within these walls. The air grew thick with the metallic scent of death, and the villagers recoiled in horror. Moser, grappling with disbelief, stumbled backward, calling for the local constable, whose arrival would mark the beginning of a frantic investigation. The community, once bound by the simplicity of rural life, now found itself ensnared in a web of fear and suspicion. Rumors spread like wildfire, each whispered word igniting the imagination. Some spoke of a curse upon the Gruber family, while others recalled a strange figure seen lurking in the woods. The farm, which had once been a source of pride, was now a place of dread, its walls seemingly echoing the last screams of its inhabitants. As the sun climbed higher, casting twisted shadows across the bloodied floorboards. The villagers gathered outside, their faces pale and drawn. Eyes darted toward the farmhouse, a grim reminder of the fragility of life. The night of the murders would haunt Hinterkaifeck, an indelible stain on its history, leaving an enduring legacy of fear, suspicion, and unanswered questions. In the coming days, the search for truth would begin, but the darkness that had descended upon the town would linger long after the last echoes of horror faded into the past. April 1st, 1922, dawned cold and gray over the isolated village of Hinterkaifeck, a remote hamlet nestled among the rolling hills and dense forests of Bavaria. The morning mist clung stubbornly to the ground, wrapping the earth in a shroud of damp silence. It was a stillness that felt unnatural, a quiet that seemed to press upon the village like a heavy weight. As the sun struggled to break through the low-hanging clouds, the absence of the Gruber family stirred concern in the hearts of their neighbors. The Grubers were known not for their warmth, but for their steadfastness. Their regular presence was a fixture in the small community. Their livestock had gone unattended, and the fields lay fallow, the plow half finished in the muddy earth. Such neglect was not typical. Franz, a neighbor who lived a short distance from the Gruber farm, felt an uneasy knot tighten in his stomach. Concern turned to urgency as he recalled the last time he had seen them, a brief encounter only days prior when he had exchanged pleasantries with Andreas Gruber, a man whose furrowed brow spoke of worry, but whose words had offered no indication of distress. Driven by an instinctive dread, Franz decided to investigate. He trudged through the muddy path that led to the Gruber homestead, the chill air biting at his exposed skin. The wind whispered through the trees, a haunting sound that echoed his growing anxiety. Upon reaching the farmstead, he found the door ajar, creaking ominously in the breeze. A sense of foreboding washed over him, but he pushed it aside, steeling his resolve as he stepped inside. What he encountered within the dim confines of the home was a nightmare. The air was thick with a sickening sweetness, a metallic scent that clawed at his throat. The faint outline of a kitchen came into view, the table still set with remnants of a meal long abandoned, plates half filled with untouched food. His heart raced as he ventured further, calling out the names of the Gruber family, but his voice echoed back, swallowed by an oppressive silence. As he entered the adjoining room, the sight that met his eyes was one of unimaginable horror. The bodies lay sprawled across the floor, a grim tableau of death that rendered him momentarily paralyzed. Andreas and his wife Cecilia were lifeless, their faces twisted in expressions of terror. The children, little Joseph and his elder sister Victoria, were huddled nearby, their small forms still and cold. A thick pool of dark crimson spread across the wooden floor, a stark contrast to the whitewashed walls that seemed to close in around him. Franz stumbled back, his breath quickening. Panic surged through him, and he dashed outside, his mind racing as he shouted for help. The news spread like wildfire, igniting fear and disbelief among the villagers. Whispers of dark omens and curses filled the air as they gathered at the Gruber farm, their faces pale and drawn. The local constable arrived, his expression grave as he assessed the scene. The horror had not only claimed a family, but had also shattered the fragile sense of safety that had defined Hinterkaifeck. As the villagers stood in shock, they could not shake the feeling that evil had seeped into their very midst, leaving behind a stain that would haunt them long after the last echoes of the tragedy faded into the annals of their collective memory. The chill of early April settled over the small town of Wittenberg, Germany, hanging heavy in the air like an unwelcome fog. Darkened clouds loomed overhead, casting a pall over the quaint streets and the modest homes that lined them. It was on one such gray morning, the 12th day of the month, that the peace of the town was irrevocably shattered. A discovery made by children playing near the edge of the woods led to the grim revelation of a family slaughtered within the confines of their own home, a horror that would grip the community in a vice of fear and uncertainty. Within hours, the police arrived, their presence a stark contrast to the eerie stillness that enveloped the scene. Officers, clad in heavy woolen uniforms, moved with a grim purpose, their breath visible in the crisp air. They cordoned off the area, an invisible barrier against the morbid curiosity that threatened to swarm the neighborhood. Neighbors gathered, huddled together in clusters, their whispers a cacophony of shock and speculation. Mothers clutched their children closer, while men exchanged furtive glances, their faces pale as the implications of the crime settled upon them like a shroud. Detective Friedrich Mueller, a seasoned investigator with a weary demeanor, set about the task with a quiet resolve. He began by interviewing those who had known the family, the Wilhelms, who had lived in their modest brick house for nearly a decade. The officers recorded statements, writing feverishly in their notebooks as they probed for any semblance of motive or insight that might lead them to the perpetrator. They learned of the family's struggles. Whispers of mounting debts and a looming foreclosure filled the air, painting a picture of desperation that lingered just beneath the surface. As the afternoon light waned, the detective's mind raced, piecing together fragments of the family's life. The Wilhelms had been well regarded in the community, known for their kindness and hospitality. But beneath the veneer of normalcy lay a more troubling reality. The family had fallen into disarray, financial troubles gnawing at their cohesion. It became evident that the patriarch, Heinrich Wilhelm, had sought solace in drink, a habit that only deepened their woes. The interviews revealed tales of bitter arguments echoing through the walls of their home, a place that had transformed from a sanctuary into a veritable battleground. Yet, even with these revelations, the investigation yielded little in the way of clear suspects. The local constabulary scoured the surrounding area, searching for any sign of a struggle beyond the confines of the Wilhelms' home, but the evidence proved elusive. A neighbor reported seeing a shadowy figure lingering near the house the night before, but when pressed for details, the description became muddled. A blend of fear and uncertainty clouding the truth. Days turned into a week, and the community remained on edge, whispers of paranoia circulating like wildfire. Children no longer played freely in the streets, and townsfolk eyed one another with suspicion. The murder of the Wilhelms had unleashed a tide of dread that swept through Wittenberg, leaving a stain that no amount of time could wash away. As the investigation pressed on, Detective Mueller found himself ensnared in a web of unanswered questions and simmering tensions. Each day brought fresh unease, yet no clear path emerged from the darkness. The heart of Wittenberg, once a bastion of tranquility, now beat with uncertainty, as the specter of the Wilhelms' demise loomed large over the town, a grim reminder of the fragility of life and the shadows that could lurk even in the most unassuming of places. The sun dipped low over the quaint village of Altenburg, casting elongated shadows along the cobblestone streets that wound like serpents through the heart of the town. It was late April 1922, and the air hung thick with the scent of damp earth, a lingering reminder of the recent rain that had washed the dust from the trees and the whispers from the lips of townsfolk. A pall of uncertainty loomed large, suffocating the usual vibrancy of life in Altenburg, as the investigation into the mysterious disappearance of Wilhelm Schreiber, the butcher, stalled under the weight of unanswered questions. In the dim light of a corner tavern, two men hunched over a table, their voices barely above a murmur. Otto, a wiry fellow with thinning hair, leaned in closer, his face creased with worry. "They say his wife, Anneliese, was seen arguing with him just days before he vanished," he whispered, glancing around as if the walls themselves had ears. A family feud, perhaps? Jealousy over his business? Or maybe something more sinister? Johann, a broad-shouldered farmer with dirt-streaked hands, shook his head, eyes darting toward the door, as if expecting an apparition. "Nonsense. It was a stranger I saw lurking near the butcher's shop just before he went missing. I swear it. A man in a long coat, his face concealed by a hat. You know what they say about outsiders," he added, his voice rising with fervor. "They bring trouble with them." As the rumors spread like wildfire through the tavern, they ignited a fire of paranoia that crackled in the air. The townsfolk, who once gathered for jovial banter and laughter, now exchanged furtive glances, suspicion weaving a tight web around their hearts. Children clutched their mothers' skirts, cast wary eyes toward the shadows, while men tightened their grips on their walking sticks, eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of danger. By late May, the once bustling market square lay eerily quiet. The vibrant stalls that sold fresh produce and handmade wares now stood abandoned, their owners too fearful to engage in commerce. A rumor of an outsider had swirled into whispers of an evil spirit haunting the village, seeking vengeance for past wrongs. The streets, once alive with the sounds of laughter and bartering, echoed only the rustle of wind through the leaves and the distant clanging of church bells, tolling a mournful reminder of the missing man. In the depths of the night, a group of men convened in the old barn at the edge of town, their faces illuminated by flickering lantern light. They spoke in hushed tones, discussing the growing sense of dread that had gripped Altenburg. "If we do not act," warned Heinrich, a stout man with a fierce glare, "we may awaken something far worse than our fears." The others nodded, their faces etched with concern, and plans were hatched to patrol the streets under the cover of darkness, to root out the supposed outsider threatening their peace. As the nights passed and the moon waxed and waned, the once innocent village of Altenburg transformed into a place of suspicion and dread. Neighbors became strangers, and kindness turned to accusations, with each person wary of the other. The community that had thrived on camaraderie now found itself ensnared in a web of fear, each shadow a potential harbinger of doom, each creak of floorboards a reminder of the unresolved mystery lurking just beyond the threshold of their lives. The morning sun rose reluctantly over the vast furrowed fields of Hinterkaifeck, casting long shadows that danced across the blood-stained earth. On that fateful day in June 1922, the air was thick with an uneasy tension, a palpable awareness that something unspeakable had transpired. The news of the Gruber family's murder had spread like wildfire, igniting the curiosity and horror of a nation still reeling from the Great War's aftermath. In the nearby town of Weidhofen, the local newspaper office bustled with frenzied activity. Journalists, clad in rumpled suits and fedoras, crowded around desks cluttered with typewriter ribbons and half-empty inkpots. The editor, Herr Müller, a man with a penchant for sensationalism, paced the room, his eyes gleaming with a mix of excitement and dread as he contemplated the story that would soon grip the country. "Listen here," he barked, drawing the attention of his staff. "This isn't just a murder, it's an event. We need to capture the rawness of the tragedy. The people want to know every sordid detail of the Gruber family's demise. Make it vivid, make it shocking." With that directive, reporters descended upon Hinterkaifeck, their spirits buoyed by the promise of headlines that would sell papers and immortalize their names. They arrived with notebooks in hand, eager to uncover the macabre secrets of the homestead where the gruesome tableau had unfolded. As they entered the Gruber farmstead, the stench of death hung in the air, mingling with the scent of freshly cut hay. The bodies, discovered in the barn and the house, had been positioned in a way that defied logic, raising questions that gnawed at the core of the investigators' minds. Each journalist, clutching their pens tightly, scribbled feverishly, attempting to capture the grotesque spectacle that lay before them. The story twisted and turned like the paths that wound through the surrounding woods. As the journalists crafted their narratives, the truth became obscured by layers of embellishment. In one report, the suggestion of a ghostly presence at the farm ignited public imagination, while another hinted at a family feud that had devolved into a heinous act of vengeance. Each article seemed to weave a new thread into the already tangled web of speculation. In the village tavern, patrons gathered to discuss the latest dispatches. The clinking of glasses and the low murmur of voices filled the air as tales grew taller with each retelling. The men spoke in hushed tones, their eyes darting towards the door as if expecting the shadows to materialize into specters of the slain. Women exchanged worried glances, clutching their children closer, as if the horror could somehow spill from the pages of the newspapers into their lives. Meanwhile, law enforcement found themselves ensnared in a media maelstrom. With each sensationalized headline, the pressure to solve the case intensified. The police chief, Herr Schmidt, felt the weight of the public's scrutiny bearing down on him. His brow furrowed in frustration as he addressed his officers, imploring them to sift through the chaos created by the press. "We must focus on facts, not fables. The truth is our only ally in this storm." But the more the press delved into the mystery, the more convoluted the investigation became. Each new article, with its salacious claims and wild theories, obscured the path toward justice, transforming a tragic event into a spectacle that captivated a nation, yet left the victims' souls hauntingly unresolved in the shadows of Hinterkaifeck. The wind howled across the desolate fields of Hinterkaifeck, rustling the brittle remnants of last autumn's harvest. Shadows lengthened as dusk fell, draping the weather-beaten farmhouse in ominous hues. It was a dismal evening in March 1922, yet the chill in the air was not solely the result of the fading light. The atmosphere was thick with an unshakable tension, a palpable sense of dread that had settled over the rural community since the winter had brought an end to the Gruber family. In the heart of the village, hushed whispers snaked through the tavern, winding between wooden beams and curling around the flickering candle flames. The villagers, once engaged in jovial laughter, now spoke in low tones, casting furtive glances toward the door, as if fearing that the very specters of the Gruber family might walk in. The news of the grisly murders had spread like wildfire. 4 lives extinguished in a single night, their bodies discovered in the very sanctuary where they had lived and toiled. Old Herr Gruber, the patriarch, was found sprawled in the blood-soaked hay of the barn, his eyes wide with terror. His wife, the matronly Frau Gruber, lay lifeless in her bed, her face a mask of confusion and fear. The young couple, Andreas and Cecilia, had met the same fate, their dreams extinguished as they lay side by side. Even the gentle, innocent child, little Joseph, had not been spared. The sight of the bloodied farmhouse had left the local constable, Herr Muller, trembling as he recounted the details to the gathered townsfolk. Despite the thorough investigation, no suspects emerged, and the trail grew cold faster than the encroaching night. Some villagers speculated about the supernatural, whispering of ghosts that roamed the fields, seeking vengeance for the violent end that had befallen them. Others spoke of a vengeful spirit, perhaps an uninvited guest, who had turned the peaceful homestead into a scene of horror. The police, led by the beleaguered Muller, seemed unable to penetrate the mists of mystery that clung to the old Gruber farm. As winter waned, the farmhouse stood as a monument of fear, its windows dark and vacant, the silence within as heavy as lead. The once bustling farm, filled with laughter and toil, now echoed with the ghosts of its former inhabitants. Meanwhile, the community, gripped by unease, hesitated to approach the cursed grounds. Rumors swirled like autumn leaves, each tale more macabre than the last. Some spoke of strange lights flickering in the windows at night, of footsteps echoing in the fields when no one was seen to tread. Children dared one another to run to the edge of the property, their hearts pounding with a mix of fear and thrill. Yet none dared to linger long, for the tales of the Hinterkaifeck murders had sewn a fabric of dread that wrapped tightly around the village. As the seasons turned, the murders of the Gruber family faded into a cold case, a haunting reminder of the fragility of life and the darkness that could lurk behind the most unassuming facades. The once vibrant farm became a ghostly silhouette against the skyline, a place where echoes of laughter had been replaced by the hollow whispers of the past, and the community, forever changed, held its breath, waiting for answers that may never come. The night had settled over the Hinterkaifeck farmstead like a heavy quilt, muffling the sounds of the surrounding Bavarian woods. The moon cast its pale glow over the thatched roofs and gnarled trees, illuminating the frost-kissed ground where the last remnants of autumn had long since given way to the chill of early winter. Within the creaking walls of the Gruber household, an unsettling tension hung thick in the air, unseen yet palpable, as if the very land whispered of impending doom. Andreas Gruber, the patriarch of the family, stood at the window, his brow furrowed with worry. He had noticed peculiarities in recent weeks, footprints in the snow leading to the barn, strange noises echoing through the night, and the unsettling sensation of being watched. The isolation of their farmstead, nestled deep in the woods, had always been a source of pride for the Gruber family, but lately it felt more like a trap. He turned his head, glancing toward the flickering candlelight in the adjoining room where his wife, Casilia, and their daughter, Victoria, prepared for the evening meal. The air was thick with the scent of stewed potatoes and smoked meat, a comforting contrast to the growing dread outside. Victoria, a young woman of 25, wore her worry on her face as she set the table. The shadows danced along the walls, and she could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. In hushed voices, she and her mother had discussed the oddities, whispering of the strange intruder they suspected might be lurking in the shadows. Yet Andreas, ever the stoic protector, had dismissed their fears as mere figments of their imagination. The woods play tricks on the mind, he had said, with a dismissive wave of his hand. That evening, as the family sat down to their meal, The air grew heavier, stifling conversations as they exchanged furtive glances. The crackle of the fire punctuated the silence, but even that could not drown out the lurking sense of unease. Outside, the wind howled through the trees, a ghostly symphony that echoed the family's growing apprehension. Days turned into weeks, and the peculiar occurrences continued. The livestock began to act strangely, the cows lowing restlessly in the night, while the dogs barked at unseen phantoms. One evening, Andreas discovered a tool missing from the barn, a simple pitchfork, yet it felt significant, as though it had been taken as an omen of something far more sinister. He locked the barn door tighter, yet the unease remained, festering like an open wound. On the night of March 31st, 1922, the moon hung low, a ghostly orb draped in tattered clouds. As the family retired to their beds, they remained blissfully unaware that their fates were entwined with the darkness that whispered through the trees. The shadows crept closer to the house, and the very air seemed to thicken, laden with the weight of unuttered horrors. When dawn broke, it revealed a silence that was not merely peaceful, but ominous. The farmstead stood still, save for the cawing of crows circling overhead. The sun rose on a scene that would forever haunt the annals of German folklore. The Gruber family, once vibrant with life, would be discovered lifeless, their tragic end marking the beginning of a tale that would echo through time, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurks in the quietest places, where even the most idyllic of landscapes can conceal unspeakable horrors. The chill of the morning air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay, a pungent reminder of the work that lay ahead. In a dimly lit workshop nestled between two crumbling cottages, the coffin maker, Garrett, stood over a pile of rough timber, his hands roughened by years of labor. The sound of the town bell tolling echoed ominously through the streets, each clang a knell for the departed souls whose bodies he would soon prepare for their final rest. With each stroke of the axe, splinters scattered like whispers of the dead, caught in the stillness that enveloped the workshop. The townsfolk had long grown accustomed to the sight of Garrett toiling under the weight of his grim vocation, but none truly understood the toll it took upon his spirit. Constant exposure to death was an unrelenting curse. Every coffin he crafted was a vessel for sorrow, a reminder that life was as fleeting as the fading light of dusk. Garrett's brow furrowed as he recalled the last body he had handled, a young boy, no older than 10, taken by an illness that swept through the village like a malevolent specter. The hollow gaze of the child had haunted him for nights, a ghostly reminder of innocence lost. As Garrett prepared the boy's coffin, he had felt the weight of grief pressing down upon him, as palpable as the timber he shaped. He had worked with trembling hands, each nail driven into the wood, a prayer for the soul it would cradle. The physical strain of his labor was relentless. The sawdust clung to his skin, a constant reminder of the decay that surrounded him, while his back ached from the bending and lifting. The coffins grew heavier with each passing week, not from the timber alone, but from the burden of despair that settled in his heart. The townsfolk rarely spoke to him, save for the occasional request or a hurried transaction, their eyes averted as if to shield themselves from the darkness that enveloped his craft. Days bled into one another, and the seasons changed, yet the cycle of death remained unbroken. The arrival of plague brought with it a new wave of despair, filling the streets with the sick and the dying. Garrett's workshop became a haven for the grim and the morose. Bodies were brought to him hastily, wrapped in tattered linen, their features obscured by the pallor of death. He could feel the weight of their lives pressing down upon him, a burden that deepened with each lifeless form he prepared for the grave. With each coffin crafted, Garrett's heart grew heavier, as if the timber absorbed the very essence of the lives lost. He had heard whispers among the townsfolk of a new illness that ravaged not only the body but the mind, a disease of despair that left its victims hollow and broken. The coffin maker often wondered if he had already caught its curse, gnawing at the edges of his sanity as he worked tirelessly, day after unyielding day. As twilight approached, Garrett stood before a freshly made coffin, its polished surface gleaming dully in the fading light. He took a moment to steady his breath, feeling the chill of the evening seep into his bones. The air was thick with the knowledge of death, and he could hear the faint echoes of those who had passed, their stories woven into the very grain of the wood he had shaped. In that moment, the workshop felt less like a place of creation and more a mausoleum of memories, each coffin a silent testament to the unyielding grip of mortality. The air hung heavy in the workshop of Adric the coffin maker, thick with the scent of damp wood and the faint, lingering odor of decay. Each dawn, as the sun's feeble rays filtered through the grimy windows, casting a pallid glow upon the rough-hewn beams, Adric steeled himself for the labor that awaited. The wooden mallet, worn smooth by years of use, lay heavy in his palm, an unyielding reminder of the grim task that was to come. With each strike, the sound echoed through the workshop, a dull thud that reverberated in his chest, mingling with the whisper of the wind that rattled the shutters. The rhythmic pounding harmonized with the distant tolling of the church bells, a mournful chime that signaled the passing of yet another soul from the village. Adric knew well the grim fate that awaited those who succumbed to the plague or the other cruel afflictions that roamed the land like specters. Each body that crossed his threshold was a testament to the fragility of life, a stark reminder of the mortality that lay in wait around every corner. His fingers, calloused and stained from years of toil, moved deftly over the rough planks of timber, shaping them into the final resting places for the departed. The work was physically demanding, the wood often reluctant to yield to his tools, splintering and cracking as he wrestled with it. Sweat beaded upon his brow, mingling with the dust of the workshop. But it was not merely the physical strain that weighed upon him. It was the ceaseless presence of death that gnawed at his mind. Each completed coffin a reminder of the life that had slipped away. The villagers brought their loved ones to him, in hushed tones, their faces drawn tight with grief. Each pallid corpse that lay before him told a story of suffering, of lives cut short by illness or misfortune. Adric could not help but see the shadows of his own kin in the faces of the dead, his heart strained against the relentless tide of sorrow that filled the air. It was a burden he bore, an uninvited guest that settled in the corners of his thoughts, whispering of despair and hopelessness. As the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the workshop, Adric found himself lost in a haze of morbid contemplation. The coffins lined up against the wall bore witness to the countless lives extinguished, each one a vessel for the memories of those who once laughed, loved, and dreamt. It was a cruel irony. The very craft that fed him also imprisoned him within a cycle of grief, a cycle he could not escape. When the villagers returned to collect the vessels of their lost ones, they brought with them the weight of their mourning, and Adric could feel it settle upon his shoulders like a shroud. He would stand by the door, watching as they loaded the coffins onto carts, their faces etched with sorrow, their eyes reflecting the depth of their loss. And as the last cart rumbled away, leaving him alone in the fading light, the echo of the bells rang in his ears, a constant reminder that another day had passed, another life had ended, and the workshop would be filled with the specters of mortality once more. The air inside the workshop was thick with the scent of damp wood, a miasma of decay that clung to the walls and settled in the crevices of the floorboards. Sunlight filtered through a grimy window, casting feeble rays that illuminated the dust motes swirling in the stillness. In one darkened corner, a half-finished coffin lay upon a stout workbench, its edges raw and unrefined, the wood stained with the remnants of labor and the essence of mortality. Gerard, the coffin maker, stood hunched over his tools, the muscles of his back taut and aching from the relentless labor. His hands, calloused and gnarled, gripped a heavy mallet, striking with a force that made the wood splinter and crack. Each blow reverberated through his bones, a constant reminder of the toil he endured. The rhythmic thud of mallet against wood was punctuated by the creaking of the workshop, as if the very structure mourned the souls it served. The villagers whispered of the plague that swept across the land, bringing death like a dark tide. Whole families succumbed in a matter of days, and the demand for coffins surged. Yet for Gerard, each order was a burden heavier than the last. With every body he handled, the weight of sorrow pressed upon him, a grim reminder that his work was rooted in loss. The thought of the deceased, once vibrant and full of life, now lay lifeless upon his table, their skin pallid and cold, filled him with a dread that seeped deep into his bones. He wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, only to have his hand meet a dampness that lingered in the air. The workshop, A sanctum of death offered little reprieve from the stench of decay. The corpses, wrapped in tattered shrouds, awaited their final repose, their features obscured but still hauntingly present, each face a shadow of the lives that once were. Handling the dead, with their brittle limbs and sunken eyes, took its toll. The weight of their lifeless forms, often more than he could bear, left him aching, breathless, as he struggled to maneuver them into the wooden embrace he had crafted. Each coffin told a tale, of a mother lost too soon, a child taken in innocence, or a father fallen to the sword. And yet as he worked, the specter of disease loomed ever closer. With every strike of the mallet, he felt the chill of dread creeping into the marrow of his bones. The plague was a relentless foe, one that had claimed many a life, and with each body he laid to rest, he risked inviting its touch. The specter of illness, a silent companion, hovered in the corners of his mind, gnawing at his resolve and eroding his spirit. As dusk fell, the light waned and the shadows deepened, wrapping the workshop in an embrace that felt both suffocating and familiar. Gerard leaned back, groaning as he rested his weary body against the workbench, a stark contrast to the chill that pervaded the air. Outside, the tolling bell announced another death, another order that would soon find its way to his hands. With a heavy heart and weary limbs, he prepared for the night ahead, knowing that the cycle of life and death would continue, and he, the maker of coffins, stood at the threshold of both. The morning sun struggled to pierce the heavy fog that clung to the village, its feeble rays casting a pallid light over the workshop of Aldrich, the coffin maker. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of freshly hewn timber, mingling with the lingering odor of decay that trailed in from the nearby chapel, where death had once again visited the parish. Aldrich grunted as he bent low, his back protesting the move, muscles taut with the burden of years spent in toil. He grasped a heavy oak beam, the rough timber coarse against his calloused palms, and heaved it onto the trestle, the wood scraping against the stone floor with a grating sound that echoed in the dim light. Each day began with the same agonizing ritual, lifting, shaping, and assembling the remnants of lives now departed. The coffin-maker's hands, gnarled and worn, worked with a practiced precision, yet every stroke of the chisel and swing of the mallet sent jolts of pain through his joints. Aldrich's knees cracked like dry twigs as he knelt, laboring to carve intricate designs into the lid of a casket meant for a child, small, delicate, and yet imbued with a weight of untold grief. The wood splintered beneath his tools, a reminder of the fragility of life, and he stifled a groan, knowing that the pain would linger long after the day's work was done. As he continued his labor, the shadows lengthened, and with them came the memories of the bodies he had prepared. Each face, now a fading echo within his mind, had once been vibrant and full of laughter, yet now lay still and cold. Aldrich could not escape the burden of his trade. It seeped into his bones, the sorrow of the grieving families intertwined with the wood he shaped. He recalled the hollowed eyes of a mother as she cradled her deceased infant, the desperation in her voice as she clutched the hem of his tunic, pleading for a coffin that would honor her child's fleeting existence. Such encounters were etched into his heart, a constant reminder of the emotional toll he bore. Outside, the village bustled with life, laughter ringing out as children chased one another through the streets. Yet inside the workshop, time stood still. The only sounds were the rhythmic thud of hammer on wood and the occasional creak of the timber as it yielded to his labor. With each stroke, Aldrich's body ached more. The weariness settled deep into his bones, a relentless fatigue that clouded his thoughts. He fought to maintain focus, but the weight of exhaustion pressed heavily upon him, threatening to drown him in despair. The workshop was a prison of his own making, the walls lined with the silent witnesses of mortality, each coffin a testament to lives lost. As he assembled the final pieces of the child's casket, he felt a sharp pang in his lower back, a warning of the chronic injuries that had begun to define his existence. He inhaled deeply, the air heavy with the scent of wood shavings and the bitter tang of sweat, feeling the creeping chill of decay that shadowed his every move. With the final nail driven home, Aldrich stepped back, wiping his brow with the back of his hand. The coffin stood complete, a somber monument to a life that had barely begun. As he gazed upon it, he felt the weight of the world press upon his shoulders, the burden of sorrow intertwined with the physical toll of his craft. In the dim light of the workshop, Aldrich understood that the life of a coffin maker was not merely one of labor, but a ceaseless struggle against the shadows of mortality, a dance with death that left its mark upon both body and soul. The sun hung low in the overcast sky, casting a muted gray light over the village of Eldergrove. In the damp, shadowy workshop of Oswin the coffin maker, the scent of damp earth and decay clung to the air like a specter. The rough-hewn walls, stained dark with years of sap and sorrow, reverberated with the sounds of labor. The rasp of a saw biting into wood, the rhythmic thud of mallet against chisel, and the distant wail of mourning from the church. Oswin crouched over his latest creation, a simple box of oak planks, the grain uneven and splintered. Each cut of his saw echoed the weight of the burden he bore, a burden that had long since turned his hands calloused and his spirit weary. The bodies he prepared for eternal rest lay in the shadow of the workshop, some still swathed in the remnants of their former lives, others little more than husks, ravaged by the creeping hand of decay. The village had seen its share of misfortune this season, the pestilence that swept through the countryside, leaving a trail of grief in its wake. Each morning brought a new despair, with families pleading for swift burials, desperate to stave off the foul stench that lingered in the air like an unwelcome guest. Oswin's heart sank as he recalled the faces of the bereaved, their eyes hollow with loss, their hands trembling as they placed the meager coinage into his palm. This day the task was particularly grim. A young mother lay before him, her skin waxy and mottled, the once vibrant glow of life extinguished far too soon. Her children, pale and frightened, huddled at the door, clinging to one another as if the very act of entering could infect them with the same cruel fate. Oswin felt a pang of sympathy, yet that sentiment was swiftly overtaken by the grim reality of his trade. With each day, the risk of contagion pressed upon him as heavily as the timber he shaped. He donned his leather gloves, worn and cracked, and set to work with a grim determination. The rasp of the saw was drowned by the muffled cries of the children outside. Each stroke sent shivers down his spine, a reminder of the decay that awaited him. The wood was dry, but bore the weight of sorrow deeply embedded within its fibers. It would be no simple task to craft a fitting final resting place for a life snuffed out so cruelly. As he cut, the air thickened with the stench of rot, a sickening reminder of the mortality that surrounded him. Though he had become accustomed to the sights and smells of death, the visceral reminder of decay grated against his senses. The sweat gathered at his brow, and he wiped it away with the back of his hand, grimacing as he felt the coolness of a damp breeze waft through the workshop, laden with the scents of earth and dying leaves. With each nail he drove into the wood, every hammer blow echoed the futility of his labor. Even as he shaped the vessel meant to cradle the lifeless form, the knowledge that decay would soon claim it too gnawed at his mind. The plague had wrought havoc, and while the coffins he crafted would provide a brief reprieve from the ravages of disease, they were but temporary solutions to an unyielding truth. Outside, the wind howled, carrying the distant toll of the church bell, each chime resonating with the weight of impending doom. Oswin paused, listening to its mournful toll, a reminder that for every coffin made, life continued to slip away, the relentless tide of mortality washing over the village. In that moment of stillness, he understood. To be a coffin maker was to dance with decay, to cradle death in one's arms, and to bear witness to the fragility of life itself. The air was thick with a fetor that clung to the nostrils like a miasma, a grim herald of the task that lay ahead. Beneath the low timbered roof of his workshop, the coffin maker, Master Alaric, stood grimly over his latest undertaking, a rough-hewn box carved from dark oak. The wood, once fragrant with the scent of the forest, now bore the weight of sorrow and decay, its surface marred by the stains of countless lives extinguished. Master Alaric's hands, calloused from years of labor, trembled slightly as he reached for the cloth that lay beside him, a tattered remnant of a shroud. He had learned long ago that each corpse came with its own tale, and today's occupant, laid before him on a crude table, was no exception. The body was that of a young woman, her skin a grotesque tapestry of mottled blues and grays, the flesh sinking into itself like a forgotten fruit. Flies danced around her, a ghastly ballet, while the stench of decay seeped into the very walls of the workshop, clinging to the wood and the air alike. With a practiced hand, He began to measure the length and width of the body, each movement deliberate yet weighed down by a growing sense of dread. The sight of her lifeless form stirred a turmoil within him. He could feel the bile rising in his throat as the memories of the last corpse he had prepared clawed at his mind, a silent echo of decay that would not let him be. He pushed the thought aside, forcing himself to concentrate, but the more he worked, the more he was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked within his chosen craft. The decay of the dead was more than just a physical ailment, it was a constant reminder of mortality's cruel grasp. The creeping rot was a harbinger of pestilence and disease, a reminder that the very essence of life was now a breeding ground for bacteria. Alaric had heard tales of those who had succumbed to infection after a careless slip. The very thought of fevered limbs and a body racked with pain sent a shiver down his spine. He recalled the story of old Joran, a forward coffin maker, who had succumbed to a foul sickness after handling a body tainted with the plague. The man had wasted away, his skin turning ashen and his eyes sunken, until he was no more than a whisper of his former self. With a grimace, Alaric pulled on leather gloves, a meager barrier against the horrors he faced. The rough material scratched against his skin as he reached for the saw, its teeth glimmering dully in the dim light. He could feel the weight of the task pressing upon his shoulders, the burden of the dead becoming a palpable force that threatened to crush his spirit. Each cut into the wood felt like a slice into his very soul, a reminder that he was the last stop for many, a final farewell wrapped in the solemnity of wood and nails. As he began to shape the coffin to fit her form, the workshop seemed to close in around him, the walls whispering secrets of the deceased who had passed through his hands. The shadows deepened, and he could almost hear the echoes of their lives. A chorus of laughter, a symphony of love, all silenced too soon. In that moment, he understood that while he crafted the vessels of the departed, it was he who bore the true weight of their stories, a burden he would carry until the end of his own days. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an amber hue across the dusty lanes of the village. The air, thick with the scent of decay, clung to the skin of those who dared to venture near the workshop of Oswen, the coffin maker. His abode, a cramped timber-frame shack, stood apart from the cheerful homes of the townsfolk, as if shunned by the very earth it rested upon. Here, the townsfolk's laughter faded into whispers, and children's games were replaced by a solemn silence that echoed in the wood and iron of his craft. Within the workshop, the sound of the axe biting into wood rang sharply against the stillness, each blow a reminder of the purpose of his labor. The air was heavy with the pungent aroma of fresh pine, mingled with the underlying scent of decay that clung to the very walls. Oswin's calloused hands worked tirelessly, carving and shaping the timber into the final resting places of the departed. Each coffin held a story, yet he remained an outsider to those tales, a mere servant to grief, forever distanced from the joy of life. The village had long whispered tales of the coffin maker, a man cursed by his art. He stood at the precipice of death, where other men danced in the light of the living. Isolation draped over him like a shroud, for who would share a meal with one who dealt so intimately with mortality? The simple act of greeting him often turned to dread, with townsfolk crossing themselves, as if his touch could summon the specter of death. He often sensed their eyes upon him, darting away as he passed, as if his very presence could taint the air they breathed. Oswin's work was not without its burdens, both physical and emotional. The strain of lifting heavy timbers day after day bent his back, and the relentless ache in his limbs bore testament to the toll exacted by his labor. The whirring of the saw, the rasp of the plane, these sounds became a cruel symphony, a relentless reminder of the lives he handled, now reduced to lifeless shells. When the bell tolled for another soul departed, he felt the weight of the village's sorrow as if it were his own. As twilight descended, the shadows deepened, and with them came the stench of decay from the corpses he prepared. The bodies, wrapped in coarse linen, lay in a small, dimly lit nook, awaiting their final resting place. Each face whispered of a story cut short, their lifeless eyes gazing into an abyss that he was destined to confront, day after day. The fear of disease loomed large, an ever-present specter that haunted his thoughts. The pale pallor of the deceased seemed to seep into his very bones, and each cough he muttered was a reminder of how fragile the line between life and death truly was. Though Oswin crafted beauty from despair, the villagers remained oblivious to the artistry beneath the sorrow. They saw only the man who fashioned coffins, not the one who mourned silently for the lives he had touched. In the quiet moments, he would wipe the sweat from his brow, and for a fleeting second, imagine the warmth of companionship, laughter echoing through the workshop. Yet as the final nail was driven home and the coffin sealed, he returned to his solitude, a silent sentinel of mortality, forever standing apart from the vibrant tapestry of life he could never quite grasp. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobbled streets of Eldridge. A chill settled in the air, as the townsfolk hurried home to the warmth of their hearths, leaving the market square bereft of laughter and life. In the far corner, a solitary figure labored beneath the eaves of a weathered timber shed, the sharp scent of wood shavings mingling with the acrid stench of decay that clung to the air. Oswin, the coffin-maker, worked with grim determination, his calloused hands deftly shaping the planks of oak, each stroke a reminder of the burden he bore. With every nail driven into the wood, the weight of isolation pressed heavily upon him. The townsfolk regarded him with a mixture of fear and disdain, their whispers trailing behind them like specters as they passed his workshop. "He deals with the dead," they would murmur, their eyes averted, as if the very act of looking upon him might invite death itself into their lives. Even the children, once curious about the strange man who crafted boxes for the departed, now turned away, their laughter silenced by the sinister reputation that wrapped around Oswin like a shroud. He paused to wipe the sweat from his brow, the rough fabric of his tunic damp against his skin. The day had been long, and the work arduous, yet it was not the physical strain that gnawed at his spirit. It was the profound loneliness that seeped into his bones, deeper than the chill of the approaching winter. As the last light of day faded into twilight, a heavy silence enveloped him, broken only by the distant tolling of the church bell, a cruel reminder of the lives lost and the families left to mourn. Oswin glanced toward the village, where laughter echoed from the tavern, the warm glow of firelight spilling into the street. He could almost taste the mead upon his lips, feel the camaraderie of fellow villagers as they shared tales of triumph and folly. Yet here he remained, a pariah bound to his craft, forever marked by the stigma of death. The sight of his fellow townsmen, their genial faces alight with joy, only deepened the chasm of despair that yawned before him. In that moment, a shudder swept through him, not from the cold, but from the weight of unspoken words and untold stories left to wither in the silence. Each coffin he crafted was a vessel of sorrow, a testament to lives extinguished, and in that knowledge he found no solace. Instead, it became a cycle of despair, a relentless rhythm of creation and isolation that echoed in the hollow corners of his heart. As the last rays of sunlight surrendered to night, Oswin returned to his task, the sound of hammer striking wood, a mournful lullaby. He could hear the soft rustle of the leaves outside, whispering secrets of the lives that continued to flourish beyond his workshop. Yet he remained ensnared in the shadows, forever the coffin-maker, forever alone. The darkness seeped into the very marrow of his being, an unyielding companion in a world that had turned its back on him, leaving him to wrestle with the specter of his own existence. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a pallid glow over the village of Eldergrove. A chill wind whispered through the narrow streets, carrying with it the bitter scent of decay. In the shadow of the church steeple, nestled between the baker's shop and the tanner's yard, stood the humble workshop of Alaric, the coffin-maker. His hands, calloused and stained with the remnants of countless wood shavings, trembled slightly as he prepared to carve yet another final resting place. The tolling bell of St. Martin's Church echoed through the air, a grim reminder of death's ceaseless march. With each clang, Alaric felt the weight of dread settle upon his shoulders, for the village had been plagued with sickness, a foul pestilence that swept through the populace like a dark tide. The cries of the bereaved mingled with the ominous whispers of the townsfolk, who cast wary glances in the coffin-maker's direction, as if he himself were a harbinger of doom. Hefting a plank of oak, Alaric winced at the stench that rose from the nearby cemetery, where the earth had been freshly turned. The grave diggers were busy, their backs bent with labor as they buried yet another soul claimed by the virulent scourge. With every death, the demand for his craft surged, yet with it came a gnawing fear that clawed at the edges of his mind. Handling the bodies was a necessary evil, but each encounter brought with it the specter of disease, a grim reminder of the frailty of life. As he began to shape the wood, the rasp of his tools filled the air, mingling with the distant sounds of mourning. The coffin-maker recalled the hollow eyes of the last deceased he had prepared for burial, a young woman whose face had been twisted in the throes of suffering. The memory was a bitter one, for with her passing came the unsettling knowledge that he was now touched by death, a conduit for its insidious reach. The villagers' fearful whispers haunted him. "Keep your distance, lest the pestilence take you too." Every fiber of his being yearned to flee from the workshop, to escape the oppressive atmosphere thick with dread. Yet, he was bound by duty and desperation. Each plank he shaped was a lifeline to his family, who depended on the meager coins that came from his labors. The physical strain of the work was relentless. His back ached, his muscles protested, and sweat trickled down his brow as he toiled, drenched in the stench of decay. Even the mere act of breathing felt tainted, as if the very air carried the seeds of illness. As night fell, a knock echoed through the workshop, sharp and insistent. Alaric paused, heart racing, for he knew too well what such a summons entailed. The door creaked open, to reveal a gaunt figure, a widow draped in black, her eyes hollow and haunted. In her arms, she cradled a small bundle, wrapped in a tattered cloth. "Please," she implored, her voice a mere whisper. "My husband, he needs a final resting place." A shiver ran down Alaric's spine. He stepped forward, though each step felt like a pact with the darkness that loomed ever closer. As he took the bundle from her hands, the overwhelming stench of death enveloped him, and he struggled against the rising tide of nausea. Fear clawed at his throat, but he steeled himself, for the craft demanded fortitude, even as the world around him crumbled under the weight of disease and despair. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the village of Eldermere, as the heavy scent of damp earth mingled with the rancid odor of decay. At the edge of this small hamlet, nestled between a grove of gnarled oaks and the crumbling stone walls of an abandoned chapel, stood the workshop of Cedric the coffin-maker. The timbered structure, with its sagging roof and warped door, bore testament to years of toil, yet it was the weight of dread that pressed most heavily upon Cedric's shoulders. Inside, the dim light filtered through grimy windows, illuminating the scattered tools of his grim trade. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of sawdust and something far more sinister, an underlying hint of rot that clung to the walls like a shroud. Each day, Cedric found himself beset by a gnawing anxiety, the specter of disease looming over him like a vulture poised to descend upon Carrion. The plague had swept through the countryside like a ravenous wolf, leaving desperation in its wake, and the coffin-maker was forced to confront the remnants of mortality with trembling hands. A knock at the door jolted him from his thoughts. "Aye, your services are needed, Cedric," cried an out-of-breath villager, clutching a tattered cloak around his shoulders, his eyes wide with fear. The man's words hung in the air, heavy with foreboding, and Cedric's heart sank. "Who has passed?" he dared to ask, the tremor in his voice betraying his unease. "Old Maud," the man replied, his voice quavering. "The fever took her in but a fortnight. We fear the plague has come to claim our souls." A chill ran through Cedric's spine, for he had heard the lamentations of the villagers too many times. He nodded, the weight of inevitability settling in his gut like a stone. With a sigh, he reached for his tools, each handle worn smooth from years of use, yet they felt like a curse in his grip. The act of crafting a coffin, a final resting place for the dead, had become a dance with danger, a balancing act on the edge of a knife. As he made his way to the small thatched cottage where old Maud lay, the path grew muddied with rain and sorrow. He observed the faces of the villagers peering from behind shutters, eyes glistening with fear, mouths sealed tight with unspoken dread. Each step felt like a march toward doom, for what if the sickness had seeped into the very wood he would use to fashion her coffin? What if he too would be swallowed by the dark maw of plague? Upon entering the dimly lit room, Cedric was met with the pallid visage of old Maud, her once vibrant spirit reduced to a husk. The stench of sickness hung thick in the air, a vile reminder of mortality that clawed at his throat. He donned a leather apron, its surface stained with the remnants of his trade, and set to work, his hands moving with practiced precision, even as his mind raced with the specter of contagion. The physical strain of lifting her frail body sent a jolt through his back, but it was the relentless fear that consumed him. Each splinter of wood, each swing of his hammer, echoed the uncertainty of his fate. Would he return home tonight, or would he join the ranks of the departed? The thought gnawed at him, a relentless shadow that danced around the edges of his consciousness. With every coffin he crafted, Cedric felt the weight of the world pressing down upon him, a burden that seemed inescapable. In an era where knowledge was a flickering flame against the dark, he remained a prisoner of fear, trapped in a world where death was both a companion and a relentless enemy. In the dim light of the workshop, the air hung heavy with the scent of damp wood and the faint, acrid tang of decay. The coffin-maker, a gaunt figure named Eamon, labored tirelessly, his gnarled hands working the rough oak that would soon encase the lifeless forms of the departed. Each stroke of his chisel echoed the sorrow of the village, a cadence of grief that throbbed in the heart of every soul who dared to enter the realm of the dead. The sun barely pierced the low-hanging clouds, casting a pallor over the bustling hamlet of Eldenbrook, where whispers of illness and misfortune clung like fog. The Black Plague, a specter of death that roamed the countryside, loomed over the populace, leaving behind only the hollow-eyed and the bereaved. Eamon had found his trade to be both a curse and a necessity, a grim vocation that demanded he confront the sorrow of others while he crafted the very vessels of their grief. As he shaped the timber, the rhythmic rasp of the saw became a lament, a dirge for those who had succumbed to the relentless grip of mortality. Each cut, each groove, was a reminder of lives extinguished too soon. Eamon's heart ached for the families that would stand by the graveside, their faces streaked with tears, their cries mingling with the wind. He had seen too many mothers clutching the small, cold hands of their children, their wails piercing the stillness of the village like arrows of despair. The physical toll of his craft was not to be overlooked. Eamon's back ached from hours hunched over the workbench, his arms weary from the ceaseless labor of shaping wood into final resting places. The strain of lifting the heavy planks day after day carved lines of fatigue into his brow, and the calloused palms of his hands bore witness to the labor-induced suffering. Yet it was not merely the toil of the body that haunted him. It was the shadows lurking behind each finished coffin that weighed heavier than any log he could lift. With a practiced hand, Eamon began to assemble a new casket, the sound of nails being driven into place ringing out like a knell. The villagers had taken to calling upon him more frequently, their summons often accompanied by the scent of decay that wafted through the air, a reminder of the bodies left unattended in homes now too steeped in sorrow to bear. Eamon's heart grew weary, for with each new request came a fresh wave of grief that crashed upon his spirit like the relentless waves upon the cliffs. He could hear the mournful cries of the bereaved echoing in his mind as he worked, the ghosts of the departed swirling around him like a morbid choir. It was in these moments of solitude that Eamon felt the isolation of his task, the burden of grief that wrapped around him like a shroud. With each coffin he crafted, he was not merely shaping wood, but carving the very essence of loss into the fabric of his existence. As the sun sank low on the horizon, casting long shadows in the workshop, Eamon paused to survey his work. The coffins stood solemnly in a row, silent sentinels of sorrow, each one a testament to the lives that had flickered out in the darkness. In that moment, Eamon understood the cruel irony of his calling. He was both the creator of solace and the harbinger of grief, trapped in a cycle of death that left little room for his own heart to heal. In the dim light of dawn, the small workshop of Adric the coffin-maker stood at the edge of the village, its air thick with the scent of freshly cut timber and the faint, lingering odor of decay. The rhythmic sound of hammer striking wood echoed through the dim space, punctuated by the occasional creak of the door as grieving families entered, faces etched with sorrow. Each coffin crafted within these walls was a testament to a life extinguished, a final vessel cradling dreams now turned to dust. Today, Adric labored over a particularly ornate casket, its sides intricately carved with symbols of peace, and the eternal cycle of life. He could hear the muffled sobs from the family gathered outside, their wails piercing the stillness like arrows. The widow, a pale figure clad in black, clutched a tattered piece of cloth to her breast, her eyes hollow with despair. Her children clung to her skirts, their small faces streaked with tears, innocence crushed beneath the weight of loss. Adric felt the familiar heaviness settle across his own heart, a burden he had come to know too well. As the hammer fell again, splintered wood flew through the air, a cruel reminder of the harsh reality of his craft. Each blow resonated not only in the timber, but also in the depths of his soul, for Adric was no mere craftsman. He was an unwilling witness to the insidious march of death that swept through the village with the relentlessness of winter. The plague had not spared even the youngest among them, and as the number of coffins increased, so too did the grief he was forced to shoulder. The workshop, once a place of creation, had transformed into a chamber of mourning, where sorrow draped itself over every beam and nail. His hands, calloused and stained with the remnants of his labor, trembled slightly as he recalled the faces of those he had buried, the stout farmer with laughter in his eyes, the gentle healer whose hands had once soothed the sick, and now the young child whose giggles had echoed through the lanes. Each life lost was another weight upon his shoulders, another reminder of the fragility of existence. Yet the physical strain of his work was but one facet of his torment. Adric had learned to navigate the delicate dance of providing comfort, even as his own heart ached. He would wipe the sweat from his brow, suppressing the swell of emotion, as he offered gentle words to the grieving families. He is at peace now, he might say, where she will always be remembered. But within he wrestled with a profound helplessness, for he alone could not mend the fractures that death had wrought. On days like this, when the body count rose and the specter of disease loomed large, the very act of crafting coffins felt like a mockery of hope. The workshop walls echoed with the lamentations of the bereaved, a cacophony that merged with the sounds of chiseling wood and the stench of decay wafting from the nearby graveyard. Adric's heart felt as though it might split under the weight of collective grief, a sorrow that clung to him like the dust that settled on his unfinished works. As he placed the final adornment upon the coffin, the widow's mournful gaze met his, and he offered a nod, a silent acknowledgement of their shared burden. Adric could do nothing but prepare the vessel for the departed, while the world outside continued to spin, indifferent to the heavy toll that came with each loss, each crafted coffin, each heartbroken sigh that lingered in the air long after the families had gone.